you look at everything West Indies cricket and it takes you back into the past, the present, and brings up memories, but also looks to the future, the one with Fazir Mohammed.
Oh, and a brilliant commentator he is. Well, that was Michelle St. Patrick Hewitt, who is the co-host of the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Unfortunately, Santoki was too busy today on another award-winning podcast, but it is definitely worth listening to and following. And you can, as he said, you can follow them on YouTube, on Patreon, on Substack. You can just come around to his house. He lives in South London, and he'll talk to you about West Indies cricket anytime.
Our thanks to both Jarrod Kimber and Michelle St. Patrick Hewitt there. This has been the best of the Following On podcast here on talkSPORT 2. And for more in-depth analysis, match features and exclusive interviews, you can subscribe to the Following On podcast, available from wherever you get your podcasts. But for now, this has been the best of Following On here on talkSPORT 2.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. This is talkSPORT 2.
Jarrod, and hello to listeners once again. I started at the primary school level. Incidentally, the primary school team comprised mainly of those 11, 12-year-olds, and I was just about 6 or 7 and practicing in the nets with them as you would as a young boy growing up. And from the moment you saw a ball, you wanted to be part of the action, you wanted to play. And I started bowling in the nets against these bigger boys, and I spun a few deliveries really big, real prodigious turn, and the sports master at the time said that he wanted me to be a part of the team, be around the team because of that natural ability to turn the ball. I used to turn the ball quite a lot in those early days. And as an 8-year-old, I made that representative primary school team against boys who were 12, 13 years old. And as you know, at that age group, any difference in age is a big difference in terms of maturity and development. So I was competing against boys who were much older than me, much bigger than me, much taller than me, much stronger than me, and I was able to still achieve a great level of success. And one of my early memories of playing cricket for the particular school was in a final that we were playing, and the team was chasing just around 60 runs, and they were batting around 52 for the loss of just 2 wickets, and they were on their way to victory. and the coach of the team decided to give me the ball. At that time, all of the parents who were around were shouting at the coach, "What are you doing? Why are you giving this little boy the ball? You're going to give away the game." And as fate would have it, I got 3 wickets in my first over. I ended up getting 6 wickets in the game, and we won that match. And every one of the parents were praising the coach. "Why did you take so long to give him the ball?"
I mean, that's a great story. I love the idea of you out there as a little fella, completely bamboozling people with leg spin. In fact, a lot of very young, a lot of leg spinners when they're very young have that kind of impact on games. Sometimes it's usually when they grow that they struggle a little bit more with their leg spin. But obviously, coming from the West Indies, Bishu is of a similar age group to you. Leg spin wasn't really a big thing in the Caribbean. Did you have a hero at home, or was it one of the overseas bowlers?
Well, from the early days when I started, there was a leg spinner by the name of Rajendra Danraj. He hails from Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, he hails from not too far from where I live, and he was just making his way into international cricket. Just played a handful of test matches for the West Indies, but was hugely successful for Trinidad and Tobago in regional cricket. So he was one of the early influences in my career. And following him, of course, we had Dinanath Ramnaran, another Trinidad and Tobago born leg spinner who had relative success at the international level. I think he had something like 45 wickets in 12 test matches. So those two from, I would say, internally, and of course externally, the master himself, the now deceased Shane Warne, who had that early influence not only in my career, but I'm sure many, many bowlers around the world.
The interesting thing about your bowling is that you talked about spinning it a lot when you were young, and you've just mentioned Shane Warne, but that's not the leg spinner that we saw at the international and the franchise level. In fact, you played 12 first-class games and, had modest results there. It's really T20 where you're an absolute star, obviously winning 2 World Cups, going to the IPL. When did you make the change from spinning the ball so much to not doing that?
Well, it had to do, like I mentioned a bit earlier in the show, to actually stay in the team and to be selected on a continuous basis. Because when I was trying to turn the ball a lot, obviously I didn't have as much control and I was leaking runs. And I found that I wasn't selected for games thereafter, and I needed to be more consistent and more economical as opposed to wicket taking in order to play. And as a young boy coming through, that's what you want to do. All you want to do is play. So from a selection standpoint, I think the creativity and that natural talent is stifled. I don't think that's unique to the Caribbean or unique to Trinidad and Tobago. I think that happens around the world. And like I said, that natural talent doesn't get an opportunity to blossom, and then you have to change your game, change your style, change your approach. And that's what happened to me. So I was someone who turned the ball quite a lot, and just in order to play and to be selected, I had to become a little bit more economical. And just like, we say the school system, it stifles creativity. I think that sometimes our selectors stifle that natural ability in players.
How do you go from that to becoming a specialist opening bowler? I don't know if you know the stats. I just looked them up. They're absolutely fascinating. You bowled over half your balls in the power play of a T20 game. You bowled 2,228 of your 4,100 balls in the power play. The next most from any leg spinner is Rashid Khan, who's only bowled 837. So you've almost tripled the next best on the list. How did this happen? How did you end up with the new ball bowling leg spin in T20 cricket?
Well, I started doing it in local club cricket back in Trinidad. I did it for my club team. We didn't have many fast bowlers in our team. As a matter of fact, our pitch was quite conducive to spin bowling. So I did that for a few years just at the club level. And then the Stanford T20 tournament came around in 2006. And because I had that success at the local level, I had that opportunity to open the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago in that tournament. And of course, I had a huge amount of success. Batsmen in the region generally don't play spin bowling well, far less risk spin bowling, and far less with someone who's opening the bowling. So I had tremendous success in that tournament in 2006, again in 2008, where we went on to win. And I was one of the leading wicket takers, and again, very miserly in terms of the economy. And then thereafter, we had the Caribbean T20 tournament for multiple occasions. Trinidad and Tobago won. We went to the Champions League. And then I was selected for the West Indies team. So it all started in club cricket because of a paucity of fast bowling options and because of the conditions that we had to operate on.
Why do you think you were so successful? One thing I noticed with you is that you didn't have a strong front arm as some other leg spinners. If you compare yourself to, Anil Kumble or Shahid Afridi or Shane Warne, you also used a scrambled seam. I think you were maybe one of the first leg spinners that I really noticed that did that. Obviously, you had a very good wrong, so you could go both ways. Perhaps maybe a little bit quicker. What was it that made you specifically so good with the new ball compared to other leg spinners?
It's really interesting how things evolved throughout my career. I mentioned Shane Warne as that early influence, but when I started to do what I ended up doing, my influence changed to Shahid Afridi. The way he bowled and the way he went about his business, generally flat through the air, generally quick. And so I tried to model my bowling in that sort of terms based on what I was doing at the time. I think, like you rightly mentioned, my front arm fell away quite a lot. I had that collapsed action. And that worked in my favor because it allowed the ball to stay low and to skid on to the batsman, particularly with the new ball. And many times I had batsmen playing across the line. I had them out LBW or bowled. So in that regard, that I would say improper technique, because if we want to call it that in inverted commas, worked to my advantage. And of course, with that scramble seam, the ball more often than not hit the face of the ball and went on straight. And like I said, at that time, not many batsmen were used to a spin bowler opening the bowling, and typically opening batsmen will be more comfortable with pace on the ball and fast bowlers. So I think I had that, I sort of blindsided those batsmen who weren't used to that at the time. It's a little bit different now because there are so many spin bowlers opening the bowling that batsmen are much better at facing spinners with the new ball. But certainly at the time that I started, it was a new phenomenon.
And how much did this scrambled seam help? So for those that don't know, if you look at the old videos of Shane Warne, the seam is, beautifully aligned going towards first slip when he's bowling leg spin. Your seam is all over the place. And the idea is that some balls will hit the seam and some balls will hit the smooth part of the ball. And the white ball, I don't know if this is scientifically true, Samuel, you might be able to tell me, but it appears to me that when you hit the shiny bit of the white ball early, it skids even more than a red ball does.
Yeah, it certainly does. And one of the other things, in addition to what you are saying there with that, I suppose, variable pace, some will skid on, some will slow up a little bit, is that many batsmen don't pick the spin bowlers, the wrist bowlers in particular, off their hands. They look at the seam position as the ball comes down the track. And if you have that scramble seam, it's a less of an opportunity for the batsman to know which direction the ball is going. So in addition to that variable bounce and pace of the surface, you also have batsmen not being able to pick and to see or to get a clue as to which direction the ball was going. So that also assists in that regard.
I just want to go back to something that you talked about before, and we'll bring Mark Nicholas in on this. Someone who's an expert in leg spin. Obviously, he helped Shane Warne's book, but has played a lot of leg spin and has been involved in the game for a long time. But the coaching, do you think that you ended up as such a unique bowler because of the lack of coaching? I mean, you have a look at the West Indies side now, and you have a look at someone like Jayden Seales with this perfect fast bowler's technique, and the spinners, Veerasamy Permaul is bowling on his tiptoes from this really awkward position. It feels like that pace bowling coaching in the West Indies is still absolutely top quality, but spin bowling, it feels like a lot of you spinners are kind of left on your own a little bit.
And that's absolutely true. We have never had sort of specialized spin bowling coaches. It's all about trial and error. There has never been that sort of focus in that department. And I think you're absolutely right. We feel abandoned at times, left alone, and having to learn by trial and error. And I think we have a lot of technical deficiencies in the region in terms of spin bowling. When last have we produced a quality enough spin bowler who can really be of permanence in the West Indies team? We've struggled for over a long period of time. Devendra Bishu is perhaps the last one, maybe Shane Chillingford as an off spinner, but beyond those two names, we have struggled to find a quality permanent spinner in the West Indies team. And the pitches that we have been producing, it's not conducive to the fast bowlers. So if we want to be competitive in Test match cricket in particular, we have to find quality spin bowlers who can help us take 20 wickets on these types of tracks. So I think it's an area that we need to really look at as a region in terms of developing quality spinners, whether they be wrist spinners or finger spinners, investing in some sort of coaching mechanism and really allowing our players that opportunity to become more technically proficient.
Plenty more to come from Jarrod Kimber and the former West Indies spinner Samuel Badree. You're listening to the best of the following on podcast here on talkSPORT 2.
This is talkSPORT 2. talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test direct from Bengaluru as India take on New Zealand.
And it is out of the ground.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
Hello and welcome wherever you may be listening across New Zealand, across the UK or other parts of the globe. Welcome aboard. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India v New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, SENZ Radio in New Zealand and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Daniel McHardy here with you ahead of day number 5 of the first test in Bengaluru. A day that promises so much for the Black Caps and their fans. New Zealand just 107 runs away from victory. If they are good enough, it will be the first time New Zealand has won in India in a test match in nearly 36 years, and will be just their third ever win in 37 attempts on the subcontinent. On the other side of the coin, though, India need all 10 wickets to complete one of the more extraordinary comebacks in Test cricket. Having been rolled for just 46 in their first innings, the first of the match, they went on to concede a first innings deficit of 356 runs. However, it could be a rather excruciating day for all involved, because right now in front of us, there are no signs of life, no signs of players taking to the field. The covers remain on, heavy covers, due to bad weather. Grey clouds hovering ominously above the venue, bringing a constant threat of rain, especially for later in the day. So the window seems to be quite a narrow one. It also rained throughout the night, so the state of the outfield will no doubt be called into question if and when the covers can come off. Former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney's alongside me in our commentary position. And Jerry, it would be such a shame if weather had the final say in this game, because this game has provided so many twists over the 3 days where the players have actually been allowed to take to the field. Of course, day number 1 being a washout. Hello, sir.
How are you, Daniel?
I'm
You're
all right.
obviously a bit concerned, aren't you, about this weather? I mean, we can't do anything about it.
No.
And it hasn't really got too much in the way, because it all happened on the first day, really. But you're right. It's been a really interesting match. Lots of twists and turns, not linear, where you normally get in Asia, where one side gets ahead quite quickly in the match and just holds it, and the line just keeps going until it's over in whatever the time it takes. But it normally is just very sort of straight line. But this one hasn't been like that, has it? It's been twists and turns and, you know, more than sort of in a book you might call Multiple Murders in the Maze, which I've just made up. It's not a book, anybody. But that's
Sounds
kind
exciting,
of,
though.
But that's kind of what it's been, hasn't it? Really, right from the start. The advantage of winning a toss in India is quite big in Asia, and yet suddenly they're out in 30 overs, and you're out for 46, you know, and the sun comes out and the wicket dries, and then New Zealand 180 for 3 at the end of the first day. Then there's a little collapse in the middle order, 4 wickets, and India are coming through again. But then Ravindra and an unlikely source of Saudi get 160 odd runs there, and they finish 356 ahead. And then India come in and they've willed their runs and fashioned a very fast innings, haven't they?
Yep.
100 and this many overs and up to 200, 300, passing 3 down. And then suddenly the new ball arrives and O'Rourke's still awake. So in he comes and they lose the rest of the wickets, and suddenly, when India only needed about sort of another 80 runs to, you know, get 170 or 180 ahead, suddenly New Zealand need 107 to win. So that's where we've got to, and those are the twists and turns that we've had along the way. I don't know how I've remembered all that.
I'm clutching at straws, trying to see positives here.
Yeah.
At least the 2 teams are at the ground.
Are they?
Yeah. They've been here
okay.
for about an hour or so. Often when the weather's really bad, they'll hover around the hotel to the last possible minute. So, and we did see yesterday after rain that they were able to get the covers off, prepare the outfield very quickly. Question is, how much did that rain overnight sort of change things?
Yeah, well, how long did it take on the first day once they came back? The next morning, we just started on time.
We started on time. We started early.
Yeah.
9:15 local time.
So it does
which we
look
were
a
supposed to start today.
very good drying ground. Let's just hope it stops at some point to get something, because actually either side could win this match still.
Right now, the umpires are out in the middle assessing things, so that is something. That's the first time we have seen them in quite some time. But if we look around the sprawling city, quite a flat vista we can see right across, and the clouds grey, it's low, it's encasing, it feels suffocating a little bit, but that's encouraging. That rifle umpire golfer out there speaking to one of the grounds crew. Compared to compared to yesterday when they went off, there was quite a bit of water on the covers for which they had to remove. Right now, there's doesn't look like much actually on the covers.
No.
But there's just enough lingering around to keep the covers on as it currently stands. So, lots of looking at watches.
Yeah, I think New Zealand, as far as they're concerned, it's easy for us to say and to feel sympathetic with them first, I guess, because we are as well. But that, they've held the sway.
Yes.
They've held sway for a lot of the game ever since that bowling the opposition out, bowling India out so quickly. And that put India so far behind. And then, getting the 350 lead, that took some doing. Just convincing themselves that they could play against this Indian attack in Indian conditions and get those runs. Then, of course, India came to play, didn't they? They showed that we're not going to be bossed by you chaps at all. In fact, we're going to turn this right around.
Well, and they had turned it around, Jeremy.
Oh, they had.
408 for 3 in their second innings. That's a lead of about 52, I think, at that stage. I probably had them favourites.
Well, a lot of people did,
Yeah.
because we've seen what they've done in the past. And there was enough time, if everything remained, available, if they kept going at that speed that they were, which was about kind of high fours, nearly five runs and over, that sort of thing, and then beyond it a little bit as well at times. So that meant they could maybe get in excess of 200 and put the pressure on New Zealand in the last day. So that was and everybody could see that likelihood, but it didn't happen. So New Zealand did fight back at that point. Maybe a little bit lucky, because I think it was the second of the second new ball, wasn't it? That actually came down from Rishad Pant. He was the one.
Naughty boy.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you hit the former New Zealand Test captain, Tim Southey, onto the roof.
If you're going to show off like that, to put him out of the stadium and onto the roof, there's a penalty that goes with
Just
that.
hit him 20 rows back.
Yeah.
Don't be so silly to then hit it over the corporates, the top tier, and onto the roof. But fans in the UK and Indian fans, it's shades of Trent Bridge in 2021, where India closed 51 for 2, chasing a modest target. I think they required another 157, and day 5 was washed out there. So it doesn't happen all that often where he's such a tantalising prospect. And yes, we are Kiwis. We look at this largely through a New Zealand lens, but India would be desperate to get out there, because this would be such a famous victory.
Oh, it would be.
If they were able to pull it off. We'll repeat, no one has conceded a bigger first innings deficit to win a test match in the history of the game, and only one other side has scored fewer runs in the first innings of a test match to go on and win. And the side that beat them on that was, back in the 1880s?
It does strike you, doesn't it, that India are a side, this particular side are a side that like to make history. You just get that feeling that we think we're good enough for that, and we think we've got enough of the skills, and we can use different people at different times and quickly, and we'll make some history. That's what they're saying.
A little break in the cloud, which is nice to see, as the light improves, and that's a hint of blue sky. I think that is blue sky above. So let's hope the slight improvements we have seen since we've gone to air. See, you're the good luck charm, Jerry. So from now on, and I'll just make the executive decision, Jerry, uninterrupted for the next 8 hours. You're the weather charmer, if there's such a thing.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's reflect on yesterday, Jeremy, because at the start of day 4, it was so nicely set up, wasn't it? Because India began at 231 for the loss of 3. Sarfraz is on 70 not out. He and Virat Kohli the night before have put on a really good partnership, building on quite an authoritative start from the openers. But Sarfraz, who's in his embryonic phase of his career, he needed to reach that start, and Rishabh Pant comes out. Boy, what a partnership that was. At incredible pace. At times, they made it look so easy. Brute force thrown in from time to time, and New Zealand were a little bit tardy, though, probably with the ball in hand in the early phase of the game, of the day, rather.
And it was taken advantage of very easily, and thank you very much, wasn't it? I mean, Sarfraz, he is a different kind of player. Looks like the covers are just starting to be removed, everybody, from various parts of the field. They've got them over obviously the main covers over the pitch and surrounds, but they also have some other sort of carefully placed ones, I imagine, over the pitches where you can get a bit of practice in the mornings and so on. So they're covered as well, and some of the outfield, of course. So so that's starting. That's always a good sign. But Sarfraz, he's a small, muscular kind of street fighter, it seems to me. He's rather like Jarrod Kimber used to be, and plays a little bit unconventionally as well. And certainly he's got obviously good hand-eye coordination, a wide variety of scoops and ramps and cuts, which all were very effective. He works the ball onside as well, doesn't seem to drive so often. That might have been just the bowling, not bowling full enough, but he wears his heart on his sleeve, and 150, that's not a bad little start.
He's powerfully built.
Yes,
he is powerfully built. You could easily seeing him sort of raking the scrum between two bulking props in a game of rugby, because he powerful shoulders but what I love, he obviously can smack the ball toward parts, but there was real deft touches in his ability to sort of keep the bat in one position, let the ball at the bat, and he was toying with the New Zealand field.
Yes, he was.
Sort of behind the wicket on the offside. The amount of runs he scored down towards third man.
Yes, he was. It'll be interesting to see if he holds his place and he does get on tours, how he goes in places like New Zealand and England, where it's greener, perhaps a wee bit more bounce, a bit more pace, and South Africa, where it's a bit more spicy, and Australia, where there's more bounce. He might like it there, you don't know. Because of the bounce, he can use his cuts and so on. But he will disrupt lots of captains' plans and lots of bowlers' plans, I think. He's that kind of... He's an unconventional player. He hits the ball in different areas and scores very quickly because of that. And so it's going to take teams a little bit of time, I think, to get used to bowling to someone like Sarfraz. So well done him. Punt came out and spent a fair bit of time getting going.
He looks quite sleepy at times, doesn't he?
Well, he probably is. He's, that's okay. I mean, he's come back from a terrible injury, hasn't he?
In this test?
No. A car injury last.
Yes, I know. I'm being flippant because he hasn't kept much this test.
No, he hasn't kept much, but he certainly then came to life with some fairly lusty blows, didn't he, to various parts of the stadium, including on top of it. And so, 99, a bit of a shame. Of course, everybody feels a little bit of sadness that he didn't quite get the extra run. It doesn't make a great difference in the game at the moment, although it could. One run can win you a match. And so that was a shame, but apart from that, he played an extremely good innings. I thought he took over once Sarfraz was got out, didn't he?
Yeah. O'Rourke, wayward early, came back very well with the second new ball, we'll call it. And Matt Henry, lion-hearted effort. I think it was, 10 overs on the bounce. And the Cantabs to the fore, picking up 6 wickets. They picked up 9 in the first.
Yeah, it is. Yes, certainly. I mean, O'Rourke has made a difference to the New Zealand attack. He's been to Sri Lanka. He picked up wickets there, something like 8 or 9 wickets, didn't he, in the 2 tests? And the leading bowler in terms of wicket-taking capability. He's done well here in this match as well. So, and certainly New Zealand is a better side when Henry's playing. So, I mean, he's just Mr. Consistency for New Zealand. Once he gets online, he hangs around on that length and works a batsman slightly across, and sometimes they come in and sometimes they go. I don't know whether Matt Henry knows which one is which, nor does the batsman, but he's a very awkward customer in conditions that are going to give him a bit of help.
Thoughts of former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney ahead of what we hope will be an exciting day number 5. After the little bit of action from the umpires going out, the grounds crew, not as many of them out there today as we've seen earlier in the Test match, but above the ground we see a little bit of blue sky, and we're getting some news that they will have an inspection in 20 minutes time at 5:15. That's 5:15 in the UK, 5:15 in New Zealand. The covers are still on the field, but here we go. They're starting to roll up the main one that covers the pitch block. They've removed the covers from the outfield. The bowlers' run-ups covers are starting to be removed as well. So right now the weather is okay, and let's hope that state-of-the-art sub-air drainage system, for which I've talked about, Jerry, at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, much to your annoyance, which of course is capable of draining up to 10,000 litres of water per minute, Jerry. There he is. I've sent him to sleep. Excellent stuff, Jeremy Coney. In about 10 hours' time, huge opportunity for the New Zealand women's cricket side. So a lot of New Zealand cricket fans were hoping for a double dose of history, because it, of course, is the T20 women's final. Very surprising lineup. I'm not too sure many people had New Zealand to play South Africa. The big three of Australia, England and India did not make it. So an opportunity for these sides to win their first ever World T20
other than families of the team, no one else. And not even one-eyed fans, maybe quarter-eyed fans would have. But yesterday, myself, Jeremy and Jarrod Kimber had a long look at the tournaments from a South African and New Zealand perspective, their paths through to the final, and how these two sides have matched up. So let's have a listen back to that part of the following on podcast. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India and New Zealand on talkSPORT. Once that inspection at 5:15 is done, we'll come back and we'll give you the very latest. But let's look ahead to the T20 Women's World Cup final, where New Zealand will play South Africa. Here's our chat with Jarrod Kimber, Jeremy Coney, myself, Daniel McHardy. Probably to a great surprise to many, especially from New Zealand, because Jerry, as you quite well know, a steady diet of games against Australia and England over the last number of months have gone all against New Zealand prior to this tournament. They had a warm-up win, which ended a long losing streak, but New Zealand up against South Africa in the final of the T20 Women's World Cup. And Jarrod, was it you who said yesterday it's the first time ever in women's one-day international cricket history, or T20 history, that none of Australia, England or India are in a final?
It's the first time in combined, so either format, that England or Australia have not been in a World Cup final. So it's a huge moment. We also have a moment for South Africa to win their first ever World Cup, and for New Zealand to win their second. I think they won the 2000 edition. So quite a while back. But yeah, it's basically women's cricket has been completely dominated by England and Australia. And it's not going to be tomorrow, Dan.
No, Monday morning.
Oh, sorry.
3 a.m. New Zealand time.
Did you guys get up to watch the semi-final?
No, but I've caught the highlights as well.
Would you like me to take you through it?
I've seen the dismissals.
We got to bed at 1 a.m. New Zealand time.
Yeah, of course. You guys, it was not ideal for you. Yeah. It wasn't particularly...
Low score. No. I was back on the wireless 7 hours later, so I decided to skip the game. I was pretty confident New Zealand would get over the line, but boy, it was tight in the end, Jerry, especially the way they were catching.
Well,
in the sense they weren't catching.
That's been one of the interesting things throughout the tournament, hasn't it? I don't know what you guys think, but I read on the BBC website, I think the report was that in the lead up to the tournament, to the semi-finals with the knockout component, in that sort of group phase, if you like, they reported 88 catches 88 catches had been dropped.
Yeah, well, it's more than that now, Jeremy, because one of
yes, it is. I know that.
One of the West Indian players actually got concussed trying to take a catch. And you could see, I think it was, I can't remember.
Was that before the ball arrived or as it arrived?
Well, Jack Leach did that in a test match as well, didn't he? Tried to field a ball and concussed himself. But I think you could see, I can't remember if it was her drop or one of the others, but you can just see the player looking at the ball going, I can't see it. And the amount of times that they've struggled, and we know that women play roughly about a third as many games under lights as men do. And a lot of, especially the players from the smaller nations, just don't play under lights at all. A lot of the league franchise cricket is also played in daytime. So, they're not playing that much under lights. And then specifically, the lights in Sharjah are very different than a lot of the other grounds around the world. That ring of fire, no, it's not Sharjah, is it? It's the Dubai Stadium, sorry, that has the ring of fire lighting, which again is very tricky. So the minute the ball goes up in the air, it's a real 50-50 chance of whether it's going to be caught. And honestly, until South Africa beat Australia, and probably when the West Indies beat England, I think the biggest story in the tournament was the catching. And it's obviously now moved on to the fact that this is the World Cup of the underdogs.
So was it 4 drop catches by the White Ferns?
Something in the last match?
Yeah.
4 or 5, yes. That's right.
Well, how would you rate them on the difficulty scale, knowing full well that you think every catch
well,
should be taken?
the one highlight I did see was Eden Carson dropping a catch at backward square, and I think she had to move 1 foot about 3 inches. So it was kind of straight. Let's put it this way: fairly straightly hit to her. And she put that down. So
I don't know, Jeremy. You wouldn't have seen this the other day. You probably would have been sleeping. But the Pakistan women dropped 4 catches in an over, which was one of the more remarkable sights you will see in cricket.
4 in an over.
Yeah, it was the last over of the innings as well. And by the end, I think the camera never left the bowler's face because there was no point even looking at the fielders. It was much more entertaining to actually watch this poor. I think it was Nida Dar, very good off spinner, and she was just turning around going, "Is anyone just going to just accidentally take one of these catches?" It was, and they did get a catch.
I'm not getting on the bus with you.
Yeah, it wasn't a good one.
I'm not getting on the bus with you. I'm walking back to the hotel. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any of you. I'm disgusted.
I'm surprised she went out of shot. Why didn't she just run out of shot and try and take it herself?
Yeah,
push her teammate out of the way.
I think she wished
I wonder
she
how
had.
Monty would have felt with it having 4 catches dropped in an over.
Well, Monty's face would have been interesting too to watch as well.
But
just walked off, throwing the ball down.
But yeah, so the game last night, it was very low scoring. I think New Zealand's issue all the way through the tournament has been that outside of maybe Gaze's strike rate, everyone else has been scoring quite slow. And so they never got away from the West Indies. Didn't lose a lot of wickets early on, but they just never got away. And so they ended up with a sort of, and when they did lose the wickets later on, when they tried to score quite quickly, they got themselves in a bit of a tangle and probably ended up about 5 or 10 runs short of certainly where they would have wanted to go, but they would have been aiming at 150, so maybe even more short of that. And a lot of that was to do with Deandra Dotton, who of course retired from women's international cricket and has come back, and I don't think had bowled in a year.
A fourfer.
Yeah, in the last couple of games, she's taken all the wickets. She bowled beautifully. Some really good slower balls there as well. She bowls a really good leg cutter slower ball, Jeremy. It's a lost art in cricket at times, and she got a wicket with one of those, and it really put New Zealand on the back foot. Yeah, it was really good cricket all the way through from Deandra Dotton. And then New Zealand bowled quite well and got themselves in a position where they were massively ahead of that game all the way through. And then Deandra Dotton decided to come back in again. She hadn't had enough, Jeremy. She then decided to come in, and she hit a bunch of sixes. I think she might have hit 2 or 3 of them. Was it 3 and 1 over?
Yeah. I saw those.
Oh,
no fielders up there.
Yeah, exactly. I think one was close to being caught, but the other 2 flew over the top, and they basically went from not having a chance to coming right back in it. But this is the thing that I found funny, gentlemen. Susie Bates, I know in New Zealand you think Susie Bates can do everything, and I get that, and she's had to guard Diana.
The closer.
Yeah, she's had to guard Diana Taurasi, one of the greatest basketballers of all time, in an Olympics, and you make her make all your runs as well. And then you thought, I don't know, we've got to defend 15 runs in the last over. Let's get Susie, who hasn't bowled in the last 24 T20 internationals, to bowl 1 over when she's got to defend the game. And of course, she got hit for a boundary off the first ball, and I was thinking this could go pretty poorly if it doesn't end up. But yeah, Susie, as always, brought it home and ended up winning the game for New Zealand. So it was a lot closer than I think it should have been, but it was basically New Zealand versus Deandra Dottin.
Yeah, Deandra Dottin is such a threat. We identified her prior to it. It was a big ring around, an absolute danger. But Susie Bates, out of the wilderness. It was last summer in New Zealand in a one-dayer against, I think, England. They did the same. Threw the ball for the last over, and she shut the door. But it's amazing, isn't it? Your one and only over in a tournament is the last over of a semi-final. So credit the captain for being bold enough and brave enough to throw the ball, and she got the job done. For those who have been following the tournament as closely as Jarrod, it might be helpful just to remind everyone their paths through to the final before we talk about how this one shapes up. Ironically, they met just prior to the tournament, didn't they? And it was New Zealand winning quite comfortably in a warm-up game to end that losing streak that New Zealand had been on. I think they bowled South Africa out for under 100, but hey, asterisks, warm-up game. New Zealand started the tournament with a surprising result, beating India, scoring 160 and defending that by 58 runs. Then they played Australia and did what they always do against Australia, seemingly shrink and struggle against their near neighbours. Australia winning comfortably by 60 runs. Then won by 8 wickets over Sri Lanka, chasing down 116 inside 18 overs. Big win over Pakistan in a game where I think Pakistan needed to
they
to
only
win
had
quickly.
about 11 overs, 11 point whatever overs to get the net run rate up.
Yeah, so they defended 110 for 6, New Zealand, winning by 54 runs and winning by 8 runs in the semi-final. While for South Africa, it's really been the story, Jarrod, of their top order, who've done so brilliantly. They started off with a bang, chasing down 119 without the loss of a wicket against the West Indies. Had a target of 125 chased down by England, their only loss of the tournament. Beat Scotland by 80 runs, scoring 166 for 5. Then a 7-wicket victory against Bangladesh as they reached 107 for 3 inside 18 overs. But the best of those chases, surely, was against Australia. 135 was the target. They hosed it inside 18 overs. 8-wicket win. Absolutely outstanding. And what a performance by Bosch. 74 off 48, Jarrod, is as good as you could possibly ask.
I think we talked about it when it happened the other day, that it's her highest score in T20 internationals, and that's a handy time to suddenly pull out your best. But it's also her second fastest score. She's never done anything like this ever before, Dan.
Yes.
And she decides against the best bowling attack in the world in a World Cup semi-final. And let's be honest, I don't know if you guys are aware, but sometimes South Africa have had trouble in knockout games in World Cups across men's and women's. Yeah, men's and women's cricket.
Is this a thing?
Yeah. Is
this a thing?
Occasionally people bring it up on the internet, I think. It's a bit niche. You might be able to find it on Cricket Reddit. But it's, so be able to do that. And she was on the verge of being dropped. And she suddenly came in and smashed Australia everywhere. And that chase, I think it was 17.2 overs, wasn't it? And it wasn't a bad... I thought Australia was probably 5-10 runs under par again. But, I think of the two sides I've seen, I thought South Africa played a really good game against England. They didn't score enough runs, but they made England go all the way to the 20th over to go past them. I just think that South Africa has been a slightly more consistent side than New Zealand all the way through. They've got 4 players averaging in the 40s.
Well, the favourites.
Yeah. I think they deserve
the
to
favourites.
be. Yeah. 4 players averaging in the 40s. Marizan Kaps smacked a few balls as well. And they've got this spinner, Malaba, who bowls incredibly... she's very good at varying her pace. But when she bowls slow, she bowls like almost moon ball slow.
Very slow.
Yeah, and it's very intentional because she can bowl a little bit quicker when she wants to. She's taken 10 wickets at 10. And Marizan Kap, of course, who anyone who follows women's cricket will know is, just a legendary all-rounder. And she's not quite as quick as she used to be fair, but she swings it both ways and is very clever. So their bowling is a little bit weaker, but as you said before, their top order batting is very good.
Yeah, as far as wicket-taking threats, Malaba's got 10. That's twice as many as anyone out. A bit of action out on the middle of the surface. The umpires are coming out to have a look because it is to stop raining. So that is something for sure. But as far as New Zealand is concerned, Is it too simple to say New Zealand's bowling versus South Africa's batting? Of course, South Africa were beaten finalists
Last time, wasn't it? Yeah.
Early 2023, they lost to Australia, and I did note that Bosch batted 7 in that game. Yes. So talk about a change of fortunes in the space of 18-odd months. But New Zealand's bowling has been excellent, Jeremy.
Well, yes. I mean, and the pick of them probably Amelia Kerr, I would say. She's really developed her wrong-un. Just recently, actually. You mentioned, I think, the last time we talked about it, Jarrod, how she picked up a couple of the Australians and they were really defeated by the deception of the wrong-un and getting bowled, through the gate or something, looking for a leggy, and back it came, and the hands were pushing out towards cover and so on. So she's been really very useful indeed. I think she's got something like 12 wickets, maybe the highest wicket taker in the tournament.
Well, the numbers are ridiculous, Jeremy.
Yes.
18.4 overs, 12 for 86. So average of 7.16, and the economy rate.
Is that good, guys?
4.
Is that good? I'm not
the
sure.
The strike rate, I think this is my favourite number. The strike rate is 9. 9.3.
I honestly,
yes.
and ironic, she burst onto the scene young as a spinner, has developed her batting, and I would argue over the last couple of years, maybe she's so much importance on her batting at number 3 so often that maybe she took the eye off, that element of her game, but she's at her very, very best. Not a big turner with the regular leg break, but as you've identified, Jeremy, that googly is such a weapon, hard to pick, and it turns a long, long way.
Yeah, and she doesn't mind changing the angle. She's not concerned about that. I think she's one of their better players. Actually, it might have cost her. Her batting hasn't been quite as good. She got some runs, I think, a 30-odd against Sri Lanka, where she came in and finished sort of the innings off. But apart from that, she and Devine got a 50 in the first match to push that to 160 against, I think, India, which was pretty helpful. But apart from that, those two haven't really scored, and neither have Maddie Green or Brooke Halliday, who are again, quite mature players in terms of New Zealand, anyway, that context. They haven't quite, got the runs, even though perhaps if they're batting lower, they haven't got many overs. Sometimes that can compound itself when you're playing 20-over cricket. And you're also going in conditions where it's a bit low and it's a bit slow. And, that might be, I don't know why the reason that Australia and India and England are out. It seems that they've all been quite good at T20, so it's not as if it's the format so much here. But maybe the conditions might be playing a little bit more. I don't know. But certainly New Zealand, from my perspective, I have probably minimal contact than you two who are speaking about, but I've noticed the development of some young players. The girl Plimmer from Wellington, who's been plucked out of the Wellington side quite young, and she's really straightened her game. She's obviously a hitter. She opens with Bates, and that's worked quite nicely for New Zealand, that opening partnership in the power play. And Plimmer's hitting down the ground a great deal more, and she seems a bit more controlled about the way she's playing.
And Dan,
Carson is doing a
Jeremy.
similar thing with the ball.
Just on Plimmer, Dan, if I'm not mistaken, she had a horrendous tour of England where it didn't look like she could make a run. And I think it was with the first or second game, I was like, well, she looks like a completely different player. So might be conditions-based, it might be confidence. She is very, very young. But I'm with Jeremy. She suddenly looks like she's just trying to bang the ball back down the ground, and she's a much better player. I know Devine's played maybe one of the most important innings, but I think right across the whole tournament, I would say that Plimmer's probably been their best bat.
Well, the issue for
the most runs.
Well, the issue for New Zealand over the last few years is who else outside of Bates, Devine, and Kerr. It's been the question. Now, New Zealand has 6 associations, and fair to say the talent is not there. I know you were talking about the New Zealand Men's T20 League in one of your pre-recorded chats earlier, and they don't have overseas pros in the men's game, but they've brought in some for the women's competition. Atapatu from Sri Lanka play for Northern because they recognise that the depth of talent is not there. They need some quality players around them to help, because of course they're not going to shrink the amount of teams, are they? The associations be unhappy with that. So they've taken quite a gamble, haven't they? With Plymouth, who's 20, 2 years ago, thrown into the international environment, and literally go learn your game. Which, around the world, you do that. You do that in your domestic competitions, and it's starting to pay off.
Yeah, Carson, the same, left armour, who bowls in the power play. Gaze, you mentioned her, she got a very important 20 in the last match. She's the keeper, of course, and she can do that down there. And, of course, Jonas is the other one who hasn't played many games, I think maybe 2 or 3 games, and as a spinner as well. So they've got a developing group of 4 there, young, have failed, starting to develop some confidence, and that's very important, I think, as far as this group and they've played a very important role right throughout some of these matches. So that's a good sign. I mean, Carson's got 8 wickets. She's the second most, prolific wicket taker for New Zealand. Rosemary Mayor's just come back.
Well, and that's the other player I wanted to identify. She had a break from the game. She's come back. She's quite sharp. She can move the ball around and simply excellent.
Some good bowling with the new ball, isn't tournament.
It? Wow, 7 wickets at 13, an economy rate under 5 too.
Yeah.
So
it does sound a little bit like the New Zealand bowlers against the top order for South Africa. And if Wolfhard and Brits and Bosch and Cap, obviously Cap's a little bit further down but can hit as well, very powerful player. If you could get through a couple of those, then some of the other batsmen may have not have played a lot when you look at wins by 8 wickets, 10 wickets and 7 wickets from the South Africans. Yeah. So it's one of those things, isn't it, where you go well in a tournament and you win powerfully. Some of your batting lineup don't get any innings whatsoever and they're suddenly thrust in the final under pressure. If that can happen. So that's the interesting side of this game for me.
Sune Luce has faced 15 balls all tournament.
Yeah, and I think Chloe Tyrone hasn't faced many more either, has she? It really hasn't gone to... if you look at their wins, South Africa, it's really been about 6 players who have been involved in those wins, consistently, but they've all been outstanding players. And, you've got Malaba and Karp. You've also got Kaka, who's a very good bowler. Hasn't taken wickets in this tournament, but no one's hitting her off the square. But they have weaknesses as well. They kind of make up their last 8 overs from kind of, bits and pieces. I know Nadine de Klerk can be a wicket taker, but can also get absolutely smashed. And as you said, I think Luce and Tyrone are very good players, but if you've faced 40 balls coming into the World Cup final and suddenly your top order's lost a couple of wickets, you're going to be in a bit of trouble, aren't you? So, there's a bit of a pressure on them, but I think South Africa deserve to be favourites from all the cricket I've seen of this World Cup. Do. But I don't think there's that much in it. Like, it's maybe 54 to 46. There's not. It's not that I see one team as a massive favourite in this tournament.
Yeah, but I mean, what we've just been saying, as far as New Zealand are concerned, players. We've been naming Kerr and Carson and Mayer in terms of with the ball. We haven't mentioned Tahu, but I think those 3.
Very experienced.
And then you pick up Plymouth, we've talked about as well, Gaze, and then you've got Kerr, Devine and Bates. So there's enough there. No one has been hugely outstanding, but there are contributions coming again, exactly what you're saying, from a number of points throughout the team.
Yeah, and I think a positive for New Zealand is, other than Devine in the opening game of that big 3, Bates, Kerr, Devine, they've yet to really find top form with the bat. And you can hold on to that. I'd like to just spare a thought for Sunala Jafta, the South African keeper, who has yet to bat and yet to face a ball in the tournament.
Well, that's the dream, isn't it?
That means your top order's going pretty good.
Well,
isn't it? It's the dream.
New Zealand will be hoping she does get a bat.
Just a keeper.
That's right.
Yeah.
Just a keeper.
Yeah, that's what I do. I didn't bring my bat this tour. Didn't bring my bat to the World Cup. Who needs it? All right. Well, we're biased, so we'll go with New Zealand. We'll go with the heart. Do you honestly think the South African men's history leaks into the thinking of the women's setup, Jarrod?
No, but
because I know if I was out there, I'm reminding them of.
Do you know what? I thought they a couple of times in their history they've had very good chances and they've given them away. One was the semi-final in the 2017 tournament against England, where Anya Shrubsole came out batting at number 8 to hit the winning runs, and South Africa had that game a couple of times in their grasp. They're not as experienced as other South African sides. You know, Shabnam Ismail and Lizelle Lee and Dane van Niekerk and Dupreza,
Yeah.
all those are the players who South African women's cricket has been built on. None of them are there. So you got Marizanne Kapp and obviously Laura Wolfart is very young but incredibly experienced. They don't have that depth. So I think having a couple of words in their ears. Who was it? Was it Kyle Mills who was the 12th man who was sledging Faf du Plessis?
He's fined.
Yeah.
Fined.
I'm just saying, a little bit of sledging from the 12th out there. You get in their ears a little bit.
He was fined. He wasn't even playing the game.
Yeah, don't you think? Maybe we can
They might as
recreate
well
some of
fine
that.
the bus driver.
Fly him in for Waterboy.
I
Designated Waterboy.
I think mentioning their history is fair in this kind of thing.
But we're nice. We're nice. We don't do that.
Well, except for that game I just
We
mentioned.
don't do that.
I think the other thing is I like bowling teams in World Cup finals, and I think that definitely
So do I.
we have said that New Zealand is the bowling team. So I think that's why there's not much between it, all things considered. But the issue is going to be that New Zealand have really been defending a lot of very low totals outside of that really good score against India. If you defend a low total against South Africa, you have to bowl at the top of your game, right? There's no margin for error. And New Zealand weren't quite at the top of the game against West Indies. If it wasn't for Kerr taking Dotton's wicket, they probably would have lost that game.
The other thing is, haven't South Africa chased very well? Just occurs to me in this tournament.
Yeah.
If they have to bat first,
No,
will they pace it nicely, and not having a target, they have to come up with the target themselves. That can sometimes be a little bit more difficult for those who suddenly find themselves having to set.
I think you're right.
And to go how hard.
Yeah, if you look at the Australia losing to South Africa and England losing to West Indies, both of those occasions, and I would even put New Zealand in this semi-final, those 3 games, the teams did not go hard enough early on. And early in the tournament, it was impossible to bat under lights. All the teams are getting rolled under lights. It doesn't look that way anymore. So I think, yeah, if you can start with your strength, which is bowling for New Zealand, and get South Africa in early, I think that does change the dynamics a little bit as well. And then that means that when Bates and Kerr and Devine and Plimmer are batting, they know what the total is, which is a little bit different than some of the other games where, you know, we talk about that game against Pakistan where they made 110. I think Pakistan, if they had the full 20 overs to chase that rather than having to do it in net run rate, I think they might have taken that a little bit closer. So I think batting second will help New Zealand in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, but you can't say that, can you? Because
No, that's
New
how you do
Zealand
it.
have
You just decide,
put
don't you?
They put themselves in that position by playing good cricket earlier in the tournament. That's why that win against India in the first game was just enormous.
I see, that was
enormous for them.
And that was the game when I think their batting order worked in its best, the best version of itself, because they got themselves in. They've got a lot of good starts through their openers, and then Devine went a bit crazy at the end and just took that game beyond India. So we have seen them bat well first. I just think that in the last couple of weeks, or the last week of this tournament, I think the pitches and the conditions have changed a little bit. I think now you'd much prefer to bat second, whereas earlier in the tournament you wanted to bat first.
A very good morning to you. It is talkSPORT 2. It is SENZ radio in New Zealand. It is the final day of this incredible test match between India and New Zealand, and we do have a delayed start, but I have good news for you. We are going to be underway in 20 minutes time, so it is a delayed start, but we do have a scheduled start. Very good morning to you. I'm Andrew McKenna alongside Jarrod Kimber. We've also got Dan McHardy and Jeremy Coney, of course, on the broadcast again today. So we're going to be underway in 20 minutes time for the pursuit of 107 runs for New Zealand to win what has been one of the most incredible test matches. And that's a phrase we're using an awful lot at the moment, Jarrod Kimber, which isn't bad for a sport that's supposedly dying.
It's been an incredible couple of weeks, really, or maybe a month and a half now, when you look at Bangladesh beating Pakistan as well. So, yeah, look, it's it's great that we're getting some play. Might be nice, not that we want to sit here around all day as fans and the media. It might be nice if maybe there's some time pressure at some stage as well. Let's turn this into a T20 chase on a tricky wicket, Macca. But no, look, I still think India have an outside chance of doing something. A couple of early wickets here, and we could have a lot of fun.
Well, there may be some time pressure comes into this because it might be brought about by the weather itself. We've already had a delayed start. What I do have to tell you is that there is still a pretty thick level of cloud above the stadium in Bengaluru. So it might be that there could be some more weather on the way, and therefore the New Zealand approach might be to get on with things when they get out there, because first things first, you don't know how much play you're actually going to get. And then, as you boys have been talking about for the last few days, the cracks on this pitch are so big. I mean, Jeffrey Boycott used to put his car key down there. He'd be losing the entire front wing if the vehicle. So you don't want to be out there for too long.
So the cracks are one part. We also know that there's been sideways movement in the morning, and anytime there's been moisture, there's been sideways movement. There's inconsistent bounce just on the normal part of the wicket, even if you don't look at the cracks as well. Like the odd one is bouncing up. We had a ball yesterday from Matt Henry that pitched on the 8-metre mark and would usually bounce about 1.3 metres high. It bounced 32 centimetres. So that's less than 1.3 metres for those of you who need mass. So we haven't seen the full variable bounce play a huge part in this game, but we're another day in, Macca. So moisture in the morning, sideways movement off this pitch. You know, there's a few things that could definitely change things quite quickly here. It's also possible that Conway continues to bat like he did in the first innings, and it's a walk in the park. So let's see. But I think the moisture content seems to have been maybe one of the things that has dominated the ball movement more than anything else. And, having rain in the morning is probably not the worst thing for India. But they might not want that. If there is any patches out in the outfield, they might not want the ball to get a little bit wet either.
So the covers came off round about half an hour, 40 minutes ago. The umpires called an inspection for 15 minutes after that. And essentially both teams were going to be on straight away, because as soon as those sheets left the middle, all of the backroom staff with all of their bags and kit for the warm-up were straight out onto the outfield to get themselves up and ready and underway as soon as possible. So they were always pretty convinced, as long as the umpires didn't find any particular damp spots on the outfield, it seemed that both teams were happy enough to go about things and get us underway. So I'll keep repeating, we're going to be underway at 5:45 in the UK and in New Zealand, 10:15 Indian time. Well, we mentioned the New Zealand approach. Well, we've got a chance we can bring in Dan and Jeremy Coney as well. So, gentlemen, how do you think New Zealand approach this one? Are they going to go into white ball mode to get this one done and dusted as soon as possible, or is it just a case of whatever you need to do so to get that all-important win?
I might leave that one through to the keeper, and the former Test captain might be best positioned to answer that.
Terrific. I hope you answer when I call you through for a single. Look, I think that the New Zealanders won't do that. Not as an initial sort of idea about how they're going to play. They will do the usual things that they do, I hope. You know, it's still a ball coming at you that you've prepared for. If it's a good one, you do the usual thing and defend it. If it's loose or short or full, you attack it. Don't freeze and suddenly make this a different game. Take every run you can. If your will is that you want to be aggressive and take the attack to the bowlers, do so. I don't think Phillips should play in a different way. For example, if India get down to him, I don't think there's any need to change the order at this stage of the match and of their innings, you know, to suddenly, you know, promote a big hitter. There's none of that needed. So I just think that there's enough time so far, and you can't worry about the clouds. I think that's something that just happens if it does. And so, take everyone, be alert, call clearly, do the simple things well. There will be uncertain moments. I will say that, and there will be nerves, particularly of those who are not out at the middle yet. That's worse than actually being out there, because your imagination can take over. But once you're out there, you've practiced to do it, get in and do it, you're a professional at what you do.
Well, runs should come, Jarrod.
Sorry, that was a boring answer. That didn't excite either of you, I can see that.
Oh, don't be so hard on yourself, Jeremy. I'm sure they listen to a couple of words.
I'll be hard on you, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can tell you over the last two innings, Jeremy, 864 runs have been scored at 4.54 runs and over. So
that's not helpful.
No, it means if you extrapolate that out, you need 23 overs to reach 107. So I think you just play normally. Conway's been pretty positive. There's a brand new ball, 4 balls old. So
that's one reason.
I think runs will come at a reasonable rate, but it's also preventing Boomer's opening spell. He got a couple of balls late last night to move quite alarmingly, but in both directions now, didn't he? So. Yeah. All those old sort of fashion notions of getting through the new ball, but the way Devon Conway, who's been in a long malaise, has played in the last couple of innings, I think he'll be looking to score freely and play a more positive game. When Tom Latham just always plays the way he does.
Yes, he does.
He'll look to establish an innings. So I don't think they can think too much about the weather with the target of 107, gentlemen. So hopefully combined, you've at least got a semblance of an answer there.
So, Captain, if you're now going to put your India hat on as opposed to a New Zealand one, we obviously know that there's 2 balls of Jasprit Bumrah's over to finish. Who are you sticking on at the other end?
Siraj. Absolutely. New ball, start of a day, cloud cover, just had some rain. Only thing that's not happening there, all those the lights, no, they're not on, they're not required yet. But certainly you'd go with those. I mean, those 2 for me anyway. If I was involved in the whole thing, I'd be very surprised if the spinners came on immediately. You really want to ideally to break the back of get to say 2 or 3 down if you can with this new ball. It's kind of been a semi-new ball wicket in a way, is that every time the new ball has arrived, wickets have fallen. And in the morning session, the Indians, for example, on the second day of the game, when they were playing, day 3, it did bounce a little bit more. And Siraj got 2 wickets and Bumrah got 2 wickets. So New Zealand lost their middle order through those 2 bowlers early on in that second morning of the game. So there's no reason to feel that India are out of this game yet, merely because there's only 100 runs to get. If they claim early wickets and New Zealand are, say, 4 for 50, as I've just described, the game is on. And that's when you might bring your spinner in.
Which spinner, though? Because they used Jadeja
I would use Jadeja.
last, which none of us understood in the first innings.
Yeah, I'd bring him in first.
Yeah. I don't think they will. I think they'll bring Ashwin if they don't get early wickets, because that will be 2 left-handers at the crease. I think he's a slightly better new ball bowler. So I think what you might see is 2 overs from Bumrah, 2 overs from Siraj. If Siraj doesn't look like taking a wicket, they'll bring Ashwin on, and then they will maybe then from that end they will play with that for a little bit. But I don't think we'll have to wait too long for Jadeja if things aren't going their way as well.
Just to keep
what
everyone
Jadeja does.
Sorry, Jeremy. Just to say, just as you were saying, the lights aren't on. They have just started to power up the lights. So now, of course, what that might do is create some extra heat in the atmosphere, and therefore it could do a little bit more. So I'll just throw that one into the equation for the time being. Sorry, carry on, Jeremy.
Jadeja, the reason I would pick Jadeja is that he'll make them play the ball. The ball coming back into the left-handers is just as dangerous. If there's variable bounce, he can use the right arm over foot marks that he can pitch and use as a target. I mean, it's a close run thing. They've both got lots of wickets. They've both done well.
It's not a bad decision
India,
to have to make, is it? I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know who I'm going to give it to.
Yeah. Take the Porsche or the Ferrari to work today. Which one?
So look, I mean, it's a very nicely set up day actually. Obviously, India would have liked to have got another, say, 80 or 90 runs to play with, to put that pressure on that I think Jarrod mentioned, just in terms of run making and being a bit more consistent and needing more time to get there. But it's not. And so it is what it is that confronts India, and they've got to start attacking, have enough people in the slips. No point, you can't defend the ground, can you, when you're only got 100 to defend?
Is it just getting darker, Macca, or just? I know the lights have been turned on now. Just looks like to me there's another cloud coming in. I don't know if that's about to change anything, but it just looked like there was something coming. Just as New Zealand's about to go out and bat.
Let's hope not. Let's really hope not, because as we keep saying it has been such a stunning test match for all of the days so far. And who would have thought that when we lose an entire day on day one and then India bowled out for 46, we'd be here 3 days later starting this final day, getting ready to give it all a real run with, well, 2 results possible. I think we're taking the draw out of the equation, but if the weather comes back in, then the draw comes back into it. But it looks like a win or loss outcome in this situation at the moment. So just to remind everyone where we are going to be underway in 10 minutes time. It is a delayed start. The covers were on until about 40 or so minutes ago, but we're going to be up and running with a 2.25 hour session starting at 5:45. Well, you would imagine that session could take a big chunk out of whatever today's going to be, one way or the other, Jarrod.
Yeah, I suppose the only way that it gets extended outside of the rain is if the ball is really doing something. So, to go back to the start of this test match, I think India was scoring at 1.3 runs and over or something in the first session. So there is maybe a possibility. We saw Bumrah bowling yesterday, and the ball was just uncontrollably swinging for him. It was moving so far in the 4 balls that we saw. So there is a possibility that it is so deadly to bat that it slows New Zealand down a little bit. But I just don't think that's likely. I go back to what Dan was saying. Teams have been scoring at about 4.5 runs and over. And the one thing I would say is the ball is coming onto the bat very well. We saw with Ashwin yesterday, even when it was moving and everything, he still had the ability to flick balls over the top. So I would assume it's going to be a 23 over or less game.
In terms of world cricket, let's sort of throw this one in at the moment. Obviously, we've had the recent Pakistan home defeats. I know they've managed to turn one around recently. But what would it say to cricket around the rest of the world that if Pakistan and India were to lose home test matches within the space of a few weeks of each other, would this be a sort of fairly sizable result and shock around the world, Dan?
It's an interesting question, maybe less so about Pakistan, because they've had their issues at home now for an extended period of time, and it's probably a true reflection on their current state. Did I hear Sam Allard talking to Harmy saying they've got 27 selectors?
That is the latest estimate, I believe, yes.
Right. I'm not sure if that was a tongue-in-cheek comment. I nearly fell off my chair when I heard that. So I think Pakistan have some major issues as far as off-field and on-field. Certainly the talent is not to the level that we associate with them. India have been to such a dominant force at home that this is more of a surprise to me. The general New Zealand cricket fans' thoughts of this, especially after the Sri Lankan series where they were obliterated in the second test, coughed up a winnable test in number 1. I think New Zealand fans in a lot of ways were prepared to hide behind the couch for 3 test matches because expectations were quite low. But New Zealand were world test champions as recently as 2011, Jeremy. But there's been a bit of a turnover of player and talent, and we thought it was a bit of a reloading period. Whether it's an indication that things are going to be rosy further down the road, it will just do wonders for, I just think, the self-belief of the team and a new captain in Tom Latham.
I'm not sure we can read too much. You can make too much of these things, and it's a natural thing to want to do, of course. But for me, it's been a very interesting Test match. I was just saying before you guys arrived that it's been anything but linear, this game, and India could still win today. Or, as you've just said, the rain could have its say. But if India lose, then the most obvious conclusion that you could reach is that they got it wrong at the toss. That's as simple as that. The pitch was under cover for days. The overheads were dank and dark and bleak, and the lights were on. Even Rohit Sharma himself, as the captain who won the toss, said it'll be grippy.
Sticky.
And sticky, describing the pitch. In other words, batting may be awkward. What was unsaid, it seemed to me, was the words in the spaces around what he said was, we think we can outlast the difficulties here and still get a competitive score. And in doing so, one, he overestimated India's batting, and two, he underestimated New Zealand's seam attack. And so 46 runs later, they were so far behind in the game that even New Zealand's frail batting and long tail, because they picked three seamers, managed to get a lead of 356, and that meant that India required 550. That's the 300 in debit plus 200 more, or 600 if you want to go to that far, in their second innings, and they had to do it à toute vitesse, which is high speed.
Sorry?
Which they did with
okay?
their run rate.
Was that Norwegian poetry?
No, it wasn't. That was French, mate. Thank you. There was only 2 days and 1 session remaining when they started batting their second innings, and then they had to bowl out the opposition. So 2 and a bit days. They needed cricket on steroids. And in a 4-day match, I'm really surprised Rohit Sharma hasn't worked out. This game, after the first day is washed out, you want to bat only once in a 4-day game.
Yes.
And you usually bat second. Why? To supply your bowlers with a rest. So you put the other team in first, you then bat once and bat well, getting a sizable lead, and then your bowlers are ready to come out again and wipe the opposition off. That's the way you play a 4-day Test match. Now, use the greenish pitch, the grippy pitch, or whatever they want to call it. Use the overheads to your advantage, and then as the pitch eases up, as it did for New Zealand, build their big score, and the bowlers put their feet up, and then you bowl the opposition out again. I'm very pleased it's happened this way. From a New Zealand perspective, it's made the viewing very interesting. But, their decision to bowl first was made awkward by the fact they selected 3 spinners, but they could have used the 2-finger spinners we've talked about, Jadeja and Ashwin, as a 3rd seamer, and they would have done just as well. So that's my feeling about why we've arrived and why India have arrived where they are at now.
Daniel McHardy, Jeremy Coney with us.
End of the lesson.
Yeah,
sorry, here's the end of the lesson.
Yeah, I was about to say, do I agree? There you go.
And I'll translate that for Jarrod, who struggles with English at the best of the time.
That's another...
Right, players are on the way, umpires are on the way. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the time being. We are about to get going for day 5 of this Test match. It is live and exclusive coverage. It's India-New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and SENZ Radio in New Zealand. And one other thing to tell you as the umpires and the fielders come out is that Rishabh Pant is still not keeping wicket. I heard Jeremy Coney yesterday very unhappy after that 99 from Rishabh Pant, saying, well, hang on, if you're fit enough to basically make 100, you should be fit enough to keep. Well, they've not been able to work on him overnight, so it is still Jarrell with the gloves on, Jarrod Kimber.
I actually think, well, looking at the way Rishabh Pant was moving, he won't be playing in the next Test. So I'm not surprised he didn't. I don't know if you saw him go out, but when was kind of about 40 seconds after he went out, trying to get up the stairs. He did not look like a man who was moving particularly well. He put it all on the line to almost steal a second run to get his 100, and I think he hurt his knee even more towards the end. But doesn't matter. This is about New Zealand not losing wickets right now. Jasprit Bumrah has the ball. He has it for 2 more deliveries. Mohammad Siraj just licking his lips out there. And I mean literally licking his lips. This is not a sports cliche. But it's going to be Latham to continue to face. And we are about to find out, I think, very quickly how realistic it is for India to put any pressure back on New Zealand.
Latham and Conway ready to go. Jasprit Bumrah is literally rubbing his hands together.
I've got some news for you. We've lost 7 overs so far today.
Okay.
So New Zealand only have the 91 overs now. So if they do go at less than a runner over, it could come into play.
They need to get a move on. They need to get a move on. Right, the noise goes up. And Jasprit Bumrah is on the way. Comes in and bowls right arm over and beats the batter first up. He turns round. He's looking straight to umpire Gough, saying Tom Latham has got an edge on that. He hasn't. But there's plenty of movement early doors, Jarrod.
I'm not sure what he was appealing for. I think he was appealing based on the fact that was a very good delivery. Angled across. Let's just have a look. A little bit of a wobble ball here. Does it hit anything? It goes off the flat. He's missed that by about the same distance we are from the New Zealand commentary team. You could drive a small truck and maybe some sort of a flatbed through the gap, but it's a beautiful delivery.
What is noticeable, I'll mention that in a minute, Bumrah is in once again, and it's coming back in, hits him on the path, he's out, OBW! Second ball of the day. Latham is reviewing it. Is he? Yep. Or is he tapping his bat?
No,
yes, he has officially reviewed it. I think he's saying he's got an inside edge on that. I'm not sure. That was swinging.
There's 2 noises. I'm not 100% sure what that second noise was, Andrew McKenna, but there was definitely 2 noises that we heard coming through. It was straight, wasn't it? A little bit high, perhaps, on a wicket with extra bounce, but let's have a look at the first replay. Wobble ball again, but fairly straight seam. Oh, it's nipped back a mile.
He's not hit that.
He's not hit it, and that's going to be out.
Okay, just rock
that
back,
is
please.
going to be out. Tom Latham is gone. What a start for India.
Okay,
I'd be shocked if this bounces over the top. Tom Latham's not the tallest man. It's hit him right on the crease line on the
knee roll.
Knee roll itself.
Right, so Richard Illingworth has decided that. Now he goes for the pitch man.
How do you play that ball, by the way? Oh, what a delivery. We've just seen the Hawkeye. That has come from wide on the wicket. Was aiming across to probably miss the stumps by about a foot and a half. And it is like a leg spinner, Andrew McKenna. Landed and then jagged back in straight. There is nothing any batter in the world could do when you face a ball at that pace and it moves that much. And suddenly, India are back in the game, and aren't you glad you got up early in the morning for this one day?
Absolutely. Jasprit Bumrah, a wicket maiden, spread over 12 hours or so. But what a start. New Zealand 0 for 1. Now, the other thing I was going to mention before that delivery, when we saw the first ball of the day, was you could see on both sides of the ball the reflection of the floodlights, which gives you an idea that it is still pretty dark because the lights in the ground are reflecting off of the lacquer on the ball. Well, this is not going to be easy. 107 in 90 odd overs. It is a final day of a test match. And New Zealand 0 for 1, trying to make 107. Just the start you do not want. Will Young has made his way out to the middle. It will be Conway on strike though, as that was the final ball of the over, and Mohammad Siraj is coming in, charging in down the leg side. Jarrod's going to have to go away to his right hand side and take that no run.
Horrendous ball to start with, but what I would say is that moved a lot again. That was, he got that wrong. If that was to Will Young, there's a good luck playing that because it was angling in and then jagged away, but it was down the leg side. But there was a lot of movement here. They will not be nervous at all about taking Siraj out if they don't think he's going to. I just don't know how you play. They're just showing the Bumrah ball again. I just don't know how you play that. But they won't be nervous at all about just yanking Siraj out of the attack violently, especially because they will think that Ashwin or Jadeja now.
In goes Siraj once again. That's leg side-ish to Conway. It's taken on by Sarfraz, has run in and has got himself onto the playing strip, turns round and is appealing to the umpire, who still says, no, it doesn't matter how you appeal, it's still not out. 0-1 it remains.
I love Sarfraz's intermittent energy because he's quite a stoic batter. Like, he doesn't move around, that much. Solid build. But just every now and again, he's so excitable. I mean, how he thought from mid-wicket he could see that was going to be out, I don't know. Siraj doesn't understand the LBW laws, although I did see an LBW that was worse than that, given in the Nepal-USA game, which Nepal came back to steal. A right-arm bowler coming around the wicket got an LBW against Aaron Jones, the right-hander. So I suppose it's a day for it.
Siraj is in. That's outside of off stump. Conway plays that late into the gully, where Jadeja will field, and there is no run. The ball is swinging after the first couple of from Siraj. You saw Jarrell and KL Rahul in the slip cordon do that signal that all cricketers around the world, you get your two fingers, you give it, it's swinging, it's doing it. The bowlers are in the game.
First ball off the middle of the bat this morning, that one as well?
Yeah. 2 slips and a gully. Virat Kohli, KL Rahul, the 2 slips, and Jaiswal in the gully. In goes Siraj. That's down the leg side, off the pad, well fielded by Jarrell, the keeper. He gets round to prevent the leg bye. Still no runs on the board, and that 1 wicket down.
I tell you what, Conway was 1 step from being run out then. So the ball hit his pad. He wasn't sure exactly where it went, and he did that sort of, that drift you do when you're like, I don't think I'm LBW, but I think there's a run here somewhere. And he took an extra step. And Will Young took just a little bit too long to say no, and Jarrell was onto it in a flash and threw it back. I think Conway would have got in, but there wasn't a lot in that, Macca. This is fun.
It is indeed. Siraj in, right arm over once again. Coming forward is Conway, just drops it right at his toes, and there is no run.
Tentative, that shot. Very, very tentative from Conway. It's a forward defence. It's ended up just dribbling not far from the crease. He had to watch the ball to make sure it wasn't going to run back, but it ended up going a little bit in front of him rather than behind. It's good energy here. We haven't seen any dragonflies yet, but we'll keep you updated.
There's been millions, haven't there? Absolutely millions.
A lot of dragonflies. Oh, wait. Maybe a couple in the background.
Yep. Buzzing around Devon Conway as he waits for the final ball of this Siraj over. He's solidly in behind this one. Played up to Sarfraz at short mid-on. The second over of the innings is complete. The first full over of the day. New Zealand are still to open their account in the runs column. They've lost the first wicket though. Jasprit Bumrah getting Latham LBW to the second ball of the day. The 6th ball of the innings for a 6-ball duck.
12 balls, 0 runs, 1 wicket. Really good news for India here is that Siraj looks on complete rhythm. Sometimes we see in these situations he comes in and he struggles with his length or his line, and he's an incredible rhythm bowler. I think his best ball is as good as pretty much anyone in world cricket, and his worst ball is quite often just wide half volleys. So he looks okay, so that's another good sign for India. Just keep the pressure on, the tension at both ends. Bumrah not a great new ball bowler generally, and Tom Latham probably doesn't want to hear that right now after facing a leg spinner from him at 90 miles an hour last over.
So Will Young's about to face his first ball. 3 slips and a gully behind him as Jasprit Bumrah goes in and bowls an absolute seed of doom. Swings in, hits the seam and seams away, and Virat Kohli at slip still got his hands on his head 10 seconds after the ball was into the keeper's gloves. I do not know how you're supposed to play that.
Well, he played it about as well as you can. It was angled in, and he covered his off stump a little bit. No, he's covered his off stump, I'll give him that, and it's just moved away. There's, as you said, there's nothing that Will Young is going to do with that one. Beautiful bowling from Jasprit Bumrah again. He has been thinking about what to do all night, and he's doing it.
Bumrah starts in once again past umpire Goff. That's down the leg side. That can be clipped down to a deep backward square. Should be a couple, and will be. Kuldeep is the man stationed down at long leg. So New Zealand are up and running. The target 107, it's just 105 more now. Boy, it's not going to be easy to get there though, based on the first 10 minutes or so of today's action.
Just having a look at the first two balls, I think what the TV cameras are trying to show us is those first two balls pitched in the same place. One of them ended up going through about, what, a foot and a half, maybe 2 foot wide of off stump, and the other one was coming back to hit middle 3/4 of the way up.
Well, that's the whole thing about the new ball, isn't it? If it hits the string, it can grip in the surface, and the way this surface is, it's not a surprise, it's gripping in it.
But New Zealand will be happy. The first loose ball that you could get some runs off. I know Siraj bowled one down the leg side, but it's going to be hard to get any bat on that one. But the first loose ball that they get some runs from, they have. Feel comfortable there.
Bumrah prepares and now comes in once again. Right on, that's the in-swinger, and that went like a big in-swinger as well. Young plays that soft hands just down into the gully wedge Icewall Fields, and there's no run.
So he's now swung the ball violently and seamed it viciously, and those things have happened in two different directions, Macca. So you're right, he held that for an in-swinger and it came back into the middle-ish of Will Young's bat, but a lot of movement on that ball.
It's like Headingley in April all of a sudden. Although probably a little bit warmer. I'll say probably, because obviously the Yorkshire Tourist board will be happening otherwise. Bumrah for the fourth ball of the over, goes in right arm over, and again it's another in-swinger. Young is in behind it, just playing it out on the onside. They say about T20 and the 100 competition, every ball's an event. It feels like that at the moment with this test match.
That was a ridiculous pull. You said the last one was an in-swinger. That seems to have gone about an extra foot and a half in the air. Did that hit his glove, do you think?
Yes.
So
it sounded soft, didn't it?
It did. Just an let's see if there's any bounce. Yep, right into his glove. I tell you what, that's hit his glove kind of before he's played the shot, Macca. His bat isn't even in play, so it's beaten him for pace, it's beaten him for bounce, and it's beaten him for swing.
Good luck, mate. Bumrah for the fifth ball of the over is fully. He's going for that swing. Young is there, though, pushing it back down the pitch, and the bowler fields in his follow-through, no run.
Interesting that he's decided that the in-swinger is the way to go, so I'm not sure if he's trying to set Will Young up for something, or what the situation is, but he's perhaps pushed him across the crease a little bit at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised now if he tries to take the next one away.
Well, even if he just goes straight,
yeah,
that'll be enough.
That top of off ball might be the one he's looking for right now.
Been 3 sips in place for the whole of the over. Sarpras has gone in at third. Jasprit goes in, and that is the straighter one. It bounces, and Will Young does nothing with it, essentially. He drops his hands, allows it through to the keeper, Jarrell, and there is no run. End of the over. 3 overs gone. New Zealand 2 for 1, trying to make 107. It's live and exclusive coverage of India, New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and SENZ Radio in New Zealand.
It's not often Bumrah gets something wrong, but he's just got that, I'd say, maybe a metre too short and 30 centimetres too wide. I think if Will Young has to play that, that ball, that might have been a chance for India. But in the end, it was still a good ball, but Will Young could leave it. And so, just for a moment, let's just all settle down. Nothing's happening. Just the 2 runs, the 1 wicket in 3 overs. They might not get this in 23 overs at the moment.
Might not be in double figures in 23 overs like this. Siraj in, that's on the leg stump. Conway can clip that through square leg. That'll be a couple. Bumrah does the fielding out on the boundary, and New Zealand have doubled the score. 4 for 1, trying to make 107.
I'd like to see where he's taken this from. Gary's just sent us through that Conway averages 20 in the 4th innings of Test matches. That felt to me like he whipped that very much from off stump, out to backward square leg. I mean, they've got a couple for it. Interested to see. India didn't seem that excited, but didn't seem like a bad ball to me. They've got someone catching. Is it Sarfraz? I can't tell in there. At like a catching square leg.
Yeah, it's a sort of not short leg, but 10 metres back. In goes Siraj. What a beauty to Conway. Keeper's gone 2 metres to his right, what he thinks is going down the leg side, and then the ball has seamed away, and he's had to turn around and then take it going back towards the slips, who were trying to appeal for the catch. And Jarrell is saying, look, can I just concentrate on taking this ball? Because that is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pitched outside leg stump and missed off. Will Young's come down with a bit of a laugh, as if to say, don't worry about that one. You weren't supposed to do anything with that one. That has completely squared him up. Beautiful delivery. Wow. Probably Siraj's best for the day.
Siraj is in. It's leg side-ish. It takes Conway on the pad or low on the thigh pad. Rolls out on the onside, and there's no run. 4 for 1 it remains.
The other thing is, Siraj is not bowling quick. It's about 130 kilometres an hour, but both him and Bumrah just seem to be rushing the batters a little bit. The ball's just coming on a little bit quicker than they expect. So just there, we saw again, Conway just slightly late on that one. If that was a little bit straighter, that would have been an interesting ball, but a little bit too much down the leg side from Siraj.
A delayed start, but India wasting no time to get into this final day's play. Siraj is on his way once again, bowling to Conway. He's played it with the inside half of the bat down the pitch to the bowler, and his follow-through no run. Should just mention that when we came on air earlier on, I mentioned that there were some pretty heavy set clouds over Bengaluru. Well, there is actually now some sunshine, and there are some shadows around. So let's hope that that stays for the duration. New Zealand 4 for 1, trying to make 107 to take a 1-0 lead in this 3-match series. Or can India produce the comeback of all comebacks? In goes Siraj once again. Now that one goes away. Conway has a little fence at that one, didn't really need to. And the concern is that that died on the way through to the keeper, and it's actually been taken by Jarrell after it's bounced once again to him.
Did seem a long way in it. Conway went out of his way. It might have got to Jarrell on the full in the end, did it? But if it was just on the full. Conway really did his best there to try and edge that as well. If he had have got an edge, it probably does drop short. But not a good shot by Devon Conway, but that seemed viciously.
Final ball of the over. Siraj makes his way in, past umpire rifle, and Conway, well, leaves it. It's not a million miles away from the off stump, but as they say, there are two types of leave, good ones and bad ones. The good ones, you're still there for the next delivery, and Conway will be that. It is 4 for 1 at the end of the 4th over of this New Zealand innings, as they are in pursuit of 107 to win this game. Strap yourself in if you're in Auckland, Wellington, Dunedin, wherever you may be. And Dan McHardy and Jeremy Coney will be taking you through the next phase of this incredible test match here on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ Radio in New Zealand.
Thank you very much. Yes, live and exclusive and stressful coverage of India v New Zealand. 4 for 1, chasing 107. Latham the man out to an absolute picture-perfect bit of fast bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. Gone without scoring. Second ball of the day. He's bowling it to Young. Gets too straight, turned to backward square leg, and Young will collect a single. Help rotate the strike. Left-right combination going. 5 for the loss of 1. Hello, Jerry.
How are you, Daniel? All right?
Oh, mate,
very good start, India. Very good start, India.
Yeah.
Good pace. At movement, both in the air prior to pitching from Bumrah, and once it pitches from Siraj. So, very testing while you're starting your innings. Just got to know where your off stump is, make a good stride so they're getting caught a little bit on the crease, the New Zealand batsman.
Boomer from over the wicket bowling it to Conway. He's cramped up and, as he so often does, looks awkward as he defends, takes a hand off the bat when he's defending with the ball close in. We know the issues he's had with his hands over the years.
Yeah, it's he does have fragile fingers, doesn't he? I'm sure it's a case of, in South Africa, no milk in schools policy. But really, he just has not moved the feet when he defends. And the second thing is the hands go towards the ball, so it creates a chance to get an outside edge. The two edges of the bat are vulnerable.
Short lifting delivery down the leg side, taken by Jarrod, the substitute fielder and wicketkeeper.
If it's outside off, I've seen him bowled off an inside edge, just pushing forward, and he's generally got just one hand on the bat.
Just seen the two balls that Tom Latham faced. I don't know what you can do, Jerry. The first one moves away, he comes forward, trying to play, within his eye line, goes past the outside edge, and then the next ball rears back, swings back, hits the seam, goes further, hitting 2/3 the way up. Middle stump, flick the front pad, hit the back, and I assume that's the two noises he heard and why he reviewed, because it was plumb. Here's a beauty lifting delivery, hitting that backhand. Conway again, very theatrical hand comes off the bat, lucky for him. Ball doesn't balloon away, goes straight to ground through point, no run.
Yep, that's what we've seen for probably maybe, would you say 10 months? Maybe even longer. That's the type of thing that Conway is getting himself into when he defends.
That's lit too, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the cracks are wider, there's no doubt about that. That one's taken the glove. That's why it didn't carry.
Imagine if we'd had 4 full days of sunshine. How wide those cracks might be. Beautiful bowling once more from Boomer, but this is very well played by Conway, dropping the ball into the offside, getting a run. The throw to the keeper's end is missed. And, overthrows. They'll come back, will they? No, they won't. Will Young had run so far past the stumps, he couldn't turn and come back. So just a single. That's assured batting, just pushing it too far in front of Jadeja. We all know a splendid fielder, but Young was home. In fact, it hit Young. It hit Young, deflected away, and we all know New Zealanders are very nice. We don't take unwarranted runs.
Not about all, but yeah.
If they went to the boundary, probably hit it back, went to the boundary, probably would have given those runs back. I don't know, out of a side of goodwill and, just being the type of people we are.
A good run, though. I mean, from a batting situation when you are under pressure, which the two obviously are at the moment, every run, that's part of that, every run, if you see it, take the run if you can. The bonus is, of course, you get yourself off strike. Watch from the other end, it's called.
6 for 1, chasing 107, both Young and Conway on 3. 3 slips a gully, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg. As Bumrah bowls, to Young, gets to leg side. Leg glance, that should be 4. No, brilliant stop, full length. Right arm out, Mohammad Siraj. And that's what you need. Quality bowling, and you need to be excellent in the field. And Rohit Sharma's giving him a very long round of applause. 2 to Young, takes the score to 8 for the loss of 1, and the target is under 100.
Yeah, the bonus, of course, having the left-right hand is occasionally the bowlers will just miss their line a little bit, and you can see there that would have been quite good to a left-hander, but to the right-hander you can tuck it away. It was excellent fielding. Good dive. Slowed up just a tad, hasn't it? And those fine deliveries, that are picked off and go fine to the fine leg boundary, that area, they run much faster. So that's why it was a good effort from Siraj.
Yeah, plenty of rain overnight. Slow in the outfield. What an examination the New Zealand top order is getting from Jasprit Bumrah. Oh no, outstanding career. 170 plus wickets at 20. But only 46 at home, Jeremy. 126 of those test wickets away from home.
Well, how many games has he played then?
Just 11.
There you go. 11.
Average at home, though, 15.76. He bowls, keeps a little bit lower. So at Siraj, the start of the new over, of course, gets nice and tight to the stumps, targeting off stump, but Conway pushes up to mid-off.
So Bumrah, how many? Well, that means he won't have played many games at Bengaluru, will he?
This is just his second test at the venue. He struggles here. 10 wickets thus far at 9.
Yeah, okay.
He picked up only 1 in the first innings, 1 for 41 off 19. Tense faces across the Indian fielders, understandably so. They don't have a lot of runway to play with. 8 for 1. Siraj into his third over, none for 2. And beats the outside edge of Conway. He plays wide of himself, trying to push the ball into the cover region. And through to Jarrell behind the stumps. Good bowling.
That's tension and that's pressure that's doing that. He's normally a very good judge of where his off stump is. That is quite wide. I would say by the time it goes past the stumps, maybe 2.5 feet. Half midway, in other words, between the stump itself, the outside stump, and then the return crease. So that's just too wide for him to be looking to play at the moment. That's nerves, tension.
Conway waits, bat raised, trying to drive. This one keeps low, and I think it's gone under the bat, has it, Jerry? That will be even more disconcerting. We've seen some leap at Conway in the hands. That one keeps very low.
Yeah, well, the new ball exacerbates any kind of change of movement. This one's obviously bounce. It's hit a crack, and it's kind of about. It doesn't really bounce as much as you would expect with a new ball and a bowler bowling in perhaps his third over. So you've just got to get close to the ball, but look for line. At the moment, their openers number 3, they should be line players.
Siraj a little bit wider of the crease, full, driving as Conway can't beat the fielders. Mid-off is around. The captain fields, the crowd loves that. Previous ball landed about halfway to the keeper. A little replay. Now feed of Bumrah and Siraj's work this morning. We all know Siraj is a very good bowler, but he's gone past the outside edge himself. But it's a different level at the other end. All the New Zealanders will be wondering, how long will this new ball continue to swing and seam? Siraj goes back of a length into the ribcage of Conway. Defends down into the onside, no run.
How long will it last? Who knows? It could be 10, 15 overs max, I would have thought. You don't mind the short like that. New Zealand haven't had many of those at the moment.
No short legging either. Just got a replay. He almost takes his hand off the bat before it hits the bat.
Oh, yeah. Well, not both hands, though.
No, just one, the bottom.
Gravity comes into play.
It'd be an interesting way to play, dropping the bat. Conway waits. Leaves outside of off stump. It was a late decision to leave, but a good one. The end of the over, 8 for the loss of 1. New Zealand in pursuit of 107 to win the first of 3 test matches. Great to have your company, no matter where you might be listening, whether it's in New Zealand, the UK or elsewhere. Live and exclusive coverage of India and New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and SENZ Radio in New Zealand. Former New Zealand captain Jarrod Kimber alongside me, Daniel McHardy, Andrew McKenna, Jarrod Kimber. You'll hear from them over the course of the remainder of this test match, however long that may be.
Majority of deliveries have been just on a decent length, in other words, short of where you're playing forward, allowing it time to hit and to move if it's going to from the surface of this pitch. Some of them are keeping just a little bit lower than you might expect as a batsman.
Bumrah to start his 4th over, 1 for 6, 3 slips in a gully, remain behind the wicket. Full, straightening a little, but well played by Young. Over the top turns the ball into the vacant mid-wicket region to get a single. Moving to 6. 9 for the loss of 1. How long a spell can Bumrah have? Captain?
Well,
that's probably going through Rohit's mind too.
Okay, so this is the 7th over. They had 1 last night, didn't they? Well,
4 balls.
2 balls, yeah. So this is the fourth over. Bumrah's bowling, but he's had sort of 1 last night. So yeah, he can go, I would have thought, 6 or 7.
6 or 7.
And I think you know, while the ball is new, you're obviously wanting to use these 2 as much as you can.
Indian vice captain. In again from over the wicket. Oh, that leaps on Conway, deflects down and into the gully where Jaiswal fields. 137.8k. Sharp of pace, especially when you are moving the ball as well.
I don't think that's quite the danger length, though. It looks dangerous, doesn't it? But
well, Conway makes it look dangerous too.
He does, but he's got much more time to see it, to react. He could have let that go. And it is, you know, as I say, under pressure, you end up playing a lot more balls than you should.
Open stance from the left-handed New Zealand batsman. Gets a ball past the inside edge, hitting high in the thigh pad as it is nipped back off the seam. Deflecting to the square leg region, no run.
The thing you've also got to remember, I think, as a batsman, that things, while they feel tough at the time that you're playing, things do get easier. Things do improve. But just by lasting and staying out there, the ball gets a little older, the bowler gets a little bit more tired and fatigued. So it's just a question of just reminding yourselves of all those things you know, and seeing your way through ball by ball to get there.
Short leg going in. I like this, Jerry. Sarfaraz Ahmed. Khan. Sarfaraz Khan.
Oh, in close, absolutely.
In close, short leg going.
Yeah, that's fine.
And under the helmet.
If it's moving, you can get it a little inside edge onto your body, and it will carry that far.
So he's come out a 3rd slip. Under the helmet.
There's 3 slips in.
No, I was just about to finish. So they'll retain 3 slips though.
Okay.
Sarfaraz had been at 3rd slip. He's a man of many positions.
Designated bat
many
pad,
shots. He's quite deep though. Bumrah bowls full outside of off stump. Conway pushing tentatively up towards cover. No addition. It's great tension. This is wonderful theatre. The crowd really into it. This is unusual for home fans in India. The last touring side to chase 100 plus to win in India. South Africa, way back in 2000. Long time ago.
And what happened in that game?
South Africa made 164 for 6. New Zealand only need 107. Bumrah beating Conway. It was wide. It was very full. It was almost there to drive. He's tried to hit it square. The new ball zips past the outside edge.
Don't mind that. Okay, he's missed it, and it looks as if, you know, Bumrah once again has gone past the edge. But that's the sort of length I think that he could attack. He got a good stride in. He got the knee bent, which is good. Okay, he missed the ball. Look, Kohli, look, encouraging the crowd. My word.
Wave your fist at the crowd, Jerry.
At the what? No.
Well, the crowd responds.
Yeah, look, here he goes. Watch me, everyone.
Bumrah from around the wicket now. Bowls to Conway, comes forward, pushes straight back to the bowler. There's no run. Surely an energetic, engaged crowd, loud crowd, helps a team's performance.
Well, the crowd
9
can
for the
decide
loss of
that,
1.
can't they? Right, okay, that's fine.
You don't like connection between fans and team.
You've got 11 cricketers,
So
not 10
I
in the
disagree with you on
cheerleader.
that. Nothing wrong with that.
It's all right, yeah.
Into the over 9 for 1. Bumrah has 1 for 7 off 4. The target is 107. Tom Latham, the man out. LBW bowled Bumrah. Second ball of the day. Gone without scoring. Will Young has only faced 9 balls. Conway's done a lot of the work. He's faced 27. Young's looked very compact. Very versatile player. Has opened. Has it at 3 in the middle order. And 6 off 9.
Yeah, opens for Nottinghamshire over in England and has done quite recently. So he's used to the ball moving, the Duke's ball. In England, that is.
Siraj to continue, his 4th over. Full of length, drivable length, but just a push by Young back to the bowler.
Got the feeling he didn't really want to play that once he had. So he knew that was a little bit wide of the off stump. Conway giving him a bit of encouragement from the non-strikers end.
Wanders down. Now does Young, surveying the mosaic-looking surface. Lots of cracks.
There's a run to kind of Ashwin, I think, down to mid-on that area. So anything that's sort of leg stump, you can make sure you get a bat to. There's a single there.
Siraj bowls.
Like nearly there. You see Ashwin's come in.
Yeah, he snuck in. Was pushed to Ashwin, no run. So if anything, a fraction fuller you'd like to see both Siraj and Bumrah. Err on that half volley length, if anything. We saw Conway tried a square drive the previous over. He played.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
You don't mind that?
No, I don't. I can live with that. If you get at least he's looking to score. That shows to me that,
but that's the length you want India to miss too. Siraj, lovely balanced approach. He gathers and bowls, and the ball nips away from the right-hander who looked like he was going to follow, then pull back at the very last.
That's good, Young. So also that's a speed, it's 137, that didn't worry him at all. He was able to, in fact, to look to play and then to pull and withdraw the bat. Very important innings, isn't it, for Young at the moment? He's coming in to fill a vacancy and he's done a very good job so far. Thought he got a 30 odd, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah, 33. Got the score from 67 for 1 with Conway through to 142. Siraj bowls again, catching the outside edge of the bat but straight to ground into the gully region. Jaiswal fields. And it remains 9 for the loss of 1, chasing 107. Conway and Young out in the middle for New Zealand. And Coney made the points prior to the day's play. It's almost easier to be out in the middle than in the changing room where your mind can run wild.
Yeah, every time, of course, the batsman out in the middle is beaten. What did that do? Yes, there is a bit of that.
Oh, it's a nightmare out there. 2 balls remaining in the Siraj over. Once more, Young, very compact, coming forward. And then the ball right out of the middle of the bat, straight along the pitch, no run.
It's a pity we can't see perhaps the sort of the positions that the cover and the offside are taking up, how deep they are. Are they left-handers? Is it Jadeja and those kinds of players that we can say, well, the batsman will be thinking about the angle that the ball goes to and can they take a run?
Here.
Like the bat pad is, oh no, there's
Sarfaraz again. He's been given the helmet, so
he's the man who goes just in front either side, doesn't he? You're the new man. Pop that helmet on and get in close.
Right into this. Wonderful sounds. Siraj gets leg side, clipped away nicely by Young. It's square, long legs, very square. And Jasper Bumrah, I thought was going to cut it off, did not. There we have the first boundary of the innings to end the 8th over, taking New Zealand to 13 for the loss of 1. Young moves to 10. First big barrel boundary, big range, bigger deals.
Again, just a bit leg side. Well done, Young, just deliberately following it around. Comfortable stroke. Just the wrong line from Siraj to finish the over. So that means New Zealand now a 10th of the way there. Of course, they've lost a 10th of the wickets. So it's okay. And Young is looking at the moment quite calm. And he seems to be organised about the way that he's playing and getting forward. Kohli having a little bit of a chat to Siraj about the line that he's bowling.
Giving his appraisal maybe of Will Young's technique and where he should look to attack.
He might, but I think that...
But again, it was too short, wasn't it? It's going to hit high on the thigh pad. Drifts leg side. So top order players like it. New Zealand's last win in Asia was in Bangladesh in late 2023 in very similar circumstances. They needed 137 on that occasion. So a low fourth innings chase. Got home with 4 wickets in hand. 13 for 1 as Bumrah starts a new over. And Conway on the drive is beaten as the ball swings away from the left-hander.
Lovely delivery, isn't it? You think it's not going to go across me, that one. I mean, it's aimed outside the leg, something just angled away. I'm just waiting for the one that he got Latham with to bring one back at Conway. It's full enough that Conway thinks I can drive that. No, it's not on that angle.
Frustration. As we see the replays of the Indian fielders. Heads to the skies, hands on head. Conway drives nicely. Oh, better than that. I thought he'd picked out Ashwin. That races away and that dulls the crowd. 2 boundaries and 3 balls for New Zealand. 17 for the loss of 1. The first 4 for Conway, an assured stroke. And I think when he's at his very best, that cover drive is a great illustration. When he nears that peak. Not completely out of the middle, sort of the bat spun in the hands a little bit, but that will settle his nerves down
just
a lot.
Steered it through, steering stroke. Just opening the blade, just on contact. Replacing the front foot as the ball moved away slightly.
And under the helmet, I think it's just gone behind square now. Conway gets one into the top of the pad. It goes into the gully region, trying to turn the ball on the onside from the crease line into the gully. No addition. But in that small chase, Jerry, of 137 required, they got there with 4 wickets and they were 69 for 6. New Zealand, when they last won in Asia against Bangladesh about a year ago. In fairness, it's our colleague and former New Zealand international Grant Elliott, who was there. The television commentary said it was one of the worst pitches he'd ever seen. No team made more than 180. Here's Bumrah going past the outside edge from a short length. It's Conway. What, did he pull back at the very last? Not full enough. 17 for 1 it remains.
Did it go past the inside edge or was it an outside edge? Let's have a look and see. It's a shorter length. He's pulled it back this time. Now it's outside. It's missed the bat by quite a bit.
He's played the wrong line.
Yeah. Because of that hyper extension he gets, it also just feels a bit quicker too, I think. Quite hard to pick up.
He's battling himself here a little bit, Conway. Excellent in the first innings, making 91 off just 105 balls, remember. Wags back raised, Bumrah bowls, angling across. Could see that out of the hand, that was not going to threaten the stumps. So he leaves alone. Indian slip cord and start moving as if it's the end of the over. It is not, there's 1 remaining. Just getting a replay at the Tom Latham LBW. I'm sure he's now seen the replay 5 or 6 times and he's probably thinking to himself, how do I play that? What am I supposed to do to that?
No, that's pretty difficult. He's got the leg in the wrong place too, hasn't he? He hasn't adjusted it once the movement. It's got to be a very quick movement. He couldn't actually access that with his bat.
Bumrah Again, short of length, awkward-looking stroke here from Conway. He's trying to push the ball straight. It's gone off the face with the natural angle. It's gone through the gully, and it's going to gather speed. Jadeja motoring after it, will not get there. 2 fours in the over. The end of the 9th, and all of a sudden, just like that, New Zealand find themselves 21 for the loss of 1. Another big barrel boundary, big range, bigger deals. Devon Conway, body language odd. He's down on his haunches. He's crouched. Is he hurt?
Protecting the front pad. That was the shot, really, wasn't it?
Kept a little bit lower.
Bit lucky. A bonus. It was a bonus boundary from New Zealand's point of view. Take it, of course.
Lifts his helmet up. Sweat just pours out as if he's turned on the tap. But yeah, it was short length and it hasn't got up much more than knee roll. And that's what's made the stroke look so uncomfortable. Yeah. Siraj starts a new over, bowling very wide of the crease, angling back into Young. Turn to square leg, no run.
Siraj just starting to lift his pace into the 140s. He's been operating around about sort of 135, 138, that sort of area. That 140, starting the over. Yes, he's expected that to bounce a lot more, hasn't he? That's why.
It would have thudded into the pads and would have hit 2/3 the way up middle stump. I think it pitched outside leg. So you can certainly getting a lot of replays of it. Bat, bottom hand came off the bat. Siraj angling into Young, who plays it very late underneath his eyes, killing the ball softly into the gully. Conway at the other end taking some deep breaths. He reminds me of a guy who's playing club cricket on a Saturday morning who might have had a night out. He's like,
I don't think.
I should have played the rain card last night. I'm battling.
Exactly. Don't think I'll do. I know what I'm not doing next Friday night.
It's not 1988 all over again. Not 4 people are going to go downhill. Don't worry, Jarrod. I won't let you finish your story. Siraj too short again, and Young can leave on length as the ball does come back a fraction and sails high to Jarrell. Well, if body language was an indication of batsman's test records, Will Young would be a far, far superior player to Devon Conway. Minimum of fuss. He looks.
Well, he hasn't been facing Bumrah at the moment. No. Bumrah is providing a lot more.
Conway's aged.
Difficulty for the batsman than Siraj.
3 balls remaining in the over. Then we'll head back to Andrew.
That's just smart batting.
Jarrod Kimber, Siraj again, wide of off stump. Left alone, fuller of length. He's bowled every ball this over from very wide on. Was wide out. Was that the instruction from Virat, maybe? Don't know. It's been hard to get away in 4.4 overs. It's conceded just 6 runs. New Zealand needing 107 for the win, 21 for the loss of 1. The noise just on the wane, a touch from the crowd as Young comes forward, pushing upwards towards mid-on.
How does Rohit Sharma handle this in terms of his 2 main bowlers who are operating now? How far does he take them? And do they, in other words, do they both have to be taken off almost simultaneously? And suddenly you go from all seam, and that's the difficulty of not having the third seam.
Well, the Bumrah's recently back. You've got a tour to Australia in November. You've got to weigh up all of those things. Here's Young onto the front foot, pushing an open face to Jadeja at point. Genius from Jeremy Coney, asking a very, very good question just as we need to leave. So we'll leave it to the geniuses
we'll get
at talkSPORT 2.
We'll get
and Andrew and Mr. Kimber can handle that one. Over to you, lads, at the end of 10 overs. New Zealand
boys.
Chasing 107, a 21 for the loss of 1. Young is 11 and Young is 10, Conway is 11. Over to you, Macca.
Thank you, gentlemen. Blimey, what a 10 overs that was. 21 for 1. It's going to be a rough ride, folks. Strap yourselves in. Whichever way this goes, this is going to be entertaining. Bumrah is basically bowling hand grenades at the moment, it feels like. He's got the wicket so far. 1 for 15 from his 5. He's bizarrely, he's conceded more runs, but he's looked the one more threatening than Siraj.
Well, he went for 8 runs in that last over, and one of those was from a shot where Devon Conway was in midair with his feet crossed over, with one hand on the bat, managed to somehow get a 4 to backward point.
Bumrah to start his 6th, the 11th then. New Zealand trying to get to 107. Bumrah is in. It takes Conway on the back thigh as it nips off the seam again. And little inside edge onto that thigh. And there's no run, but well, at the moment everything is difficult in terms of batting, Jarrod Kimber.
I think Conway's got away with one there, hasn't he? That's inside edge onto the thigh, and where's that gone? About 2 metres short of Jaiswala Gully, was it, on third slip? And that hurt him as well. We've had 5 balls this morning aimed at the stumps, according to Hawkeye, and one of them's out.
Around the wickets is Bumrah to Conway. In he goes. Inside half of the bat, turning it towards mid-wicket, and he will take a single. Devon Conway is going to do the old adage, best way to play is from the non-striker's end. He gets up to the other end, 1 more to the total.
I'm just going to see a collection of... The reason he hasn't been bowling at the stumps as much to Conway is because he's basically been aiming at a big crack by the look of it, of which he's almost hit 100 times. And Devon Conway has somehow managed to not be dismissed from any of those balls. And the replay is balls flying up, balls coming back, balls keeping low, all from the same spot. And at one stage, Coley just looked back at Conway as if to say, how are you still here?
I mean, it shouldn't surprise you that a professional elite level athlete can bowl that many deliveries in such a small spot, but it's still incredibly impressive. He goes in once again and beats Young on the outside edge, the right-hander this time through to the keeper. No run. 22 for 1 it remains.
141.6 kilometres an hour, angled in. I'll just have a look if it hits anything off the wicket. It's a normal wobble ball. Yeah, it hits a crack and goes away. And Jarrell takes that at about, just at the bottom of his pecs. Pace, bounce, movement. Will Young's looked really good so far, mostly because he hasn't faced as much of Jasprit Bumrah.
I think it was Ted Lowe who was the snooker commentator. There was a 1-4-7 break, and it was the final shot, and he went basically, good luck, mate. That's kind of how this is, as Bumrah goes in once again, and Young gets one that's swinging away outside of off stump. Actually does bounce a second time before it gets to the keeper, and there is no run. But it kind of feels like that at the moment. You just say to the bloke at the other end, good luck.
If you're in New Zealand, you've had a couple of beers, enjoying the evening, maybe, thinking about what you're going to do with the rest of your night. And you look up and you go, 21 for 1. Oh, yeah, maybe I'll just come and watch the Kiwis win this test match. And then you suddenly put us in the ears. You're going to realise it's a lot different than 22 for 1 at the moment.
5th ball of this Bumrah over, in right arm over, solidly forward is Will Young. That's what you want to hear if you're in Auckland, Christchurch, Wellington, Dunedin, wherever you are at the moment. That's what you want to hear, the sound of a solid thud of bat on ball. Young is 10 from 24. 22 for 1, trying to make 107. The Dragonflies are absolutely all over the place at the moment, buzzing around everybody who's out on the field. Bumrah comes in once again and beats Young, all ends up, and nearly does Jarrell the keeper as well. He's gone a long way down the leg side and has to get a full Superman dive out to go back to his right, and takes it one-handed back where he was originally standing. It's the end of the over. It's 22 for 1. But jeepers, The seam position on that ball was perfect as it went past the stumps to suddenly mean, actually, no, I'm going to swing now. And it almost made a mug of the keeper.
He beat Will Young, but that was the normal part of the delivery. It was the fact that the seam then ended up straight and swung so violently. And if Young had got an edge on that, which is unlikely because it was a pretty good ball, but if Young had got an edge on that, I think Jarrell took it but actually dragged the ball on the ground, and it probably would have been given not out. Just incredible movement after. Brilliant delivery, and then even more athletic take. That would have been an interesting one for the third umpire if he'd edged it, because that could have gone either way.
We keep talking about the batters, but the keeping is going to have to be top level in this. Siraj to start a new over to Conway. He's clipped it wide of mid-on. Ashwin will dive away to his left-hand side. They'll take a single. So it's 23 for 1. Conway goes to 13 from 36. And Will Young back on strike, 10 from 25. But, yeah, it's not going to be easy to keep wicket in this.
Great effort by Ashwin. Obviously, you know, not at his peak athletic age anymore. Throwing himself. India have certainly thrown themselves around the field. A couple of good saves so far.
Yeah, all runs have got to be saved. Siraj had an excellent one down at long leg earlier. And here he comes. Oh, that's wide of off stump. And Young plays that beautifully off the front foot, backward of point, and Bumrah is just going to collect that one from the boundary. 4 runs the total. 27 for 1. New Zealand are virtually a quarter of the way there. Young's 14 from 26.
Just have a look at this. So he went for the wobble ball and it's just gone dead straight. Just too wide. But good batting by Young. He's played that on the width, really, rather than anything else. He could have slashed at it, but it was straight bat off the middle. This will probably be Siraj's last over, I think, after that ball, unless he takes a wicket here in the next 4 balls. I think they will try one of the spinners now.
Siraj is in again. That's wider of off stump, and Will Young tries to repeat the shot, opening the blade, but on this occasion can only find the fielder at point, and there is no run.
And I don't mean that Siraj is bowling poorly. I just think that they're always quite quick to take Siraj off if he doesn't look in his rhythm, and he just looks like his rhythm is gone. The ball's just looks more like a throwdown, whereas before, when he was at his best, he was getting them to zip around. Not quite at the level that Bumrah was, but he was certainly getting them to zip around. So we'll see Ashwin or Jadeja from this end, I would assume. But so it's not a bad thing, actually. If Rohit can get the message to Siraj, I'm going to yank you off if you don't get a wicket here. See if he can fire him up. We're going to get someone in under the helmet again.
Sarfraz going back in, yeah.
Might as well field it cover with the helmet on, I think. We're going to have a short leg. So he's been at silly point. Short leg. Oh, wait. Is he going to end up at short leg? Short square leg, perhaps.
So he's about a pitch and a half's width away from Will Young at square leg. In goes Siraj. It's clipped on the onside. Brilliantly fielded at mid-wicket by Kuldeep. Going down low and away to his left-hand side. That was 4. That was beautifully timed from Will Young. But the fielder says, no, not today, thank you very much. You can stay on 14 and the team can stay on 27 for 1.
It's a good shot, though. Will Young looks really good. I know he hasn't faced quite as much as Bumrah, but great stop by Kuldeep as well. They've basically got to stop almost every one of those here. Just no runs to play with. And also, they're 2 less athletic spinners as well.
Shorter ball from Siraj, pulled by Will Young through mid-on for 4. Shorter ball, but didn't get up. And it feels like Siraj is, as you said now, he kind of knows and he's just trying things. That one was a pretty ordinary delivery. It's pulled away for 4. It got belly button height at the very most. And Will Young was in position for that so early. He hits it through wide mid-on, and it's away for 4.
It'd be interesting to see where that pitch. I assume he was going for the bouncer, and it just didn't get up.
Final ball of the over. It's allowed to go through to the keeper. It bounces for a second time as it stays down. Will Young's got 18 from 30, New Zealand 31 for 1 after 12 overs here on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and of course SENZ Radio as well, as we hopefully from a New Zealand point of view count these runs down to a famous victory. Jarrod Kimber.
I'd like it to be a tie.
Well, you would, because you're perverse in most things.
I think let's cheer the tie. Dan and Jeremy can cheer the victory. We'll go for the tie here. As we just see someone come on to shod Jasprit Bumrah. We have a metal brush that is going on his. You played cricket in the UK. You get cricket cricket spikes in the UK, and the minute there's any moisture, all the grass just sort of clumps, and you end up on ice skates.
Yes.
I killed myself in one of the games earlier this year, and it's like the design of cricket shoes don't understand what's going to happen.
Yeah,
and that's essentially what's happened to Bumrah. So we know it's moist out there.
It is very moist because that brush basically did nothing. He's going to start a new over, right arm around. It's the left-handed Conway on strike, pushes out to point, and there's no run. So
he might need to be reshod.
Yeah,
now.
The guy came out with this metal wire brush, gave the bottom of Bumrah's boots a real good brushing, and I reckon there was not a single blade of grass less on the boots than before he brushed it.
Do you think that would have tickled him?
On an emotional level, potentially. Physically, maybe not.
Because someone's literally like rubbing a brush on the underside of your feet. I know there's plastic in between and whatever else is on shoes.
Bumrah around the wicket inside half of Conway's bat. It's going to go through square leg. They take the first one hard. They're going to come back for a second. It doesn't matter. It goes all the way to the boundary through square leg for 4. It's 35 for 1 New Zealand. It gets ever closer. 72 more runs for victory.
Just having a look here. Conway's back foot went away a little bit there, but it was just too straight from Bumrah. After a good start, they've bowled a lot of good balls. I don't know if they're just both of these seamers are starting to flag. Bumrah will probably get another over anyway, and he still looks likely to get a wicket. But I do think we'll see Siraj come off. But yeah, just a little bit too straight, and that's a shot that Conway, he likes to hit the ball basically between forward square leg and fine leg almost all the time.
6 boundaries in the innings so far, out of that total of 35. Around the wicket, comes in, takes Conway on the pad. Bumrah is thinking that's an absolute slam dunk LBW. Michael Goff says no. Rohit Sharma comes in and says, okay, so what are we thinking? The entire slip cordon are charging down. Virat says, hang on lads, let me have the first conversation, presumably so we can get in the photo. And then Rohit says, we are going to review that one.
I tell you what, also, they forgot to put the DRS timer up, and they had about 6 seconds before someone pressed the button. But I think he was in anyway. I think
decision is not out.
I thought that was out. I thought that should have been given out on the field. Whether it's enough to overturn, I don't know. But my first thought was that should have been given out. It's high. It's around the wicket, so it's about where it hits him here. Big wobble ball delivery. It comes back just a little bit. That's going to be out. Naka. That is absolutely plumb. At the time I thought maybe I'd misseen it, but no.
Okay, so it beats the outside edge, hits the back leg on the knee roll, and we can see that it's flush in front of off stump, and that's with the angle. There is no edge, and this is going to be a confirmation job once we get the ball tracking. You can hear Richard Illingworth.
There's a little gap between bat and ball there. Ball through onto the pad. Okay. We've got to ball tracking when ready, please.
And now this is going to be the confirmation.
Okay, pitching outside off,
gone.
impacting line.
Gone. Yeah, Michael Goff maybe just got a little bit confused by where the bat was. I'm not sure what happened there, how he didn't notice that, but it was angled in. I couldn't imagine it was ever going to hit outside the line of off stump. My biggest fear really for it live was height, just because it did hit him, knee roll-ish, but no, skidding through, and that is out, and that opens up an end. Conway has been struggling all the way through, so at least it's not young. Is he limping off as well? Ratcham Ravindra comes in, obviously runs in the first innings. So again, Devon Conway shows he struggles a little bit more in the second innings than he does in the first innings. And Ratcham Ravindra is going to have to face probably Jadeja or Ashwin from one end and Bumrah at the other, with the crowd noise and everything. This is fun.
Absolutely. Well, this is the point that Jeremy was making earlier. The fact that actually once you've got him for a while, it gets a little bit easier. Now Ravindra's going to have to come in, start against Bumrah, who is still hooping it around, and we're pretty sure it's going to be spin from the other end because Siraj, to be honest, wasn't as threatening as Bumrah was. So New Zealand resumed this morning. 4 balls yesterday evening. It was 0 for 0, and Tom Latham was LBW to the second ball today from Bumrah for a 6-ball duck. And then you've just heard Conway also going LBW to Bumrah, 17 from his 39 balls faced to make it 35 for 2 halfway through the 13th over. Will Young is there, 18 not out from the 30 balls he has faced. Ravindra will be facing shortly, but they are just taking a drinks break. So if you are just joining us, if you've been out and about today in New Zealand, or you are just waking up this Sunday morning in the UK, 10 to 7, we did have a delayed start because of some overnight rain and moisture on the outfield. So we got underway at 5:45 at 10:15 Indian time. We got a 2.25 hour session before lunch, and then it'll be a couple of hours after lunch. And I don't think we're going to need the evening session. So I won't give you the timings on that one just yet.
It is interesting just watching the betting markets and the odds. There's still a lot of interest in the draw. So I'm assuming that is from people with weather maps that know more than we do. And also, because they've scored so slow, I suppose, there is an element of, if Will Young stays in, we would assume it won't take a massive amount of time. But maybe that's what people are looking at. But it's huge there, those 2 wickets. I think Bumrah can bowl a session.
The only thing is, you've got the quality of Jadeja, the quality of Ashwin, the quality of Kuldeep. You'd want to give them a go, wouldn't you?
I don't think you need Kuldeep until the tail. So I'm not worried about him at the moment. And Siraj obviously needs a blow. He's lost his rhythm. That's the fastest we've seen Siraj bowl in a while. So, and I did bowl well. He deserves a wicket. Let's be honest, Young and Conway could have been out a couple of times here. I think you leave Bumrah on a little bit longer. Maybe you give him a 4-over break, so you might take him off and bowl spin from both ends. Let's be honest, Jeremy Coney once bowled Richard Hadlee for 300 overs consecutively, both ends. So, you can do it if you need it.
Yeah. It's great to be a captain when you've got those kind of options at your disposal. Right. Drinks break is done, and here is Bumrah to Ravindra, who's coming forward, opening the face, guides it between gully and backward point, and is underway with a boundary 4. As simple as you like. He's got 4, and New Zealand are 39 for 2.
He's been sitting there going, what's Devon doing? Looks easy to me. In the first innings, I think he scores at about... I know he scored around 4, 5, 6 runs and over off every other bowler. I want to say of Bumrah, it was around 1.5, 2 runs and over. He really respected him. And to be fair, that's not an attacking shot, is it? It's outside the off stump. He just wanted to get some bat on the ball, but he's in such good form. Like we saw in the first innings, he's accidentally hit a boundary there.
2 balls of this over to go. Bumrah around the wickets to the left-hander. That one is shorter, and he just defends up to mid-off. Rohit will field, and there is no run. 107. It sounds so small. We mused earlier, would New Zealand go into T20 mode and try and get it done as fast as possible? Well, good luck if they are, because it would basically be impossible to try and play those kind of shots.
Yeah, Jeremy didn't want any shenanigans, did he? But I was hoping for Matt Henry to be thrown up. They've got Henry, Southey and Phillips. Just throw Henry up, see what happens, but no.
Damn those Kiwis playing it sensibly. Bumrah around the wicket. Oh, it's on the leg. Stump and Ravindra has clipped it through mid-wicket. And that's away for 4 as well. He's faced 3 deliveries. He's hit 2 of them for 4. And New Zealand, they're getting close to halfway. They're 43 for 2 after 13 overs. Ravindra's got 8 from 3, as I say. And Young is there 18 not out at the other end.
Do you know, I've just seen that. He's hit that off the middle of the bat. And that has actually come back into him a little bit. I don't know if it hit a crack or just the seam. That's a beautiful, beautiful shot, all things considered. So, interesting times here. It is Jadeja, so we were right. Siraj is getting a spell. This could be just a couple of overs from Jadeja where he doesn't go for any runs. Bumrah at the other end, and then Ashwin perhaps not far away as well. More twists, more turns.
Yeah, it's interesting because you've got 2 ways to go. You can just say to Jadeja, just completely glue up that end and we'll take the wickets at the other. But actually, you can also say to Jadeja, it might just do a bit and you could be the match winner. First few deliveries here are going to tell us an awful lot. Well, he's in no hurry to bowl the first one because we need to get some extra protection for the close-in fielders. So it's just going to be a slip and then one under the helmet. And we'll find out exactly where India are going to station that fielder just as soon as he's got all the protective gear on. I don't know why Sarfraz needs to put the shin pads back on. He's had them on earlier. Keep taking the stuff off. And he's going to go back in at silly mid-off once again.
They've got a theory with Will Young, don't they, about this silly mid-off. The second time we've seen it, we have seen a short leg as well, but they like the offside.
So here's Jadeja then, left arm around. Oh, he's playing off the back foot and it bounces and is almost an edge. It's through to the keeper, but hands are in the air straight away from the first delivery from Jadeja.
Off the middle of the wicket. Oh, he's potted no ball.
The ice cream van of death has paid a visit.
That's the sound of the police.
The spinner's police. No spinner should ever overstep. So let's bowl the first ball of the over again. In goes Jadeja. Will Young is solidly forward, plays it off the middle of the bat to Kohli at mid-off, and there's no run.
And that should not have been a no ball. His foot is definitely behind the line there. They've got the wrong angle on that to begin with. And you can also see his foot moving behind. It wasn't landed.
Jadeja in once again, that's down the leg side. Will Young's trying to turn that on the onside, can't catch up with it, takes him on the pad, no run. Yeah, they changed the rule. It used to be you had to be grounded, now you can have your foot in the air as long as there's something behind the line.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I think they made a mistake there, but it's hard to tell.
Jadeja is in, Will Young is down on the sweep, he's taken a top edge, goes very fine down fine leg, and Bumrah gives chase but gives up 10 metres away from the boundary, and it's away for 4. 48 for 2, New Zealand halfway through the 14th, trying to make 107 to win this test match.
Yeah, he's gone down on the sweep. There's no one fine for the sweep, and I think that's why he's played it. It's not a good shot. He's got an edge, but because there's no one there, it's gone away safely. He'll pick up a boundary.
Jadeja in, left arm around once again. That's shorter outside of off stump, and Will Young just easily plays it through backward point. The way it was played, I thought it was a guide to a fielder out on the cover sweeper, but there is no cover sweeper. It's back-to-back boundaries, and all of a sudden New Zealand are 52 for 2.
It's like they cut the feed then.
Hello?
Because it's just absolutely silent.
This wasn't supposed to happen. You bring on Jadeja, and he's gone for 9 in the over thanks to the no ball and the 2 boundaries. We're playing cricket in a vacuum at the moment.
Definitely.
Jadeja, left arm around, off. almost up near the splice and the handle by Young. It goes out on the leg side. If there'd been a short leg, there would have been some interest, but there wasn't one. No run, 52 for 2 it remains.
I mean, that, again, they're working on a theory.
Jadeja is in, straight again. Will Young covers up, plays to mid-wicket to end the over. New Zealand need 55 more to win. They're 52 for 2 after 14 overs.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure I understand this silly point theory for Will Young. Maybe it's just something we need to keep an eye on. But perhaps because there is a silly point there, he is moving across a little bit more. But he spooned that up on the leg side with no fielder in that position. So, yeah, I don't know, Macra. I'm not quite sure I understand that 100%. I think if you're an Indian fan, there's a big chance here of a wicket this over. Not that Ravindra isn't batting poorly, but I think he's thinking, I need to hit a couple of balls, and they've got 30 runs off the last 18 balls.
Jasprit Bumrah starts the new over, and Will Young is playing it out to point on the offside. It didn't seem to bounce that high, that one.
No, that kept low, definitely.
Just play it out on the offside. It was 138.5 kilometres an hour. But did it just stay down, or again, was that off of a crack? Don't think it was a crack from where it was on the pitch.
You hear the contact on the bat, and it sounds like it's hit a lot of bat, but it really was the toe end.
Right on the toe, that one, isn't it? That's the sort of bat splitter contact, at least in the old days. That would be doing your bat. Now, Bumrah's walking up to have a conversation with the skipper about a field alignment. What's Bumrah? It's Bumrah who's leading the conversation, and then Rohit effectively has said to him, well, go on then, what do you want? It's one of those that the captain said, well, look, I trust whatever it is you're going to say to me, and they're going to put a man at short mid-wicket for the clip off the toes.
Just make him think about that shot, I think, as much as anything.
Right, Bumrah is bowling around the wicket to the lefty, and that one bounces on him. So the previous one stays down, that bounces. Ravindra is in behind it and just dropping it into the offside. No run, but he wanders down to have a little prod of the pitch and have a chat with Will Young at the other end. And that one climbed, takes him on the back hip. You really can't set yourself at the moment. It is play every ball on its merits and hope as much as anything else. Jasprit around the wicket. Ravindra in behind this, pushes it to Rohit and mid-off, no run.
Yep, there's still something out there. Certainly Bumrah's going to bowl a little bit more. I think I'll try and give him one more over. There's enough to keep him in action. So Ravindra raced away with those 2 early boundaries. Since then, he's had one hit him on the hip, one kept a little bit low. Last one looked a little bit better, but there's certainly a lot here. There's only 55 runs to win. They scored 30 runs off 18 balls. But Bumrah's just pulling it back.
Well, the 50 came up off of 83 balls in terms of the innings. He's in once again, is Bumrah around the wicket. Ravindra gets a little inside edge onto pad, and it will go down to Kuldeep at long leg, and the single is taken. Ravindra goes to 9, 53 for 2, 54 needed. So as we can't get half runs in cricket, let's call that halfway there.
I'm not sure it did get any bat, did it? Looking at that again.
Might have been glove, but yeah. Anyway, it was given as a run.
Certainly, it popped up. It wasn't anywhere near a fielder, really, but it certainly popped up.
2 more balls of this over then. Will Young on strike, so Jasprit is back over the wicket, wide of off stump. And Will Young has nothing to do with that one and allows it through to the keeper. nothing is doing. Well, it's an eventful start to this 5th and final day of this test match. Pune's going to have a lot to try and compare and compete with, isn't it, for the second test match? Interesting to see how that plays, because of course they've only ever had 2 test matches in Pune, and the last one of those was a few years ago.
I was there in 2016, 2017, whenever that test match was, and that ragged sideways.
Jasprit Bumrah in for the final ball of the over. Will Young is playing the line, but it moves away from the outside edge of his bat. It is through to the keeper. 15 overs are in the book. New Zealand 53 for 2. Will Young's got 26. Ratchan Ravindra has 9. That's me and Jarrod done for the time being. So Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney can take you through the next passage of play in this incredible test match.
Thank you very much. 53 for the loss of 2 wickets. New Zealand, they need 54 runs to secure their first win in India since 1988. The men out, Tom Latham, second ball of the day. Plum LBW, just magnificent bowling, plain and simple. Swinging back in at great pace, past the inside edge, flicked the front pad, hit the back, 2/3 the way up the middle stump. He was given out, he decided to review. Not the best of reviews, you could say, Jeremy Coney. And then Devon Conway, who lived a pressurised 39 balls at the crease. He faced a lot from Jasprit Bumrah, who was giving him all sorts of bother, for he too also went LBW. Wickets falling in Norton 35. Here's Ravindra going back to a ball that rolls past the outside edge, past Jarrell, down to the fence for 4 byes. Day 5 of a test, Jerry? Welcome back. 57 for 2 with 4 byes added.
Thanks very much. Yes, that's interesting. One that a horrible little grubber that comes from out of the footmarks. Thankfully, it's wide enough and hasn't turned back in to threaten the pads of. It does turn back in, but not enough.
Lord Bowles.
Yes.
On the draw, stalking the head. There's a slog sweep attempt from wide of off stump. And keeping quite low. Lovely positive intent shown from Ravindra throughout this test match. He's been very watchful against Bumrah, but he's been prepared to attack others. Sensational first innings 100. 134. Here's 9. Comes forward and pushes into the cover region. There'll be no run.
I thought the partnership between Young and Conway, despite, their moments, their awkward moments, 70 balls long, and therefore they did a good job of absorbing a lot of the initial pace and the power.
Here's a beautiful cut stroke, not all that short, but the man is so light of foot to go back, creep outside leg stump at the same time and thrash the ball through point. 61 for the loss of 2. New Zealand past the halfway stage as far as the run chase.
Well, he's played already 3 boundary strokes, hasn't he? And he's anything that's slightly offline and he can see. He just sees length so quickly.
Wider Jadeja bowling into the footmarks, pushed into the cover region. So he's hit 3 fours. Young has hit 5. Conway hit 3. So lots of boundaries in a big barrel boundary count.
Yeah, well,
big barrel,
most of the fielders
big range,
are up.
Bigger deal.
Yeah, most of the fields are up. But that was a good example there too. He saw it was fuller. He got a good stride in. Like that. Okay, that one's come. He's a wee bit lucky there. He's looking to play that into the leg side, but he's got an outside sort of middle, and it's run onto the offside. But there's no one there now. He's forced players back. They're not in close enough to save singles. So there's a kind of a defensive feel about that offside for Ravindra, so he can take a single.
So 9 off the first Jadeja over, 9 off the second. Granted, there were 4 byes in that. Got such a small target now. Rohit Sharma's probably thinking, can I keep him on if he's going to leak runs at this rate? And the other question is, Jasprit Bumrah, whose figures are 2 for 29 off 8, he's bowled better than that. He's gone past the bat, half a dozen times. It's been brilliant. It's like, how many overs can I ask of my number one quick?
Well, the fact of it is he's going to have to bowl a lot. He's going to have to over-bowl Bumrah, I'm afraid, because at the moment, with Rachin Ravindra in there who plays spin extremely well, because of that seeing length and then reacting to it. In other words, you either get very close and smother it, you get a good stride in, or you go well back and get further away. So they've changed it.
Siraj.
Yeah, they've gone to Siraj. So that's interesting. He was looking a little bit wary and weary towards the end, wasn't he? But we'll see. See how he goes.
We will. From around the wicket he starts and pushed into the cover region. There's no run. I always see that the bar set for bowling and defending a fourth innings chase. Hamilton 1994, Pakistan looking to defend about 120 against New Zealand. They bowled New Zealand out for 90 odd and 43.3 overs. Wasim Akram bowled 22 of them. It's amazing.
And he wasn't even the captain.
22 overs. He took 5. Waqar Yunus took 5. Very famous game in the mind of New Zealand cricket fans for the pain and horror that caused. The dynamic duo obliterated in that day in Hamilton. 62 for 2. Rachin Ravindra on 14. Just backs away. He's not happy. The field's still moving around too. 2 slips behind the wicket. And all that attacking. 45 runs away from around the wicket. Siraj bowls and it's pushed into the cover region. No run.
Yeah, pretty basic offside field. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. So 6-3 field at the moment. 6 on the offside, 3 on the onside. And he's going to be looking at there with a field like that. He's bowling on about off stump and outside. So he's got most of his men there to cover that. If he gets 2 straight, Ravindra will put him through that leg side.
Plenty of blue sky above. Delayed start. Forecast did not look good, but we've been a little bit fortunate over the last hour and a half. Quite a large grouping of, we all know, my understanding of wildlife is not particularly good, Jerry. I think insects are animals after all. There's quite a grouping of very large birds right above that look like birds of prey. I'm not sure what they are, but maybe the cricket fans is. Ravindra onto the front foot, pushing up towards cover. There will be no run.
Are they the ones with the eagle beak, the eagle-like beak?
They're quite large.
Hooked beak, yes it is. It's a mixture, we were saying, of a thrush and an eagle.
A threeagle. Go with that?
I think so. That'll do us.
Very quiet crowd now. In the space of 20 runs, they've gone from... Yes, they've obviously heard. Well, yeah, getting behind your team. Don't wait for Virat to G you up. Great to have you listening on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ Radio. All those fans inside the arena. So we're just getting some...
Oh, the wire brushes out again.
Yeah.
He'll get the undercoat on and then the top coat.
Probably don't have enough time for it to dry and then clean it up with another brush. 62 for 2. Siraj in his 7th over. None for 15. From around the wicket, he gets 2 leg sides, flicked uppishly into the mid-wicket region. Good fielding by Rahul. He's got his left hand to it, parries it down, it bobbles away. They'll get a single. 63 for 2. He gets up in a bit of pain. He's taken that one on the left forearm.
He's just got such strong, sort of high tensile wrists, hasn't he, Rachin Ravindra? It's as if he's been obviously born with them. There was a special sort of process it went through. But he's able to get power very easily as he snaps those wrists together as it makes contact with the ball. And the ball just rushed away and it surprised KL Rahul there at a sort of shortish mid-wicket. Kind of hit him on the wrist.
Young on strike. back of a length. He's very comfortable as he defends that. He has looked very assured, has to be said. Will Young into the side after missing out. And looks Sri Lanka, of course, filling in as an injury replacement. Who knows if he'll play in Test 2 or 3, but through 40 balls, Jeremy's done a very nice job here for New Zealand, taking them 2/3 the way towards the target of 107. Right-hander waits, bat raised nice and high, side on, shuffling across to the off stump, pushing to cover. There'll be no run the end of the over, pretty tidy one, just one run off it. 63 for the loss of 2.
Looks to me as if Siraj is actually coming on, and it's more economy that he's interested in. I think really he needs to get his pace up just a little bit. So if something does happen from the surface of this pitch, which is normally the cracks, or you might be, you might just get a bit of variation and bounce anyway. I think the harder you hit it, you're more likely to get that variation. But he can't keep bowling at 135, 136, which is what he did for the majority of that over. I would really want him to work towards effort balls, perhaps 2 or 3 of them in each over. But to me, that was more, I'm going to keep the scoring down kind of bowling. Certainly his first over, let's be fair to him.
Back cut by Ravindra for a single to start the over. He moves to 16 as Jadeja continuing from over the wicket to the left-hander. And for 15 of 2.1.
Yeah. More good judgment, I think, again from Ravindra. Saw the length, pulled back, gave himself time to see what the ball was doing between where it pitches and himself, and he scores a lot square. He punches square off the back foot. If it's wide of him, he'll cut it.
Young defends from middle and off, pushing back along the pitch.
I mean, Conway battled himself as well as the bowler, didn't he? And I don't think he ever got to a point where he felt that it was comfortable. He had trouble convincing himself.
Silimanov goes to the onside, Young onto the front foot, pushing back to the bowler. And we saw on a couple of occasions, and yes, I made light of it at the time, but we saw him going through it looked like breathing techniques at the non-strikers end, which
just calm down. Yeah, that's right.
Here's a ball that tails in and going back, looking to cut, but it hits the bottom edge of the bat, goes down. On a couple of occasions he's gone back. First ball off the spout. This one's just got quite high on him. It's bounced more.
Yeah, did definitely.
Actually hit the glove, did it?
It did for a start.
A little wider from Jadeja as Young defends with the open blade into the point region, no run.
The other thing about Siraj, of course, is that Jadeja is so quick through his overs.
This one spins, bounces past the outside edge once more as Young trying to poke the ball again with the square bat through point. The end of the over, Jerry's point, just like that. And Siraj, so what? I just got down to my fielding position. You want me to bowl again?
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. You hardly get the rest in between, and it'll be just a question, I think, in Rohit Sharma's mind. Okay, we'll use. I've got to go to Siraj now because I have to give Bumrah a rest. I'd actually really like to keep him on.
Yeah.
So let's see how long. Yes, exactly. Right through this innings, but you can't do that. In fact, they're going to Kuldeep now. Okay, so they're going to bring in their third spinner. So that'll suit Ravindra, I think. I think he played Kuldeep very satisfactorily in the first innings. Mind you, he played most of the spinners that way. He read him quite well. Young struggled with him. Young's struggle is with the sweep stroke. He was out in the first innings sweeping, if you remember. A man came from the leg side over to the catching gully.
So the wrist spinner starts full of length, just pitching outside of leg and worked nicely through mid-on where there's a gap. He's pushed back, so a single straight away, 65 for 2. So Kuldeep did remove Ravindra in the first innings, but
Oh,
He
right
got-
at the end.
right at
tenth,
the end.
10th wicket.
But he picked up 3 for 99. But he gave Will Young some issues, especially with that wrong. And once he pitched it in line, you made that point that it was almost a tell. He was giving it away, landing it outside leg. Once he made that adjustment and was spinning from straight, Young didn't look all that confident. Here's a ball that spins back into the right hander, works it to man on the 45 on the onside behind the wicket, no run.
Yeah. But Young also, because of that reduction on the leg side, I think that's, and then they strengthened the catching man just on the offside. That meant that he thought, man down on the leg side, I'll play a sweep. And that actually got him out in the end.
Young comes down, hits powerfully up towards mid-on, which is quite deep. What's the point of that fielding position? He's clubbed it hard, can't stop the single. Is it a catching position?
Yeah,
35 metres from the bat. Young gets a single at 66 for 2, and New Zealand need just 41.
Yeah, I guess a mistimed drive, isn't it, really? There's certainly a single there. And if you hit it powerfully, it's going to go over that player. He's kind of halfway to the boundary. Mid-off the same.
Kuldeep into the left-hander. Coming down the wicket is Ravindra, slightly beaten in flight, so he doesn't hit the ball with anger. What he does is turn the ball again into that mid-on region where there is single.
There's that single we're talking about.
67 for the loss of 2. Ravindra 18 of 20. Reminder, 39 minutes to lunch. After the delayed start, 8 o'clock at the UK and New Zealand. Will Young gets a very full delivery and can just push the ball from mid-off. From off stump up towards mid-off. No run.
Yep, Young just has to work out his options about here. Where can I score?
He's on 27, made 33 in the first innings. He's looking to come down, hitting high over mid-wicket and a long way back over the fence into the stands. A beautiful clip off the pads. 73 for the loss of 2. Another boundary with big barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Yeah, well, he's hitting with the turn, and he's gone with it, gone with the tide. Didn't quite get there. It's just a little flick, really. But that's certainly one of his areas he might like to score from.
He picked the traditional.
Yeah, he did.
Delivery.
Yeah, he did.
Hitting with the spin.
That will be worrying for Rohit Sharma. 8 runs from the over.
Zealand
9 runs, was it? And without really creating any problems.
Well, the last 10 overs, New Zealand have scored, 52 for 1. Here's a brute of a ball that spins back a long way.
Even Jadeja apologises.
He apologised to the batsman.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's too good. That is what spun back from halfway between crease line and the stumps. It's
look at the
also
bounce.
leapt up and hit him in the
Has it
chest.
helmet? Or, yeah.
Oh, it's one of those, sorry, mate, smiles on his face. I think maybe there is a bit of concern there. Bowling. This one's more traditional as far as bounce, and Ravindra comes forward. And
Well done, Ravindra.
Nothing worse than the game of tennis when someone hits the forehand, hits the tape and drops down, and they give that the old, sorry, mate, yeah. When internally they're like, yes, that's beautiful. 73 for 2 is Ravindra cutting away against the spin to point. Can't beat Sarfaraz. The score remains 73 for 2, and the body language of Rohit Sharma is quite telling. He's ripping at his beard now.
3 deliveries, very good deliveries, probing deliveries outside that off stump into the rough outside. Ravindra, the left-hander's off stump, and he's getting great variation of bounce.
He goes very wide this time, and a powerful sweep from well outside of off stump through mid-wicket. Jasprit Bumrah fields. Another run to Ravindra has made it look quite easy in this test match. 19 of 24 at 74 for 2. Someone's telling me, did someone swallow a dragonfly? Is that when someone whispering in my ear? Jadeja bowls to Young and trying to repeat the stroke that saw his dismissal in the first innings, trying to sweep. It's bounced high and hit him in the back shoulder throat. Apparently the one that spun back and hit Jadeja, Ravindra from Jadeja, hit a dragonfly on the way down.
Well, there are a lot of them around.
I don't know, was he apologising to the dragonfly? Sorry for hitting you, mate. I'm just going to check on Will Young.
But it's another sweep from Will Young, which he looks the head away, doesn't he? He's not really down on the sweep quite so well. You need to get those arms straight to get out and get closer to the ball. He's really right out.
He's looking to paddle it with his arms sort of tucked in.
He is, but he's not reading the length the same way, for example, that Ravindra is. It's not really the appropriate shot. In fact, if anything, he should be going the other way, shouldn't he? That would be, if you're going to sweep, it's more a reverse sweep from outside the off stump, and it's going to, any turn is going to be helping the reverse sweep as well.
It's just brushed his arm, gone up and hit sort of the right hand side of his throat area. A bit of a seam mark on it. He's A-OK, he's laughing as he's receiving some attention. Mitchell Santner's out there looking uber cool as always. You're quite a fan of his sunglasses, aren't you, Jerry? Sort of John Lennon-esque, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. He's probably humming Imagine. Imagine if I was in this team. Exactly. So, again, it's just, I mean, the good variation there from Jadeja, just working with what he's got, the tools that he's got in front of him in the pitch. That big area outside the left-handers off stump, of all the right arm overs coming through, and people like O'Rourke, big men landing hard. It's probably quite deep, and creating variations in bounce and so on. One really leapt at Ravindra.
Young still receiving some attention. Let's just recap what we've seen over the 19.1 overs today. New Zealand starting at for naught. Of course, they got through 4 balls last night before bad light, and then downpour ended the day's play early. Tom Latham had to get through 2 balls of Jasprit Bumrah's over. He could not. Second ball, alarming movement back into the left-hander, past the inside edge, into the pads, gone without scoring. Then Devon Conway really fighting himself in some high-quality bowling as well, and especially from Jasprit Bumrah. Finally got his man in the end, coming around the wicket. Given not out originally LBW, they reviewed and it was knocking 2/3 the way up off stump. Conway gone for 17. Wickets falling at 0 and 35. Since then, Ravindra's come out and scored 29 off 24. And Will Young's made a very steady innings. 33 off 51, 74 for 2. Bumrah has 2 for 29. He's the lone wicket taker for India. New Zealand 74 for 2, chasing 107.
If Young continues to just bat throughout this innings, if that happens, that's a good game for him, isn't it? 33, and then I don't know what he's 33 at the moment, so you'd expect him to be in the 40s or maybe 50. And if that happens, does he put pressure onto Conway if and when Williamson does arrive? That'll be an interesting question for the selectors.
Gary Stead will want that. You always want options as Jadeja starts from around the wicket to Young. Starts, no he doesn't, he ends. Of course they had 1 ball remaining to finish the over, and it's pushed straight back to the left arm finger spinner by Young. 74 for the loss of 2. Of course,
to be fair, Conway got 90.
Well, and 60 in the previous test too. It's the only 2 times he's gone past 50 thus far in test cricket in 2024. He's had a very lean year. But of course you want external pressure. Players outside your top 11 going, here's a performance that you need to consider.
Well, there's the other aspect that Conway now not going for a central contract in New Zealand to be, in other words, he works for New Zealand cricket. He's now gone for a casual contract, and so they'd prefer him to be centrally contracted.
Kuldeep starts a new over, but adrift into the left-hander Ravindra, who drives powerfully back towards the bowler. There's no run. 74 for the loss of 2. New Zealand need 33 runs. India need 8 wickets. Both these sides need the rain to stay away. Of course, there's plenty of rain in the forecast. It's just got a little bit grey around the ground. Jerry, we had a period where the cloud looked like it started to lift. The sun was coming through, but it certainly dulled as far as light out there. Dragonflies around, and Ravindra's dancing, driving expertly through extra cover, bringing a round of applause from Jeremy Coney, and hushed silence inside the stadium. 78 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah,
what a player.
That's, again, just lovely use of the straight blade. We saw him trying to sweep one last over. He's also good at the straight blade. He can attack that way.
29 to win. He goes back and works the ball from leg, stump, all arms flaming. Hits it to mid-wicket.
I think I was saying to you also in the first innings, the way that he was able to take was one delivery, and he could hit it to either to square cover or long off.
Mid-wicket.
Yes.
He comes down, hits powerfully through mid-wicket. Uppishly too. Low trajectory, but out of the middle of the bat. And New Zealand need just 25. Another boundary to Rachin Ravindra.
Yeah, that's, again, just getting close to the ball, smothering it as well, and giving himself options. And here he's hit that ball. You see the wrist, see the bat turn at the last moment. He's able to access lots of areas. Hard to set a field to.
Much quicker through the air, defensive sort of approach from Kuldeep, but it's flicked away through mid-wicket. Long chase, just pulled in by Jaiswal. But that motored off the bat, Jerry, with minimum of fuss. 85 for the loss of 2. Couple of boundaries. Now 5 fours for Rachin Ravindra. With big barrel, big range, bigger deals. New Zealand find themselves, just taking the scorecard down, I think 85 for 2. 1 ball remaining in the over. The 50 partnership is up. Yeah. And Young defends, opening the face, rolling it to the point region. The end of the over, another very good one for New Zealand. Over the last 10 overs, they're going at more than a run a ball. They need just 22 runs to secure just their 3rd ever victory in India, and their first since 1988. We will leave our commentary position, head back to... Oh no, we're staying. Right, okay.
Yeah, another good over for New Zealand with the spinners not really, Kuldeep not really providing any real problems, particularly for Ravindra, who's hit him through the extra covers. He's hit him off the back foot square on the offside. He's hit him to the leg side and to the sort of mid-wicket boundary as well.
Jadeja starts very wide of the crease, quick through the air and beating the outside edge of Ravindra as he's trying to cut square.
Jadeja bowling wider and wider at him, looking for that area of rough. Try and hit that. This one misses it.
Jadeja again, even wider. So what does Ravindra do? Sweeps powerfully along the grass through to deep wicket for a single. That's the point you're kind of making.
Yes. That's a foot and a half outside off stump. He ends up mid-wicket. As I say, just a good player of spin.
86 for 2. Will Young looking to loft down the ground, gets a thick inside edge, sees the ball divert down towards Jaiswal at deep square. He moves to 34. New Zealand need just 20 runs to win. 87 for the loss of 2.
This has become kind of a different game since Ravindra's arrived, isn't it? The game has changed.
Now a lofted drive, got that a touch, and Ashwin around to his right, prevents the ball racing off towards the boundary. It's a pat on the back, but India need a wicket. 88 for 2, 19 to win as Ravindra moves to score ahead by another single.
I mean, he's just controlling the game, Ravindra, at the moment. I haven't seen a definite place where the spinners could bowl at this point yet.
Here's a powerful drive back to the bowler. Has it been put down? Or did it bounce?
I think so. It was more a run-out chance. I think it was one of those ones.
Such is my belief in Jadeja as a fieldsman. Maybe I've got a little bit excited there. New Zealand need 19. 88 for the loss of 2. 1 ball remaining in his 5th over. None for 19. Round the wicket he bowls shorter, allowing Young to wait and work the ball nicely wide of Ashwin at mid-on, who's around to his right to field. Young will retain the strike. He's 35. Ravindra 32. 89 for 2. 18 runs away. The sun just breaks out again.
So 4 runs from the Jadeja over. He looks a bit more dangerous than Kuldeep at this stage. Kuldeep has not been allowed to pitch the ball where he'd like to, or at least get into a rhythm. He's got much more chance when Young's on strike, but Ravindra is certainly putting the pressure back onto Kuldeep. Is Bumrah going to arrive, boys? I mean, is he going to come back? He's got to come back surely in the next over or two if he's going to be used to try and break this partnership. Got to.
Kuldeep to continue. The spinner starts with a googly, spinning from outside of off stump, but short of length, allowing Young to go back, working it into the cover region for a single. Partnership is worth... Sorry, I had my head down, Jerry. There was a replay of...
It was a catch. It was a catch. You were right.
You're yeah.
Yep. I'm apologising. Yes, I am.
That's okay, Jerry. That's 90 for 2. Pitching on leg stump, full of length, playing defensive stroke right in front of that front pad is Ravindra. A run. So, partnership 55 off 60 balls. 90 for 2. Chasing 107. The crowd sounds resigned to the result. Here's a good bit of bowling from Kuldeep. In the wrong and to spin past the inside edge of an advancing Ravindra. Ball hits the pad, trickles to the offside.
Well bowled, Kuldeep. First time Ravindra hasn't got there. When is he going to, in fact, stay back? We'll just wait and see.
Goes outside of off stump, but it's swept away through square leg, dissecting the two fielders who chest bump, not deliberately, but another 4 to Ravindra, who's 36 off 35. Not on an operating table, Jerry, was it? There's no surgery.
I'm sorry, I wrote the word down for you so you could see, and there you're speaking it. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's good radio.
Back of the leg pushed to the off side, and there's no run. As I always say, no one likes a corrector. I love them. I absolutely loved correctors.
Well,
we are allowed to misspeak.
You certainly are. Well, I just missed a catch.
Yeah,
get it out. Let's go to the UK, everybody.
Here's a drive, dragging the ball to the onside of the stumps. As Ravindra shown that strong wrist of his, as Jeremy Coney has talked about a lot throughout this Test match, and what a sparkling one for him. And we all know the connections to this part of India, but I'll remember it for free-scoring nature. It's a high-quality attack where he had them searching, baffled, unsure where to bowl to him, how to bowl to him. In a lot of ways, couldn't bowl to him. 134 of 157 in the first innings. And we all know niggling small run chasers bring high pressure. He hasn't shown an ounce of it.
How hard is it, though, when you pitch in the same place and he perhaps has 4 options where he can actually get that ball from, 2 on the field. makes it very difficult.
He tries to sweep a four ball.
Who's
Big
out?
shout for caught behind. Finger stays down. Jarrell led the charge with this appeal. And Jadeja fell on behind. I thought it went under the bat.
Yeah, that's what Rowett's saying too. They've got 2 reviews remaining. Is it worth a crack? It's gone now.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's gone under the bat.
Gone under the bat.
Yeah.
Juggled by the sub-fielder and wicket-keeper. Long way outside of off-stump, targeting those foot marks. Ravindra leans into a defensive push to point. New Zealand 12 runs away. 95 for the loss of 2. Now goes past the outside heads. He's trying to steer a late cut. A little bit of chat finally from the field. They've been very quiet when things started to
Well bowled
drift
Jadeja.
away.
He's just concerning for the first time Ravindra. Should he attack that? That's so wide. It's almost a wide umpire. And look, see Ravindra's having a little quick check down the other end. 2 balls remaining. The over.
Drags the length back. Similar line, and it's powerfully swept, but picks the field. There's no dissecting on this occasion. It's straight to Rahul on the deep. It's 96 for 2. 11 away, New Zealand from victory. But overall, what incredibly exhilarating test we have seen. Onto the back foot goes Young, nicely played, just nudging into the point region around 4th stump, getting a single, taking the equation to 10 runs for New Zealand to win, 8 wickets in hand. Young's 37, Ravindra 38, 97 for 2. You can't forget the fight back India's made in this test match. 46 all out.
No.
46 all out. Only a certain type of team can believe they can get back into the game, and that they did, even when New Zealand put a first innings.
Hang on, they chose to do that. They chose to bat.
Well, that was a huge mistake.
Well,
We've talked about that. The covers are on for days. They couldn't even get Hawkeye in till late. That's it. Such was the weather in the lead up. It still rocked up with 3 spinners. I reckon they chose their team 3 or 4 days beforehand, did they not?
I don't know. No idea. Certainly it was at the toss. They said they were going to play 3 spinners, and they've been true to their word.
Yeah. But I wonder if there was a fair bit of reconception of how we're going to play. Well, Ashwin, he's going to come into the attack. He's bowling to Will Young. New Zealand on the cusp of taking a 1-0 series lead. Quick through the air. Outside of off stump, worked into the onside. There's no run. Ashwin bowled fair bit in the first innings. He was first change, wasn't he? But yes, last to be called upon today. Man with 528 test wickets to his name. Sure he won't be overly rapt with being asked to bowl in the 25th over. Game is gone. 97 for 2. Over pitched and worked with plenty of bottom hand through the vacant mid-on region. 9 to win. India going through the motions with field set like that too. Not sure why Long on is back. Young to 38. Into single figures. Slip, man catching on the onside under the helmet. Just behind square. Ravindra leans a long way forward, pushing to Virat Kohli at cover. Here's a sweep attempt that bounces past the bat. Well taken by Jarrell. Tony's scribbling some notes down.
Oh, Matt, that's a question.
I can't read that.
This is in English.
Here is a sweep attempt that hits the bat. Looks like it's missing leg stump. You know what that reminds me of? Well, the wonderful diaries my father left that we found after he passed away, and then we all realised we couldn't read his handwriting.
I'm talking about...
It's like, oh, thanks, Dad. He could have used a typewriter. The end of the over, 98 for the loss of 2. Can New Zealand claim extra half hour? 16 minutes remaining before the 8 o'clock. You would think yes.
Rather than taking lunch and having a break and having to come back later, I think you can.
Jadeja starting a new over, bowling to Young, almost past the inside edge. With that front pad, but it's the Gunnermore in line enough to defend the ball onto the onside. 9 runs away, 98 for the loss of 2, 107 the target. On middle stump this time, once more Young compact, pushing back to the bowler. He's done a very good job replacing Kane Williamson in this test. Not the first time we've mentioned that name.
Good pace.
From a very wide from around the wicket, arrowed in towards middle of the leg. Once more, Young happy to push back to the bowler.
Just a good chance here, I think, today to just build his confidence against the spin bowling too. I think he's organised against the quicks.
Very quick from Jadeja, squares him up as it spins from straight. Ball goes to backward point. Was Test best scores in India from the last tour.
89 and the first one at Kanpur at Green Park. Yeah, I think he opened that innings, didn't he?
Once more, he's very watchful, respectful, pushing to Safraz under the helmet. Starting to see a few smiles in that New Zealand dressing room. And that last shot I got off Tom Latham, still very serious. His leg by. Ball that was drifting a long way down the leg stump, trickled to short fine leg. New Zealand need 8 now, 99 for the loss of 2. What a way to start a tenure as a captain.
Well, he will have gone through a range of emotions, won't he? After bowling out an opposition for 46 for a start, there's a high. You probably couldn't enjoy it immediately because he's an opener and he's got to go straight out and bat.
True. That's true.
And then get that lead and then watch the opposition kind of just dismantle his bowling attack as well. So he will have had a few emotions throughout this, and now a disappointment for him today, personally.
Ashwin to start the new over, bowling to Young. He's right back as he watches the ball onto the bat, defending.
But to become part of that list to go with Graham Dowling and John Wright, that's something quite special, really.
This is a ball that leaps, bounces past the outside edge. Unreal turn as Young just played inside the line. They peel from behind the wicket. Ashwin not interested. So what, a left-hander from Canterbury gives you a good chance to win a test in India. Yes, you kept.
Or a right-hander. Or a right-hander. John Wright and Dowling. Dowling is a right-hander.
Yeah. Ashwin sees Young pull about a reverse sweep and played very well from outside of off stump. 4 runs. New Zealand pass 100. 103 for the loss of 2. And the world's about to come to an end because I've just seen Jeremy Coney applaud a reverse sweep.
Well, it's wide outside off stump and it's full enough that he's actually can hit that.
That's unfair.
So yes, it is rather.
We're even.
It is rather, but that's all right. I can wait. I'll wait. You won't get the help with dissect again.
It's the next ball, angling in towards Midland leg.
About that.
To mid-wicket, there's no run, 103 for 2. Young moves to 42. And he timed it so well, right out of the middle of the bat. It's a ball down leg side that keeps very low and hits the boot of Jarrod. Gets up limping. You made that point in the first innings that if it's wide of off stump, that's the smart play.
Yes, it's off the stumps.
More those reverse sweeps where a lot of premeditation about it.
I think you guys have misunderstood me.
Devon Conway.
I don't mind the sweeps.
No,
I just said it's a riskier shot. I'm
Well,
going
Devon-
to debate this with
Devon Conway would agree with you.
with Kimber
I would think
at
the
some
way
stage.
his first innings ended for 91 bowled by Ashwin. The last ball of the current Ashwin over, taken for a single through long on. So New Zealand need just 3 runs to win. 104 for the loss of 2. Day 1 was a washout. Day 2, extraordinary. India winning the toss, deciding to have a bat, and bowled out for 46 in just 31.2 overs. Matt Henry picking up 5 for 15. Going to 100 test wickets in the process. 15th New Zealander to do it. Here is Will Young hitting high over mid-on, not all the way. Ashwin chases, gathers, throws, and just 1 run. They then put on 402. It looked like they were going to motor away with the game, but credit India. Brilliant second innings, 462, has given us this tense final day prospect of 107 runs for New Zealand. They lost Latham with the second ball of the day. They've got home assured, thanks in large to this man, Rachin Ravindra, as he sweeps to backward square leg. They got 1, they won't come back for 2. So New Zealand need 1 run to win the test. 106 for 2. Celebrations begin. Oh.
Premature. Our guys can't count.
I think they thought that Young had hit it much better, and the fans too are up giving it the fist pump, and the ball pitched in the surface and Ashwin picked up and threw it back. Brilliant. 106 for 2. Young goes back, cuts to backward point. Yes is the call from Will Young and every New Zealand cricket fan, because that is the winning run. New Zealand win by 8 wickets against India in India. For the first time in nearly 36 years, after 19 previous failed attempts, the Black Caps have beaten the mighty India on their home soil, chasing down the target of 107 needed for victory with 8 wickets in hand. Will Young with 48 not out, and Rachin Ravindra, a star hand throughout this test, 39 not outs. New Zealand take a 1-0 series lead in this best of 3 match series. And for the first time since 1988, they can celebrate in India, Jeremy Coney.
That's a fantastic victory for the New Zealanders, a side that is currently at 6th of the World Test Championship. They've just come from Sri Lanka, where they were beaten 2 out of 2 by the Sri Lankans away, and to then lose and have their main batsman, their Kane Williamson, absent from this game, to lose a fast young bowler, Ben Sears, as well. So they've come through, and you know, I think they were slightly, as I say, slightly gifted, but I think that they've also had to confront and face down a willful India in that second innings, and they looked a little bit toothless at times, a little bit tired at times, naturally, but they've come through the examination, and they'll feel delighted with that, and they've got to enjoy the way that they played in this game. There are lots of good things we've seen come from this team as well in this game. The bowling, good. The catching in the first innings, excellent. And then the batting of Ravindra in particular, I think through the middle order has been outstanding against the spin bowlers. So lots of good things, I think. They've also seen Will Young, start to produce some runs there in an important position at number 3. So some good things. India won't be too concerned, I don't think, about that. They'll realise their mistake. They've got 2 games to come back at this New Zealand side. So, but at least it sets up the series, doesn't it? So, well done, New Zealand. Enjoy it.
Yeah, 37 Test matches New Zealand's played in India, dating back to 1955, and just the 3rd time they have done that, and huge smiles across the faces of the New Zealand players. Tom Latham at the head of that. What a way to start your reign as Test captain. Tim Southey handed over the reins after that Sri Lankan series, which was of a huge disappointment to the team, the fans, especially after the first test. Looked there for the taking. Simply swept aside in the second. And I don't think even the most optimistic of New Zealand fans would have had New Zealand winning by 8 wickets. The face of delight across Rachin Ravindra. Talk about $1 million smile from $1 million player, especially in this test. Jeremy Coney and his 134, was it, in the first innings for New Zealand. We'll have him right up there as a contender for man of the match. 39 not out in the second. There were contributions from right across the board. Henry and O'Rourke on day one. Southey played his part too. He might have not got the rewards of the Canterbury fast bowling pair, but the veteran seamer chipped in and had some important spells.
Yeah, he got a wicket in each innings, didn't he? And he went past the edge a few times with the new ball. He took the new ball in both innings first, because he's the one that I think New Zealand field can swing the ball early on. He did that. He's very accurate in the field. Took a good catch at mid-on to finish, I think, the Indian innings, the second innings. I think he gives a sort of a level of confidence. His pace was a little bit better, I think, and that's why he was defeating batsmen in the air, swinging it. So he was up in the sort of the early 130s rather than the 126s, which we've seen in the past. He's not getting a lot of bowling. When New Zealand are very aware of it, so they've got to be, they've got to just think very carefully about that. And looking at the conditions about, are they going to play another spinner? I think, frankly, they picked a better side than India did in this match, with the conditions that we were confronted with here and looking at. And so, they've just got to be smart about what they do. They have got they'll have another spinner. Who's there at the moment? No, Duffy isn't he?
Yeah, well, Duffy came in.
But Bracewell's going back home.
But Bracewell's going back home for the arrival of his child, and Isodi joins the squad.
That's right.
For Test 2 and 3, so the leg spinner comes into the group, so they've got much to ponder there. Southey also 65 with the bat, and that hugely important partnership with Rachin Ravindra, as they took New Zealand from 233 for 7, and it was a frustrating score at that stage. Like, you could have put the game to bed, and they were able to put on about 137 for that 8th wicket. Yeah, vital runs in the context of the game. From an Indian perspective here, Jeremy, look at it in two parts. One, the positive, we fought really well to get back into this game and give ourselves a chance to win on day number 5. You get bowled out for the embarrassing score on day number 2. Most teams don't expect to be back in a contest. But the other side of that equation is, how do they get it so horribly wrong?
I can't answer that, but they did. The only explanation I think that is obvious is that having picked 3 spinners, they felt that the way to use them in the best way is to have them bowling in the last innings. So they really want to bowl, they want to bowl second and fourth, don't they? To try and maximise the amount of turn that's available in the game. But it just didn't go right for them on the first morning, and they couldn't quite get back from that, disaster.
110 for the loss of 2, chasing that 107. Sounds comfortable. As Andrew McKenna and Jarrod Kimber jump back in. It wasn't, especially with Jasprit Bumrah. Again, the way he bowled early, we thought there might just be another twist in this, at times, wild test match.
Come on, boys, come and dissect.
I will dissect. Let us dissect the dragonfly of this match. Look, I think Devon Conway's innings will not be remembered as a classic. I think that's fair to say. But he probably did his job in just not getting out early. Playing and missing, and there was that incredible shot where he was flying like a dragonfly with his legs crossed. It looked like he was about to be dissected. And managed to hit a 4, and playing and missing, and inside edges back onto his pads and everything. But that took away. He just faced so many balls of Jasprit Bumrah, and that's probably what they needed. And then they wanted one magic ball of Jadeja, and that didn't come. But the first 20, 25 runs, guys, about as tense as we could see. They didn't score for 2 overs, did they?
Yes. No, that's right. You're right. And as I said, I think Conway just couldn't quite convince himself that it was possible to play out there, and he was more being hit on the gloves and on the hands and on the and on the thigh pad and so on. So, but he stuck it out. That was my point. That he and Young batted for 70 balls, and the rest of the order below them were able to sort of come in on the back of that, with Bumrah not going to be used quite so much, Siraj a little bit more tired, and the spinners not really troubling the New Zealanders that much.
Andrew, you heard the call, didn't you? Second ball of the day, Latham out, Plum, LBW, not much he could do to that. The problem was that they weren't. He was such a menace, Bumrah, but the other end, they were unable to replicate that, and it seemed like Devon Conway's match-up against Bumrah was quite a blunting one for India.
Yeah, Siraj didn't really get into it in the same way that Bumrah did, although his figures actually, in terms of economy rate, actually look better on paper, but you knew which one of them you'd rather actually have had ball in hand. The interesting one for me is, why was Ashwin the fifth bowler used in the innings? That was bizarre. 500 and plenty test wickets, he gets to send down 12 deliveries. We're only talking about 107 runs.
He's a brilliant bowler with the new ball, and they had left-handers as well. I just think, just give him an over early on. If it doesn't work, you can go in the other direction. Jadeja got hit for 9 in his first over and went for another 9 or 8 or 9 in his second over, didn't he? And they still didn't bring Ashwin on.
Yeah, exactly. For me, this should have been more about almost going to sort of T20 mode, 1 or 2 over spells, and then, okay, if it doesn't look like working, we haven't got the time to mess around, to let you get into it, whatever. We need instant results. So, we're talking about the decisions that Rohit made on day one and all of that, but for me, the decisions today, there are a couple in there that, again, I mean, let's be brutally honest, Rohit Sharma is probably one of the most analysed sportsmen on the face of the planet by being captain of the Indian cricket team, but I think there might be a few more questions coming his way.
You think he might be dissected?
He possibly might be dissected if this continues in this manner.
I think that's unlikely.
You never know. I mean, they might take this particularly badly.
I quite agree that I think as a cricket side, you need, even if you're beaten, when you walk off the park, you have to feel that you've given every opportunity a try, you've given everything a go, and then the side can't be too concerned about that. If you have, and I think a few little short spells from Ashwin early on is not going to cost you the game, but you might see something happen. And you might see an end. No one changed an end. No one was rotated in any way. What sort of fields you set? Try things out. Put pressure on batsmen in different ways. It was all very, very kind of organised, but it was set routine kind of cricket, wasn't it?
Paint by numbers.
And that's what we saw this morning. And sometimes you don't want to see that. You want to see everything being changed. A quick spell there, pull him off, bring in someone at the other end, then bring in a man in close on the offside, and start to play with the batsman's mind. Why are they doing that? And so on. So I think you're right that there's a few things you could talk about. Why didn't he bowl Bumrah in the first innings earlier to Southee? Is to me quite an obvious question. Who doesn't like fast bowling and was able to get in, and from an unlikely source ended up with 65 unusual runs.
And why leave Jadeja so late in the first innings too?
So there are lots of questions actually in this match in the end about Rohit Sharma, I think.
Now fellas, can I ask you a question from a New Zealand perspective before we hand the keys of the car to you permanently? How excited should New Zealand cricket fans, Jarrod and Andrew, be about Rachin Ravindra and, say, Will O'Rourke?
I think Rachin Ravindra, it's funny. I mean, Jeremy obviously is much more of an expert when it comes to test match batting than I am. But you look at him and he's got almost every tool that you need to be a great batter. Now, then it comes down to how much does he want it and how does he prepare and do teams work him out and everything. But his ability to play pace and spin, to play the ball when it's moving, when it's spinning away from him, spinning in, come forward, multiple shots. Like, the toolkit of Ratchan Ravindra is so high. You know, most very talented players don't always have that toolkit available to them. So his is incredible. Will O'Rourke, I think Steve Harmison kind of put it best. And Steve Harmison, of course, kept comparing Will O'Rourke to himself. That's a pretty good player. I think New Zealand would be more than happy to have a modern-day Stephen Harmison.
Yeah, you take that.
Yeah.
Can we lock that in now?
Exactly. But I think that the difference between the two of them is the lateral movement that Will O'Rourke can get. I think he just moves the ball more than Steve Harmison did. Maybe not quite as quick, but maybe slightly more accurate as well. But I came into this series and I was talking him up a lot, and a lot of people even from New Zealand and India were like, settle down. He's only played a couple of tests. I'm more impressed by him after this test than I was before. I think he's a really exciting player. So yeah, if New Zealand fans want to get their hopes up unnaturally, I think I might have said Ratchan Ravindra will be the greatest batter of all time, and Will O'Rourke is the next Steve Harmison. So there you go. That's, you know.
And just on O'Rourke, you know, we're talking about the terrible decisions that Rohit made to bat first, and you know, Will O'Rourke's made hay on a paradise of a surface. Well, hang on, India didn't bat for that long, so therefore those conditions weren't vastly different to when New Zealand went out to bat, and two of the best fast bowlers in the world couldn't do anything like what O'Rourke did. So, you know, we can talk about the fact that actually there was a terrible decision, and I know social media in India will be full of, well, it was all about the toss, it was all about this and that. Well, you had pretty much the same conditions and absolutely made a hash of it. So let's give some credit where it's due here. Yes, India made a mistake, but New Zealand were good enough to pounce on that and make the most of it.
Last one, Jerry, you captain this side, played for them for a very long time. You've been watching them for a very long time. Your emotions to see New Zealand win in India again.
You know, I don't get too emotional about these sort of things, but I mean, it's. I'm obviously very pleased with the level that they were able to maintain. They've always had an ability to perhaps have a good session, but then have two or three bad ones, and you can't beat sides when you do that, particularly when you're away. Sometimes it's only one bad session. Look at what happened in Sri Lanka when they were all bowled out for 88, and that was the game really. And so, that's been the trouble with the current side, I think. But here they stuck with it. Obviously, they managed to get a wee bit of good fortune at the start. And they took advantage of it, so that's another good phase I think that they did, and they actually fielded a lot better than we've seen in the past 2 years. I think I've just seen deterioration from the side, and so with the bowlers that they've had and the opportunities to catch the ball becoming fewer and fewer, and then when it comes they put it down. That's why their results actually have been going awry. So this was good to see, I think, in this test match, that they held the catches and their batting was good enough. And we're starting to see, I think, and I do think that, Mr. Kimber is right. I think that we have unearthed a very special talent in the middle order. The trouble will be is how do New Zealand retain him? He's being offered telephone numbers already now to play white ball formats and play over in India. And how do they? They've got to get his central contract as high as they can. Luckily, he loves Test cricket. He does. And so I think that will retain, his position for at least a year or two. But I'm not sure we can keep him for much longer than that. And that would be a great shame, I think, from certainly someone who enjoys Test cricket. And, that's the thing about this game, too. This game was a damn good example of how the format itself can maintain interest at different levels for a wide range of people. India coming back in that second innings was great to watch, wasn't it? I mean, and we see a player like Sarfaraz, who's just emerged. And I found him very interesting and unconventional, and he was very successful. And so those are good things to see, I think. They just say, look, this is a decent enough format. If played properly, is good enough. It's up to the players to show it's good enough.
Special test match for sure. India bowled out in the first innings for 46. New Zealand made 402. India fighting back, as Jeremy points out, 462. That left us with a scenario heading into today, the final day. 107 runs needed. New Zealand lost Latham, LBW bowled Bumrah for no score. 35 runs later, Conway, LBW bowled Bumrah for 17. But an unbeaten stand between Will Young in for Kane Williamson, of course, 48 not out, and Rachin Ravindra backing up that first innings 100, making 39. New Zealand getting home, winning by 8 wickets. Bumrah, the only wicket taker for India, 2 for 29. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India and New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and SENZ Radio in New Zealand. Plenty more to come. We'll hand back to Andrew and crew. Jarrod Kimber, stay with us. The following on podcast will be with you, but it's been a pleasure and well done, New Zealand, but job only part way done, of course. Still 2 test matches to come, and we all know there's going to be a response from India, no doubt.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
Fielding, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Well, what a test match that was. India won the toss, only to be bowled out for their lowest ever score at home, just 46 runs. New Zealand, and especially Rachin Ravindra, put them to the sword to take a first innings lead of 352. Usually, that would be game over in India, but they just refused to quit. No team had ever overturned a bigger first innings deficit and gone on to take the win. Sarfaraz Khan and Rishabh Pant batted and batted and batted and batted until India did take the lead. And just when they found themselves in the driver's seat, they lost their final 6 wickets for 29 runs. So we started today with the Black Caps needing 107 more runs to take a first win on Indian soil since 1988. On paper, more than achievable, but Jasprit Bumrah came out hooping it around corners and took captain Tom Latham for a duck in the first over. He went on to take Devon Conway's wicket too, before Rachin Ravindra and Will Young took the sting out of the game, and New Zealand cruised to a famous victory. I'm Andrew McKenna. Joining me to discuss all of that, Jarrod Kimber. What a test match, Jarrod. What an absolutely brilliant, we'll have to call it 5 days, 4 days of play, but what a brilliant match.
Do you know what? I did a bunch of previews, you know, all these different places coming in, and you're doing a preview and you're thinking, it's so pointless, because it's not that, you know, I talked up O'Rourke and I talked up different things, but when it comes down to it, when you do a preview, people just want to know what you think the result's going to be. And it's like, well, 3-0. And you could talk it around. And, you know, there was one of the shows where I said, look, I can see a path to victory if New Zealand take the new ball and they wobble it around a little bit and they get some wickets and their batters get more than you would expect with the bat. I don't think I saw 46. I didn't expect New Zealand to then, or Tim Southee, I've said this fact 100 times, but Tim Southee outscored India. And then on top of that, you have the comeback. It just kept unfurling beautifully. And perhaps if we're going to be, you know, a little bit annoyed, and not maybe annoyed is the wrong way, but it would have been great if India got 80 more runs. Just because I think this could have been an absolute classic finish if that was the case. In the end, there just wasn't enough to play with. But it was a brilliant, brilliant test match, and, you know, certainly one we weren't expecting, Macca.
So the bare facts in terms of the numbers. India 46 all out. New Zealand replying with 402. India then suddenly remember how to bat and make 462 and set New Zealand 107 for victory. They make it 2 wickets down, 110 they were, so they win by 8 wickets. Will Young 48 not out, Rachin Ravindra 39 not out. It is New Zealand's first win in India since 1988 when they won in Mumbai, and of the 11 on duty for New Zealand in this match, only Ajaz Patel was born then. So that gives you some kind of idea about what they've achieved. This is a hell of a result for New Zealand.
No, it's massive. You know, you're right. It's I would say, I was just thinking about it before, that if you look at the sides in cricket, probably the side who's had the most trouble in Asia is New Zealand. I think if you go through the history of the game, Ireland might be that nation in the next 30 or 40 years. But so far, I would say New Zealand is probably the least comfortable in those conditions. Bracewell, obviously, in the 80s, and Vittori, in the 2000s. But they haven't had a lot of great spinners. They've had some good players of spin, but not as many great players of spin as perhaps some of the other nations have had as well. And then to come to India with a side that doesn't have all of the stars, of the great New Zealand side of a couple of years ago, the World Test Championship winning side. It's not that level anymore, is it, Macca? And so to do this, I know the conditions were in their favour, and I know it was an extraordinary start to the game, but they still had to actually overcome India fighting back. They still had to handle Ashwin and Kuldeep when they were bowling, and Jadeja and all these sorts of things. I just think it's a huge win in the history of New Zealand cricket, and you hope that they fight on in the rest of the series and it doesn't get seen as the fluke toss game, because it's more than that. It really is more than that. I'm not saying that didn't play a huge part in this game, but that's not the reason that they scored over 400. Do you know what I mean? There was more to it than that as well. So I hope that they really take this on board, but push forward in the rest of the series and at least fight. I mean, it should be 1-1 going into the last test, and it's at Wankhede, and who knows? But maybe New Zealand can do something crazy again.
Okay, so you've just brought in the World Test champion side and whatever. You're the historian of all of this. So put this into context. Can a win, a single win in a bilateral series, be more significant than the World Test Championship win for New Zealand? Because as you've just mentioned, okay, best side in the world according to things there. This isn't that side. They're not as good as that side. Yep. And they've won in India for the first time since 1988. So can a one-off bilateral match top the World Test Championship side?
No, because I think that's such an important thing for the history of New Zealand cricket, isn't it? We know how good they were in the 80s. We know that they had some very good other strong sides. That team, that sort of McCullum into Williamson team, was building towards something, and that's their trophy, and they're going to get. This might be a more impressive win, all things considered, just because a very good New Zealand team came over a couple of years ago, and I think they stole a draw in one game. Was it they 9 wickets down? I can't remember if you and I were covering that one, but I remember it went right to the end anyway. They didn't look as strong. So I think this is, an amazing moment for them. But no, I think you're right. The World Test Championship is higher, but this is huge. But because we're mentioning the World Test Championship, India had this penciled down as a win, right? They basically had it penciled down as 3 wins. Now, if they still win the rest of that series, obviously they're in a good position. But they've then got 5 test matches against Australia. They've now got to win a cup. They're probably going to have to win maybe an extra match than they expected against Australia. So it might, and you've got, who knows what South Africa is going to do against Bangladesh in this very interesting series coming up. So there's the World Test Championship. This is New Zealand. I don't think they have a realistic chance of qualifying, but they might have had a very big chance in working out who the finalists are going to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in sport that aren't quite at the top table, but they affect who's actually having the meal. In terms of the way that this game played, because I really want to avoid getting into the what on earth were India doing in terms of their team and their toss, because we need to big up what New Zealand did. That 402 in the first innings, Rachin Ravindra 134, Devon Conway 91, and that 65 from Tim Southey that you've mentioned played such a key part in that. They really, really got their foot on the throat and never removed it, and that was what was so impressive.
No, there's no doubt. I think the way that the first innings went, and there's an element of luck. You and I have covered a lot of these sorts of collapses before. You go back to the Stuart Broad one in Trent Bridge. India all out for 36 in Adelaide. If you go back and you have a look at 3 of India's wickets, there were 2 balls down the leg side, and there was a half tracker that was hit straight to point. But towards the end of that that first part of that innings, there was the pitch was starting to even up a little bit, and Kuldeep was batting quite well. And I thought, well, this is a bad side for India because you want Kuldeep not to be able to hit a ball. But there's a difference between that and what New Zealand went on to do. And India had a chance when Southee came in to put pressure back on again. And Ravindra obviously batted magnificently. But New Zealand got themselves back in front because of that Ravindra-Southee partnership, to a point at which it was going to take India's absolute best from then on to win the game. And to be fair, India were pretty good from that point onwards. From the moment they started batting again, even all the way through until New Zealand needed 40 runs to win, India played the better cricket. But because that foot was on the throat so much by New Zealand, it just kept them in front, even as... So there was a brief moment, I think, when India became favourites in the game. During that partnership. I think it was just before Sarfaraz went out. And then they even stayed favourite for a little while until the whole collapse happened. It just, New Zealand put themselves in that position to always give themselves a chance. And, the first two innings, it's incredible that the game ended up even slightly close in the end, because New Zealand was so brilliant at the start.
And then we get to the third innings. And India did get their stuff together. Sarfaraz 150, Rishabh Pant 99, Virat making 70, Rohit 52. We've been in enough dressing rooms at varying levels of sport down the years that the New Zealand dressing room have got to be concerned. They've got to be thinking, oh, blimey, we've just had there's just been a test match where Pakistan have lost, having put 550 on the board. We've bowled them out for 46, and we're staring at another branch of history here. There had to be, even the most positive of teams, there's got to be some negativity thinking, what on earth is happening here? How is this happening?
Yeah, I think Monty Panesar was talking about how they just had to keep thinking, we've got them 4 down for 30 or 70 or however. But it's hard to do that emotionally. I think knowing that they were going to get that second new ball allowed them to be like, yeah, they might get this first 30 overs away from us. More talking about yesterday morning. They might get that first 30 overs away from us, but we have one more big bite of the cherry with this second new ball. We think it's going to do something. And when that ball came on, I think there were 3 play misses in the first over. Southee and Henry bowled really well. And then India gave them a bonus wicket when Sarfaraz got caught at point. Cover, actually. And at that stage, I think New Zealand were like, okay, we're in this. And then it deflates when Rishabh Pant hits one out of the park, of course. And, it's incredible. But when that replacement ball, you can see the Hawkeye data. It's really fascinating. That replacement ball just moved almost double the amount that the ball before had. And so suddenly, I think, you see O'Rourke whack that ball into the pitch, and it cuts back massively. And from that point onwards, they were just like, if we just hit the wicket here and just stay disciplined, we can come right back in. And I don't even think in New Zealand's wildest dreams they thought they were going to run through them at the end the way that they did. But that's credit to New Zealand, because I thought Henry had struggled at times. Southee hadn't always looked, threatening, especially with the older ball. And O'Rourke had a really bad spell at one stage where he was just spraying the ball and he couldn't control it the way he wanted. Those guys got back on top. Tim Southee got over the fact that there's a Rishabh Pant 6 that hasn't landed yet. And they got back on top and they thought about what they were doing, and they got a little bit of a break with the ball, but they had to capitalise on that, and they did. And all credit to them, because, you have another team, what were they, 400 for 3 or whatever at that stage. You have to, and as you said, there has to be a part of your brain going, they could make 600 here. We might be chasing 200, 220, and we bowled them out for 46. Like, there's no way your head can't go to that position. So for them to stay alert and alive enough and then capitalise on their good fortune, brilliant.
That 6, as you mentioned, changes the game, because the ball was doing a bit. And then, as we've all seen with situations, I think actually Jeremy mentioned it on commentary yesterday. It's like, well, you don't really want that ball to get changed because you've got it going, you've done all the work on it. And actually, as it turned out, it was the best thing that happened, because Rishabh Pant, causing that ball to get changed, all of a sudden the game changed.
It's incredible that there have been 2 games at Chinnaswamy this year, and in 2 different occasions the ball's been hit out of the stadium. The other one was MS Dhoni when CSK were trying to qualify. And in both situations, the batting team was completely on top, so much so that someone could hit the ball out of the stadium. And from that moment forward, the game has completely changed because the new ball has come out. And, very different kinds of match situations. The other one was a wet ball that Dhoni was hitting everywhere. They came up with a dry ball, and that was the end of that chase. And in this case, you would think, Macca, 9 times out of 10, if you're going to get a replacement newish ball, at the very least, you don't expect it to do more than the previous ball. You might think it might do the same, but it doubled, and it was seaming more than 1 degree, and the ball that they were using wasn't. So it was violent movement, and you look at the Rishabh Pant wicket. That's an incredible ball by Will O'Rourke. He comes around. It was his first ball with the second new ball, it was his first ball with the second new ball, and it was one of the first balls with the second new ball, if that makes sense. But he comes around the wicket. He bangs it into the pitch, and it's angling in anyway. But it comes back at pace into Rishabh Pant, who is seeing the ball like a balloon at that point, and knocks it down back onto his stumps, and he's out. Just a huge change in the game, and what a massive moment that turned out to be. That wicket on its own would have been enough, but the fact that the ball was still darting around, they got KO Rahul after, not long after that, and then suddenly the tail just completely collapsed. So brilliant effort by New Zealand, because those guys would have been tired by that point, if nothing else.
Okay, we've been fair and balanced and reasoned. Let's now light the flaming torches, get our pitchforks ready, and turn our attentions to India. Because, let's be honest, that is essentially where an awful lot of people are going to be looking at. So let's take the clock back to, actually before day 1, because the weather was the weather. The pitch was covered as it was. We lose an entire day. Then when the coin finally goes up, India get the choice of what they want to do, and they confirm a team that they had only 2 seamers in and said, we'll bat. Now, Rohit kind of talked about it at the end of the press conference on day 2, said they got it wrong. How do you get something so badly wrong? Or was it arrogance? Was it, we want to bat first because we want to bowl fourth, but because of our spinners, we think this is going to crack and open, and it did. Was it arrogance on behalf of India to say, we are good enough, we think it's going to be an hour, maybe 2 hours of a bit tricky, but we're good enough to get through it, and we don't think your bowling attack is experienced enough or good enough to do it?
No, I think what they thought, and New Zealand weren't desperate to bowl first. People have got to remember this. It wasn't like Tom Latham was like, yippee!
Well, he actually said he was thinking of batting.
Which tells, I think that tells you that both teams didn't think this was going to happen.
Well, so apparently Ravi Shastri, on the TV coverage, when he said that, I was thinking of that, apparently Ravi Shastri said, I was very close to going, really?
So I think it's fair to say that both teams slightly misread the pitch. Now, I think what Rohit believed was that the ball was going to nip around early. And he thought, okay, we might lose a couple of wickets, but we've done that a lot in India, and we generally then overcome that situation. They did it against Bangladesh, right? We can overcome that situation, we can get enough runs on the board, and then our bowlers will do the job. What happened was, there's no way that either captain could have known this, and this is why I don't want Rohit thrown under the bus. He will be, but I don't want Rohit thrown under the bus, I don't think anyone realised the bounce is going to be weird. Because why would you think that on that kind of surface? And you're talking about inconsistent, occasional high bounce. And if you think back, I think there was 3 wickets that came from the extra bounce. It's the combination is what killed India in that first innings. They can handle the ball seaming. They might have still lost some wickets. They're probably not going to get bowled out for 46. If it wasn't seaming, but it was bouncing weirdly, again, they would have lost early wickets, but they probably wouldn't be bowled out for 46. You put that combination in, and I think that's what caught everyone off guard. And if you have told either captain that those were the potential outcomes, there's no way Tom Latham's like, we were thinking about batting. Tom Latham's just like, he's taking his top off before the toss and running it around his head. So I think we have to bear that in mind. The other thing is, to go back to what we were talking about before, that Adelaide collapse of India and the Trent Bridge collapse from Australia, when these things happen, Macca, it's usually obviously good bowlers suited to the conditions, really good conditions, all those things happen. But we just saw Jasprit Bumrah zipping the ball around everywhere, and he didn't bowl anyone out for 46. And yet we saw him bowl as many good deliveries as New Zealand did. Some days you don't hit the stumps. Some days the edges don't go to the right fielder. A drop catch, all these different things. New Zealand, everything went their way in that 46, including, as I said before, they didn't bowl many bad balls, yet they got 3 wickets from bad balls, right? And the catches. Matt Henry, how many fast bowlers in the world are travelling 45 metres in to dive and take a perfect catch in the outfield? You know, Devon Conway, that Devon Conway catch, it's probably about a 25 to 30% chance in cricket. You know, and so just everything went their way. When we see the result, we instantly go, Rohit Sharma got it wrong. I didn't feel that way at the time, and I didn't feel that way at the time, even when they were bowled out for 46. Looking back on it, obviously, whoever went into bat first was going to struggle on that wicket. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Well, it sets up an incredible series, let's be honest. So, Pune for the second test match in 4 days' time.
Which should spin, and should spin a lot.
Yeah, but we don't have a huge amount of history. As we mentioned during the commentary, only 2 test matches have been played at Pune. The first of those in February 2017 when Australia beat India by 333 runs. That is the Steve O'Keefe match, where he took 12 in the match. The other game is October of 2019 when India beat South Africa by an innings and 137. Virat got 254 not out as India declared 601 for 5 and then bowled South Africa out for 275 and 189. So we don't really know how that will play.
We don't. It's a lovely stadium. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, sort of halfway between Mumbai and Pune. Beautiful big stadium that not a lot of roads in if you are driving. Any Kiwi fans making their way out there or Indians travelling. We do expect it to spin because they can make it spin, that wicket. So let's see what they do. Wankhede is the last test, which is not as known for spin bowling, and in the IPL certainly is not known as a spin dominant one. So interesting from that perspective. The other thing is, just to get back to the World Test Championship, they now have India 7 test matches left in the World Test Championship. By my count, and some of this depends on what happens, but by my count, they have to win 4 of those 7 test matches. So 2 of those are against New Zealand at home, but 5 of those are against Australia. So if there's a draw in the series against Australia, or they only win 1, they will miss out on the World Test Championship, and they were probably the safest team. Now, a lot of that revolves on what Australia do in Sri Lanka and what South Africa do against Bangladesh and in their home series. But I would have said before this game that India were the team I had penciled in to the World Test Championship final. I've just erased a couple of letters.
Interesting. Really interesting. So, Pune in 4 days' time is going to be absolutely massive, not only for this series, but also for India going forward. That what we're basically saying is they have to win that match, and not only for this series, but for the World Test Championship as well. Could we get anything better set up? Well, of course, we will be back to bring you every ball of that match and the series exclusively live. So stay with us on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and of course SENZ Radio in New Zealand to bring you all of that action. Join us for the live action in 4 days' time. Next up on talkSPORT 2, it is the best of following on.
We are about to find out very quickly how realistic it is for India to put any pressure back on New Zealand.
Jasprit Bumrah is on the way, comes in and bowls right arm over and beats the batter first up. Bumrah is in once again, and that's coming back in, hits him on the pad, he's out, LBW! Second ball of the day. New Zealand 0 for 1, trying to make 107.
Clipped away nicely by Young. Square, long legs, very square. Jasprit Bumrah, I thought was going to cut it off, did not. There we have the first boundary of the innings. Conway drives nicely. Oh, better than that. I thought he'd picked out Ashwin. That races away and that dulls the crowd. 2 boundaries and 3 balls for New Zealand. 17 for the loss of 1.
It's going to be a rough ride, folks. Strap yourselves in. Whichever way this goes, this is going to be entertaining. Siraj had an excellent one down at long leg earlier. And here he comes. Oh, that's wide of off stump. And Young plays that beautifully off the front foot, backward of point, and Bumrah is just going to collect that one from the boundary. 4 runs to total. 27 for 1. New Zealand are virtually a quarter of the way there. Shorter ball from Siraj, pulled by Will Young through mid-on for 4. Shorter ball but didn't get up. Bumrah around the wicket inside half of Conway's bat. It's going to go through square leg. They take the first one hard. They're going to come back for a second. It doesn't matter. It goes all the way to the boundary through square leg for 4. Around the wicket, comes in, takes Conway on the pad. Bumrah is thinking that's an absolute slam dunk, LBW.
Big wobble ball delivery. Comes back just a little bit. That's going to be out. That is absolutely plumb.
Drinks break is done, and here is Bumrah to Ravindra, who's coming forward, opening the face, guides it between gully and backward point, and is underway with the boundary 4. As simple as you like. He's got 4, and New Zealand are 39 for 2.
He thinks it may go, what's Devon doing? Looks easy to me.
Jadeja in, left arm around once again. That's shorter outside of off stump. And Will Young just easily plays it through backward point. The way it was played, I thought it was a guide to a fielder out on the cover sweeper, but there is no cover sweeper. It's back-to-back boundaries, and all of a sudden New Zealand are 52 for 2.
Here's a beautiful cut stroke, not all that short, but the man is so light of foot to go back, creep outside leg stump at the same time, and thrash the ball through point. 61 for the loss of 2. New Zealand past the halfway stage as far as the run chase. Ravindra's dancing, driving expertly through extra cover, bringing a round of applause from Jeremy Coney, and hush silence inside the stadium. 78 for the loss of 2 wickets. Goes outside of off stump, but it's swept away through square leg, dissecting the 2 fielders who chest bump, not deliberately. Another 4 to Ravindra, who's 36 off 35. Young goes back, cuts to backward point. Yes is the call from Will Young and every New Zealand cricket fan, because that is the winning run. New Zealand win by 8 wickets against India in India for the first time in nearly 36 years. After 19 previous failed attempts, the Black Caps have beaten the mighty India on their home soil.
on DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
Field in, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Understood perhaps, or underappreciated, never to be forgotten, or just our favourites. I always suffer a little bit of imposter syndrome here because Jarrod Kimber is the proper cricket historian. I'm merely somebody who's
about
observed the
4
game.
cricket history books, haven't you?
No, biographies, Jarrod. Biographies. Now, last time we did this was with India, and we appeared to draw favourable response. So we've been asked to do it again. I've picked 2, you've picked 3, and off you go. You open the batting and give us your favourite. So initially we were asked to pick 5 cricketers who our listeners may never have heard of, but ought to have done. I've widened that scope here because I think that listeners will probably have heard of my 2. So they're more favourites or just never to be forgotten. Who have you gone for?
I sent you a WhatsApp of the person I want to talk about first. Would you be able to pronounce the WhatsApp? You've got to find your phone now, don't you? You forgot. He's got to put his glasses on, everyone.
No. You know what, Jarrod? I seriously wanted to give it a go. I did, and I pride myself on being able to pronounce long and difficult names, but I absolutely cannot. I did count. I think there are 17 syllables in it.
Yeah.
I.L. Buehler.
I.L. Buehler is what he is known as. It's Ilikana Lasarusa Telabuna Vela Bula Ila Kala 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 Balau, I think. But I might have made some of that up, and I might have said the same thing 3 times in a row there. His name means, Manners, which I know you will like, his name means returned alive from the Nankula Hospital at Lakeba Island in the Lao Group. That's what that name means. Luckily for us, it has been shortened down to I.L. Buehler. Now, this is a bit of a cheat, because you know me, I like to muck around a little bit. This person never played for New Zealand, and not only was I.L. Buehler not a New Zealand cricketer, he's actually a Fijian cricketer, and a great Fijian cricketer. He in the summer of 1947-48, he toured New Zealand with Fiji, and he made the 5th most runs, despite the fact that he'd never played that level of cricket before. He would end up with a first-class record of an average of 46. People who saw him bat think that was probably lower than what he deserved. He was incredible. He would bat in something that was called a sulu, which is like a traditional Fijian skirt. So he wasn't always wearing traditional whites. There's even stories of him batting barefoot against proper attacks. He made runs twice when he toured New Zealand. So all of his first-class cricket was played in New Zealand. But he did actually make runs against the West Indies as well. I don't know if you know this, that the West Indians actually were actually beaten by Fiji. And he second top scored. You're looking at me like I'm making this up. Fiji actually beat the West Indies in, I think it was 1955, 56, somewhere around that period. And just before the West Indians got really good, to be fair. But even so, you would expect them to beat Fiji. But that's how good Fijian cricket was at that point. And I.L. Buehler was the absolute best player. So he comes over to New Zealand in 1947-48. There wasn't really much thought about him before then. He was so good on that tour that New Zealand's then captain went to the law books to see if they could pick him. Because this is before we had associate cricket or anything like that. And in those days, if you didn't have a test team, the team that was the closest to the test team, the team that was closest to the non-test team could pick a player. So, for instance, if India had ever wanted a Sri Lankan player, they could have actually picked a Sri Lankan player as the rules were originally written up in 1910, 1911, in that period when the ICC actually started to codify the laws of cricket. And so the Fijian and the New Zealand captain were actually looking if they should take I.L. Buehler to England, because in 1949, it was a huge tour for New Zealand cricket. They were going to go over and play in England, and at that stage they were only allowed 3-day tests. So they were going to stack their batting lineup with as many batters as possible to prove that they deserved more than 3-day tests. And to be fair to them, they did do it. But I.L. Buehler didn't go, partly because he didn't want to, also because some of the New Zealand players were a little bit upset that they were going to lose their position to a Fijian player who'd only played a handful of first-class games. But he was an extraordinary batter, hit the ball very, very hard, didn't get to play enough top-level cricket, but imagine going over from Fiji, having never played any level of cricket and dominating the best New Zealand bowlers of his day, and also making runs against the West Indians when they toured. the New Zealand captain who wanted him to go in 1949 was Walter Hadlee. So it was Richard Hadlee's father who was actually looking up to see whether he could take I.L. Bueller with him, which tells you what a quality player he was. And I also mentioned that because Walter Hadlee is your number 2, is he not? Or your number 1? Our number 2.
Yes, he is. What an extraordinary story. Didn't I.L. Bueller keep wicket as well, full-time or part-time?
Everything. He did. I think he did everything. Some of the stories about the Fijian cricketers is just absolutely incredible. And I think the first living, I think this is right, the first living player to ever be on a stamp, the first living cricketer, to ever be on a stamp was actually a Fijian player. They were on such a high level. It is such a shame that Fijian cricket dropped off, because certainly in that period between 1940s and 1960s, they had a proper side, and they've never quite got back to that standard again. Now, obviously, Papua New Guinea is sort of the island team that dominates these days, but it's a real shame. But he's a phenomenal cricketer, and and did it all in a traditional, skirt as well, which I'm not sure if that's harder or not, but it sounds harder.
It certainly does, and I think Scotland's team should be made to play in kilts. Because that's all. Okay, so you're right. Walter Hadlee is... I've chosen him for 2 reasons, really. I just think some of our younger listeners might not know, because of the massively high profile of Sir Richard Hadlee. Richard was one of 4 sons, 3 of whom played for New Zealand. There was Dale Hadlee, played 26 tests and 11 ODIs, so fast bowler. Barry Hadlee as well, also played 2 ODIs. Walter Hadlee was born in 1915, the patriarch of the Hadlee cricketing family. He also played for New Zealand, made his test debut in 1937. He was captain of the team that is still to this day described as the great New Zealand team of 1949 that toured England. They actually drew the test series 0-0, but they played 35 games, lost only once to Oxford University, amazingly enough. But Walter was an exceptional player, played 11 test matches either side of the war, 100. But then after that, this is what most New Zealanders will remember him as, the ultimate administrator. He was a selector, manager, board member, chairman, president. And the other reason that I wanted to mention him is, we often talk about New Zealand's history of punching above their weight and innovative, out-of-the-box, creative thinking. And I always used to go back to Jeremy Coney in the 1980s. He set funky fields and he did things a bit differently. But actually, I didn't realise until a couple of years ago that Walter Hadlee may actually be the father of New Zealand innovative thinking, creative thinking. There's a obituary, he died in 2006, and there's an obituary in Wisden that says he played the game very much in the right spirit, and as a captain, he had unusual vision and imagination. So I love that about New Zealand cricket and New Zealand captains. Stephen Fleming was the same. I mean, the tradition has carried on. So, yeah, I just thought younger listeners might not know that the Hadlee dynasty and the patriarch Walter Hadlee. There you go. He's my number 1.
Well, you talk about thinking outside the box. I think wondering whether you could find a regulation that allows you to pick a Fijian player probably tells you that he wasn't the most straightforward person. That 1949, because we've mentioned it in both. They're called the 49ers. That tour in New Zealand, and it's very important. As you said, they didn't win a test; they drew all 3 tests. But they were so good that I think it was by the 3rd test, England had decided never to play New Zealand in a 3-day test ever again. And they actually asked them to play a 5-day test, I think, at the end of that tour. But New Zealand had such a crammed schedule that so they had to play some random team, I don't know, as you said, Oxford or another university or something, rather than playing a full-length test. So they were so successful on that tour under Walter Hadlee that they actually changed their history in front of them. The next player I want to talk about is Stewie Dempster. I don't know how much you know about Stewie Dempster, Manners. Is this a player who's... No, he's shaking his head, radio audience. Didn't even pick up his microphone. Stewie Dempster averages 65 in Test cricket. He played 10 tests for New Zealand. And when they came into Test cricket, so sort of late 1920s, when Sir Abe Bailey, the man who created the ICC with South African gold money, had disappeared, and we suddenly had teams who were non-white being able to play in Test cricket. And New Zealand obviously came in at that stage as well, even though they weren't quite as strong as probably India or the West Indies. Stewie Dempster had already been playing first-class cricket for a long time. He'd been travelling to England and playing it. And so when it was a huge advantage for New Zealand cricket to have this guy who, when he played Test cricket, was so incredible. And I think maybe it was in 10 tests that he opened the batting and averaged 65, but he averaged a huge amount in Test cricket altogether. He would actually go on to play a lot of first-class cricket in England as well, and he averaged 45 over his career. As you and I know, Manners, this was not a very good New Zealand team when they first came in. They probably shouldn't have had Test status. In fact, I would argue that Argentina was a better team, and Argentina should have had Test status ahead of New Zealand at that point. So they partly, when they first played their first Test, obviously they were playing at the same time that the West Indies were playing. They got like England's third 11 to play against. But Dempster was absolutely world class at that time. So the question is why he only played a few Tests. And there's a little known person, I do think you'll know this person, Sir Julian Khan, Manners. Has that name ever come across?
Yes.
I thought you might know him. So Sir Julian Khan was a furniture magnate, I think out of Nottinghamshire, or that area anyway, who had a lot of money and he wanted to get into the English establishment, and he thought the best way to do it was via cricket. And so he built a cricket ground at his own house, and it was a beautiful place, a bit like the Getty Estate in Wormsley now in English cricket. Built his own cricket ground, but then he was like, well, I need cricketers now. So he went around the world and he hired the best cricketers. It meant that teams who were new to Test cricket or were struggling in Test cricket, like South Africa and New Zealand, lost their best players to Julian Khan because he paid so much more than anyone else. The highest paid cricketers in the world played for Julian Khan. So Aubrey Faulkner was South Africa's great player, and he left to go and play with Julian Khan. And then Stewie Dempster did the same thing. And it meant that New Zealand had this great cricketer and they had no access to him. And even, I think it was Notts he played for. And he didn't even play for Notts that often because he was playing for Julian Khan. But for those who don't know, Julian Khan, absolutely nuts figure. He batted in these games himself, despite the fact that they're world-class players and he shouldn't have been even on the field. He batted in these games, but he was terrified of the ball, so he had blow-up pads made where they would literally be like, I don't even know how to explain blow-up pads. It was like having a boogie board on the end of his leg, or a blow-up a beach toy strapped to his leg. And he shouldn't have been playing in those games, but he hired the best players ever, and it meant that New Zealand should have started world cricket with one player who was absolutely top class, and instead, sadly for them, they only got him for a handful of games before he disappeared back to first-class cricket. But Stu Dempster, there's no doubt that the records show he was an absolutely brilliant cricketer, and sadly for New Zealand, they never got the most out of him. And it wasn't the only time that New Zealand lost a top-level cricketer to England. They lost a couple of very good players during the war as well. And then obviously Glenn Turner would go on to go play county cricket rather than playing for New Zealand. So when we look back, we look at, Trent Bolt's not playing for them because of the IPL. Oh, this is evil. It's like, yeah, this has been going on since they started Test cricket. This is not a new thing. This is not just India. England and random millionaires in Nottinghamshire were doing this to them.
Plenty more to come from Neil Manthorp and Jarrod Kimber as they discuss 5 New Zealand cricketers you've never heard of but ought to. This is the best of the Following On podcast here on talkSPORT 2.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
And now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT
2. You're listening to the best of the following on podcast here on talkSPORT 2, as Neil Manthorp and Jarrod Kimber discuss 5 New Zealand cricketers you've never heard of, but ought to. For the full show, you can download the podcast from the following on feed, now available on all good podcast providers.
Now, okay, my second cricketer has been one of my favourites for a very, very long time, and I would put him in the underappreciated and never to be forgotten category. And he's very much alive and well. In fact, he's commentating for New Zealand Radio in the adjoining commentary box. Christopher Zinzan Harris is a cult hero, became a cult hero. He may well have been the last international cricketer to have a comb over to hide his bald spot, but that's not the reason that he became a cult hero. He played 250 one-day internationals, and so many things about his performance stand out. I mean, he was part of the furniture. He was just in the team for a decade, and
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. My Sporting Life on talkSPORT.
Yeah, this is My Sporting Life here on talkSPORT with me, Danny Kelly, where this evening I'm joined by a legendary figure from the world of cricket. My guest is widely acknowledged as the finest player New Zealand has ever produced, and his record of 431 wickets in 86 test matches was a major factor in his country reaching unprecedented heights during the late 70s throughout the 1980s. He was the first bowler to take 400 wickets in Test cricket. He took 5 wickets in Test innings on 36 occasions and captured 10 wickets in a match 9 separate times. In his first-class cricket, he played for Canterbury in New Zealand and also spent a decade with Nottinghamshire here in England, winning the county championship twice and hitting over 1,000 runs and taking more than 100 wickets during the famous 1984 season. His efforts in the game were recognised with the award of an MBE in 1980, while he received a knighthood in 1990 for services to cricket. In 2002, he was chosen by Wisden as the second greatest Test bowler of all time, and in 2009 was inducted into the ICC Cricket Hall of Fame. Since retiring from the game, he's become an outspoken media pundit, whilst in recent times he played an influential role in New Zealand cricket as chairman of the Board of Selectors. On tonight's My Sporting Life, I'm joined by the cricket legend no other world will do, Sir Richard Hadlee. I'm taken because we're not yet living in a republic. I will just call you Richard. Welcome along. Thanks for joining us here on talkSPORT. We just had some Test cricket and some one-dayers against New Zealand. Where do you currently think the Black Caps are in the world standings?
If I was Australian, Danny, I'd say g'day, but I'm a Kiwi, so I'll say hello. Nice to be on your program. And
you're very, very welcome. We're honoured.
And thanks very much for the introduction. Yes, as far as New Zealand cricket's concerned, I think there's no doubt that we're very, very competitive in the one-day format, the 50-over game, and T20 cricket. Our ratings pretty average, but at the same time, we're more likely to win games than lose them. And our Test game, unfortunately, has really dropped off over the years, and I think we're around about 9 in the ratings there in Test cricket. Quite frankly, it's not good enough. Need to have more resources into it, so we've got to get better.
Well, we're going to be hearing during the next 2 hours. We'll chat to you about all the your time in cricket, including the effect that you had, among one or two others, on that New Zealand Test team. And we'll be hearing, of course, about your debut for your country in 1973, a year when these sounds were making the headlines.
Let us resolve that this will be what it can become, in which we renew the spirit and the promise of America.
Roger Moore is James Bond 007 in Ian Fleming's Live and Let Die.
As in 1969, Stewart won the title at Monza. He surged through to finish 4th, and his 3rd world title was acknowledged.
Underground, overground, wombling free. The wombles of Wimbledon, common are we.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Alice Louise.
Take the Mark Anthony Peter.
Take the Mark Anthony Peter.
David, Tom David, the halfway line. Brilliant by Quinnell. This is Gareth Edwards, a dramatic start. What a score!
Somewhere between science and superstition, there is another world. The world of darkness. The Exorcist.
It's in your household, it's in your blood.
Well, I think so. I was very fortunate, like my 4 brothers, to grow up in a family cricketing environment. And what I mean by that is my father, Walter, played for New Zealand. He captained New Zealand. In fact, he toured here way back in 1949. And, of course, in those days, they used to travel from New Zealand by ship. It used to take about 6 weeks. They'd have 6 months here in England playing games, and they'd have another 6 weeks on the way back via ship. Well, so I think with that background and that upbringing, yes, I think the destiny for virtually all of us was to play cricket, and fortunately 3 of us went on to play for New Zealand.
And while your dad and your 5 brothers were playing cricket, what's your mum's name? What did she do?
Well, Lilla was my mother's name. Unfortunately, Mum and Dad are no longer with us.
Sure.
They passed away in their 90s, so they had a pretty good run.
Okay, so the DNA is good then.
Oh, yeah. My mother was a tremendous supporter of the boys, particularly in preparing us and making sure that all our cricket whites were nicely washed and cleaned and ironed for our games at the weekends.
As you say, Barry and I think Dale, your brother, both played for New Zealand. What kind of New Zealand in the 1950s and 60s? What kind of a country was it to grow up in?
it's a long time ago now, isn't it? But very slow way of life in New Zealand. We had a very good education in our primary schools, going into secondary schools. In fact, all of us went to Christchurch Boys High School when we were growing up, and naturally most of us went on to play for the first 11 in cricket. And in my case, I also played soccer for the first 11. But we all played sports, and I think the backyard rivalry that we had, I think, was very, very significant in our upbringing in the game of cricket, because we had a big place and a big section, and every night after dinner.
That's a big area of land in English.
We had pitches in the backyard.
I was going to say, most people play cricket with their brothers in the backyard, but I played it on concrete with a plastic ball. You had a cricket pitch in your garden.
A cricket pitch in the backyard with a net, and usually Dale and myself would be bowling to Dad and my older brother Barry, and that's why Dale and myself basically became bowlers, because we did all the bowling and we'd get 5-minute hit at the end before having to go to bed at night time. So yeah, it's quite interesting how that role played out.
I, as always with sportsmen, I'm very loath to ask you, how did it go at school academically?
Pretty average. We had what we called a school certificate, which I sat in 1967, and what you had to do, that's as a 16-year-old, and what you had to do is get a 200 pass mark in your 4 best subjects. And when I'll never forget to this very day when the results come about 3 months after the exams, and Mother presented to me on the silver tray, the envelope with the results. The expectation was there, and I opened it up, and there it was, 195. I'd failed.
And almost passed, Richard.
Yeah, well, you see, that was one of my first and greatest learning experiences, was the fact that maybe I'd expected or assumed as of right that I'd automatically pass, and I thought I'd done the preparation, but clearly I hadn't. Failed, and I thought that failure is not a nice option. It's embarrassing, it was degrading, it was disappointing, and the lesson learned from that was to work harder, prepare better. And so I sat the examination the following year. I had to do a repeat year on it, set me back a year obviously, and the system changed a bit, and you had to get a 50% pass mark in your subjects to get the credits, and I sat 6 subjects, got a pass mark in all 6 subjects. So lesson learned, move on.
I say your life and your family were built around cricket, and you're in Christchurch at Lancaster Park, of course. You sold programmes, you were a scoreboard operator. I mean, you really were, unless I've got this wrong, pretty much all about cricket, although I think you played other sports too.
Yeah, no, I was engrossed in cricket, and simply because Dad played and my older brother Barry, he's sort of 10 years older than me,
right.
We used to go and watch them play. And yes, you're right about Lancaster Park as a youngster, selling programs and collecting bottles and getting tuppence for a refund on the bottle so you could buy an ice cream, that sort of thing, move around the embankment and collect all these bottles and annoy people. But as time went on, yes, I operated the giant scoreboard with a number of other youngsters while a test match was in progress.
I'm trying to think now. I think it's one of those grounds where there really is a giant scoreboard.
Yes, yeah. Well, it was
many
one.
human beings inside it.
Very manual. And I often looked out, actually, from that scoreboard over the playing arena when a test match was in progress at Lancaster Park, and I watched a few games there, and often thought to myself, wouldn't it be wonderful one day to be out there playing a real test match? And I was 16 at the time when I thought that, and it was only 5 years later that dream became a reality.
Well, that's an almost award-winning place to break the first section of the show, because in the next section we'll be talking about your very early days in first-class cricket with Canterbury, and your selection sooner rather than later, I guess it's fair to say, for New Zealand and a test debut against Pakistan, much else besides. You're listening to My Sporting Life on talkSPORT. My guest this evening is the legendary fast and then medium bowler, Sir Richard Hadlee.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
And now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, this is My Sporting Life with me, Danny Kelly, and rather more importantly, him, Sir Richard Hadlee. Richard, we're going to talk about your debut and your rapid rise up the ranks of New Zealand cricketers. But you nearly didn't make it quite that far, because if you're going to bowl, you're going to need, if you're going to bowl right-handed, you're going to need the fingers on your right hand. You didn't nearly quite make that, did you?
Well, it didn't. And I remember living 41 Fennelton Road, it was, in Christchurch, and I was talking before about having a big section, and I used to cut the lawns on most occasions. That was part of my pocket money, if you like.
Right.
And after I'd cut the lawns and thought I'd stop the mower, and there was a bit of grass in the reel of it on the side of it, and I thought, no, I'll just pull that out, but I hadn't stopped the mower, and it just jumped to the blades, jumped
back
a little
into
bit.
life.
Yeah, it did, and it cut my finger, and I was very fortunate it was only a nick. Could have lost the nail, but it was just under the right index finger, really. And that's a very important finger to have if you're bowling right arm seam or spin or whatever. And being a goalkeeper in soccer to try and catch a ball.
Remind us, of course, about your time as a goalkeeper.
Well, I did at Christchurch Boys High School for 3 years. I played soccer and I was a goalkeeper, and really enjoyed that. And I was captain of the first 11 in my final year at school, and went on to play for Christchurch Rangers, and which was the South Island sort of Southern League, if you like, just under National League competition.
Right.
And people felt that I was good enough to go on and for higher honours in time, but sooner or later you've got to make a choice between one or the other, and I think cricket was a better option at the end of the day.
Do you still like football?
Oh, look, I do watch it, and of course, having spent time at Nottinghamshire for 10 years, it was always Notts Forest. And
well, you were there at the time of Brian Clough,
well,
weren't you?
in the 80s, European champions, it was a pretty special time.
Absolutely right, and there was a time, I think, when Nottinghamshire and Nottingham Forest were champions at cricket and football in this country as well. So let's talk about then. You eventually you obviously shown promise from a cricketing background. Your debut for Canterbury comes against Auckland in 1971 too. And circumstances are odd because you replaced Dale, your brother, in the team, didn't you?
Well, that's right. Dale himself had a bit of an accident and got
What happened to him?
Well, he got his big toe caught in a lawnmower.
I was going to say, there's some lawnmower thing going on there, isn't there?
Unbelievable. And I was playing in a B game for Canterbury at the time, and I could see that Mother was walking around the boundary quite frantically at the time. Just heard the news that Dale had done something wrong. And, of course, Dale couldn't play the remaining 3 first-class games of that particular season, and I was his replacement, and virtually I had to get pulled out of that particular game I was playing and to report to Lancaster Park the next day and actually open the bowling for Canterbury.
Just let me check, for health and safety reasons, the members of the Hadlee family now, you get a professional gardener to come and do your lawns, yeah?
We don't have lawns now.
Okay, because you clearly have no luck with lawn mowers.
Oh, terrible.
I guess, what we're going to hear over the next hour and a half, 2 hours, is that you're... I mean, you probably had to do the hard work, but it's just in a story of amazing triumph, a lot of your cricket career. And we got some clue of it. As you said, you had to play 3 first-class games because your brother was injured. And in the third one, you got a hat-trick.
Yes, I did. In fact, the New Zealand cricket team to go to Australia was about to be announced at that time, and I didn't have any chance of making that because I'd only played 3 games. I was picked more on potential and promise than performance or anything of that nature. But in those 3 games, I picked up 10 wickets, including a hat-trick in that third game at Trafalgar Park in Nelson. And then the team was announced, and there I was in it, purely coincidental, but a great thrill.
Well, I think it helped that the hat-trick. The first one was the Test wicketkeeper Ken Wadsworth, who I remember. I don't remember Blair Furlong, but I think he was a rugby player, was he?
Yes, he was an All Black rugby player,
wow,
and a very handy cricketer. He played, I think, first 5-8 for the All Blacks at that time in the early 70s, and the third fella to come out was John Howe, who was obviously the number 11 batsman and opening bowler, but he went on to be one of the chief coaches of New Zealand cricket at the Cricket Academy.
As you say, you got your breakthrough in first-class cricket because your brother Dale was injured. Earlier today, I managed to speak to Dale very briefly about playing with you, the effect that you had on New Zealand cricket, and well, here it is.
I think he showed signs in the back garden, really, when we used to have our little mini test matches. I was always, luckily, 3 years older than him, so when I was 15 and he was 12, I could dominate him. But eventually the tide started to turn. So we played a lot of cricket together in first-class teams for Canterbury and then for New Zealand. He always had the talent, but it was only when he went to English county cricket that he learned to refine his skills, and that's when I realised that he was very special.
And just you mentioned that you played with him for New Zealand. I think I'm right in saying that you opened the bowling with him for New Zealand on occasion. That must have been an extraordinary experience, both a family thing and national thing, for brothers to open the attack for their country.
Yes, it was good fun. I think when you sort of wheel it back a little bit, Richard and I were the bowlers for my father and my oldest brother, because they were both batsmen in the backyard and the nets. So we were the net bowlers. And then to sort of take that through to international cricket, it was very exciting for both of us.
What effect do you think, looking back now, that Richard had on New Zealand cricket overall, the things that he achieved, Dale? I think that Richard Hadlee, and you may tell me I was right or wrong, was the man who showed New Zealanders they could win at cricket at international level.
I think there'd been isolated players previous to that, but Richard became so consistent that all of a sudden New Zealand started winning test matches. They had an unbeaten record at home for a number of years, and through his efforts, and people like Martin Crowe, and a team of pretty solid performers around them, they did really well. But Richard, I think, when he went to county cricket and started getting his 1,000 runs and his 100 wickets in the season and doing things consistently over a long period of time, made people realise that he was extra special.
And what's it like having a knight in the family?
Oh, he's no different than just having an ordinary brother called Richard.
You're not forced to call him Sir Richard, no?
Not at all. The one thing our family doesn't do, we don't stand on those sort of things.
And I know by the time we've done this interview, he will be hearing these words. Have you got a few words for your brother?
Oh, well, I'm extremely proud of him. I think we were always very competitive against each other. When we first started, there was a period of time when Richard was playing for a different club team in Christchurch to me, and we were after each other all the time in those games. But then as time went on and I matured and he matured, I think we hoped that each would do well. And then when I gave up, I was always very keen to see that he was the leading player in the team.
Yeah, there's your brother Dale there. He managed to just about squeeze out that he's proud of you.
Yeah, no, very interesting comments, and he's right about the competitive nature between us. Even when we played for Canterbury and New Zealand together, if he got 2 wickets, I wanted 3 wickets. If he was batting number 7, I was number 8 in the batting order, and he got 20 runs, I wanted 40 runs to reverse the batting position. So that's the way it was, and I felt that we complemented each other pretty well, and that strong desire really helped our performances.
Excuse me, because there's so much to get through. I'm going to jump straight forward to in the 72-73 season, you're selected for your first Test match for New Zealand against Pakistan at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. What do you remember about the game?
The first ball I bowled, I think, was a full toss and got hit for 4, so that wasn't a great start. I think I picked up 2 for 88 off 18 overs, scored 46 with the bat, and then
pretty good memory.
And then got dropped for the next 2 Test matches.
Indeed, you did. Because this is the story of the development of New Zealand cricket around your skill and one or two others as well. Tell me about the New Zealand mentality in those days. In my memory, and correct me if I'm wrong, I was only a kid, New Zealand was a cricketing backwater and didn't have great expectations of its national team. Rugby, different story.
Yeah, rugby did set the standard, still does today, and cricket, whilst it's our top summer game, way back in the 70s, we had some very fine players. No question about that. In fact, I always felt that the 73 team that came here was one of the best I ever played in for New Zealand, but we really didn't know how to win, and I think our attitude was one based on the fact that we were amateur players as well, playing against the hardened professionals here in England, and the tough Aussies, very, very competitive, and they tended to intimidate us a little bit. But I don't think we backed ourselves.
They're no good now, Richard, though. You can forget about that now.
I don't think we backed ourselves enough, and we didn't know how to win, and sometimes we felt that a drawn Test match was as good as a win.
As you say, you came here in 1973 with an excellent squad of New Zealand players, but not necessarily a great team. You only played 1 Test, and England won the 3-Test series 2-0. We might skip over that because we got far better results for New Zealand against England coming up, I think it's fair to say, because I want to talk about 1974 at Lancaster Park, Christchurch, your home ground, where you talked about Australian cricket, and of course it's been one of the global giants of the game throughout both of our lifetimes. And I think 1974, is that the first time New Zealand beat Australia?
Yes, it was. It was
That's an incredible thought, isn't it?
It was a significant test match because if we go back to 1946, my father captained a New Zealand side against Bill Brown's Australians, and we got badly whipped at
But
Wellington.
they had a great team then.
Well, they did, but Bradman didn't come on that particular tour. So that was 1946, and between 1946 and 1973-74, there was no test cricket between the two countries.
Oh.
Australia sent their B teams out to New Zealand, or we went over to Australia and played their state sides. And so Australia didn't recognise us as such. And I think that hurt us greatly. And whilst we played against some very good Australian B sides with test players or ex-test players and youngsters coming through, like Dennis Lilly, for example, in his early days in the 70s, it was as though it was a snub. And then when 74 came at Christchurch, my home ground, we beat them for the first time, and that's when Glenn Turner got 100 in each innings. I picked up 8 wickets in the match. Dale contributed as well. And in those days, we got paid $100, £50 if you like, as our match fee. And when we won that test, the chairman of selectors came into, or the chairman of New Zealand Cricket came into the dressing room, took us into the shower area and gave us $100 bonus each. So we thought we were the bee's knees, and this was what test cricket was all about.
It's an amazing thought that $100, £50 for beating Australia for the first time. And again, if I might just leap forward ever so slightly, I guess there was, as your brother talked about it, there was an inconsistency when you started out. Of course, you're a young player, but the real breakthrough performance, if I might say, comes against India in 1976. The test match where you took 11 wickets.
It's a game I should never have played in, funnily enough, because my form had not been good prior to that series starting, and my confidence was down. And Hadlee Howarth, our spinner, got left out of the side, and we went into that match with 4 seamers, which was very, very unusual. In fact, I bowled number 4 in the attack in that particular match. So that's how down in confidence, and the captain didn't really rate me. And as it turned out, I got 4 wickets in the first innings, went on to get 7 in the second, which was a New Zealand record for an innings performance and for a match performance. And I think that really did trigger my announcement, if you like, at international cricket. I'd been floating around for 3 or 4 years with inconsistent, unreliable performances in and out of the side. But from 76 onwards, then I became a regular member of the team through to 1990.
And as we heard from those statistics at the top of the show, one of the most consistent wicket takers that the game has ever produced. Next, we'll be hearing about the 1978 Test, where England are beaten by New Zealand for the very first time. We're going to hear a lot about firsts in this, as you and your teammates continue to put New Zealand on the map. And we'll also be discussing your time playing for Nottinghamshire, period which saw you win 2 county championship titles and achieving that famous double in 1984 when you took 100 wickets and scored over 1,000 runs in the first-class game. You're listening to My Sporting Life here on talkSPORT, and my guest tonight is the fascinating Sir Richard Hadlee.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. on DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, this is My Sporting Life. I'm Danny Kelly, and my subject tonight, I'm delighted to say, is Sir Richard Hadlee. Richard, I think the shows sometimes go by in a blur of achievements. I think I should explain to the teenagers that at this stage you're running in off a very, very, very long run-up, later curtailed because you had an injury, I know. But the bowling style, I don't want to make too many comparisons, but there is the McGrath and I think Anderson comparison in terms of accuracy with the ball. Was just watching one of your performances earlier on YouTube, and to me, as well as the skill of moving the ball around and all the rest of it, and a bit of pace when you first started, it's the endless taunting of the poor old batsman just outside the off stump. They've got to play every ball. There must have been exhausting. I just wanted to explain to people basic, and they can look at you on YouTube anytime. Just put Sir Richard Hadlee with L-E-E on the end and see the basic style. Again, we talked about the first time Australia were beaten by New Zealand. You explained why that wasn't such a huge achievement because you didn't play them very often. All right, I take you then to 1978 and to the Basin Reserve in Wellington, New Zealand, where for the first time England are beaten by a New Zealand team, of course, containing yourself as well. There's no such story there. 50 years, and count them, 50 test matches, not beating the home country, and then blammo.
It was a long wait, and this was particularly special for my father, actually, the fact that he was a player, a captain, a selector, an administrator, and he'd never seen a New Zealand victory against England, and so to fulfil an ambition and dream for him in 1978 was something pretty special. So Geoffrey Boycott became the first England captain to lose to New Zealand.
Do you know what? He talks a lot, but he never seems to mention that.
Yeah, an interesting little side, actually, is that Geoffrey got some runs in the first innings and got a duck in the second. But I sort of nicked his glove and the ball went into his eye, and as the game went on, the eye blackened somewhat. And when the match was over and we'd won it, quite extraordinary, because we bowled England out for 64 in the second innings and need to get 137.
When you say we, you took 6 for 26.
Yeah, that's right, and Richard Collins did some damage as well. But Geoffrey Boycott, as proud as he was, wore his England cap and his blazer into our dressing room to congratulate us. And Stephen Bock was one of our great characters, and he thanked Geoffrey for his comments, and he said, "I see your mascara is running," so to sort of break the tension a little bit. But it was a fantastic time in New Zealand cricket, that.
Well, listen, we're going to hear about more fantastic times for New Zealand cricket as your efforts and your teammates drive the side ever onwards in the Test game. But I think it's a time for us now to look as well. We heard your brother talk about, Dale, about your improvement when you came to play in England, and of course you signed for Nottinghamshire. I don't know what was in your mind at the time, but you probably didn't know it was going to be a decade-long trudging up to the wickets at Trent Bridge. And what kind of side you signed in 1978? How important was it to you to come to play in England?
Well, it happened by chance. I happened to be playing in an indoor double wicket competition in Wembley in 1978, and I'd resigned my job to represent New Zealand in this double wicket competition. And it was the time when World Series cricket was about, and Clive Rice, the Nottinghamshire player, the South African, had signed for World Series cricket, and the club sacked him, basically. And so the club was looking for a replacement, and Philip Carling, the Not secretary, came down to Wembley from Nottinghamshire by train and asked me whether I'd be interested in being a Nottinghamshire player and taking over from Clive. And I said, yeah, well, I'm not doing anything else. And as it turned out, Clive was reinstated, and the club had the benefit of both of us, actually, for that 10-year period. And I think we formed a pretty lethal and devastating combination, either with bat or ball.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. It turned Nottinghamshire, if I might be very careful what I say here, it turned Nottinghamshire from a second-rate county with a first-rate ground into a first-rate county with a first-rate ground, including 2 county championships in 1981 and 87. As you're saying, at the heart of that was the captaincy of and the fast bowling partnership that you developed with the great South African all-rounder Clive Rice. I'd like to say Clive joins us now on the phone. Hello, Clive.
Hi, I'm delighted to hear your voices on the line.
G'day, Clive. How you going, mate?
Well, thanks. You paddled.
Yeah, excellent.
Clive, I'm thinking back to those days. Yourself, Richard, Eddie Hemmings bowling the spin, Kevin Cooper doing a bit of swing. But it was an amazing attack. But truthfully, Mike Hendrick, I think, came along as well. But truthfully, Clive, what people remember is yourself and the young Richard Hadlee coming steaming in from either end.
You know what? It was just a fantastic combination. Both Richard and I playing there, because both being all-rounders, I could help him with the bowling and he could help me with the batting. So if I say the all-rounders there balance aside, now we had two all-rounders in the team balancing it, and it just made it it transformed the whole team.
Clive, I must say that a few weeks ago my guest here on My Sporting Life was one Chris Broad. The way he tells it, he turned the county round.
Well, when he came from Gloucestershire, and he'd sort of been left Gloucester and was going out of county cricket, and we took him in, and the first target that I set him was 10% more runs than he'd ever got in Gloucestershire. And after I'd set him the target, he came to me and he said to me, "How am I going to get those?" I said, "I don't know. You come and play in Nottinghamshire, we expect you to play 10% better than you played at Gloucestershire at your best." Well, the following day he came around and he said to me, I want to have a meeting with you because I'm going to tell you how I'm going to get the runs. And I said, "Don't tell me, just do it on the field." And within 6 weeks, because he'd worked out in his head what he needed to do to get the runs, his consistency in batting was fantastic, and he was selected for England.
What about the young Richard Hadlee? Tell us about him as a player and as a person.
Very competitive, and what was fantastic about